Chapter 697. In front of Hulao Pass in Sisui Town, there was a small inn called Zhe Inn because the owner's surname was Zhe. Things were different now. In the past, there was only a deep ravine in the southwest that led to Yingyang and Luoyang. As a result, one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, and it became the gateway to the ancient capital of the 9 dynasties. Later on, the geography changed, and the river changed its course. Hulao Pass was no longer the only path, and no one treated it as an important pass. The original rammed earth walls of the pass had been eroded by wind and rain without a trace. Only the lone stone tablet on the ground with the 3 words Hulao Pass written on it was a record of the past glory of this place. Because of this, the business of Zhe Inn wasn't good. However, the shopkeeper didn't plan on moving to a more bustling place. The Zhe family owned land and could be considered a landlord in the area. They opened this inn because there were a few residences along the street. They had nothing better to do. Since it was their empty house, they would earn some if they could, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Because of the owner's thoughts, the inn's business was even worse. In the world of the Tang dynasty, there were 3 types of inns. The ones run by the government were known as hostels. The ones run by the private people were known as traveling guides, and then there were the monasteries. If you went there, you would pay some incense money, and the receptionist monk would arrange a place for you to stay. There were no hostels run by the government in Sisui Town, nor were there any temples. There were only traveling guides run by the private people. The business of Zhe Inn was the worst among the traveling guides in Sisui Town, but in terms of environment, it was the best. That afternoon, a waiter picked up some dried meat, pickles, and carrots. Just as he entered the inn, a group of people came from afar. There were 7 or 8 people, all riding tall horses. The horses were of excellent quality, and the riders were valiant and mighty. Each of them carried a saber, and they were escorting 2 carriages in the middle. The carriages were large carriages used for long-distance travel, but they were far more exquisite than ordinary long-distance carriages. One look, and one could tell that they were from a wealthy family. When the group arrived at the entrance of the inn, only one rider dismounted and entered the inn. He called over the shopkeeper and asked about the number of rooms, whether there was food and drink, whether there was hot water in the bathroom, whether there was a brazier to warm the kong, and whether there was pasture for the stables. Only after making sure everything was clear did he nod in satisfaction and ask, "There are a total of 12 rooms, right? We'll take them all." The shopkeeper was thin and had a mustache on his chin. He looked very unscrupulous. After listening to his words, he couldn't help but look troubled. "Sir, there are already 2 guests staying in the inn. Do you think," he glanced outside and said with a smile, "I think the rest of the rooms should be enough to accommodate you and your companions. A Lang likes peace and quiet." The man smiled, took out a pearl from his bosom, and spun it on the chopping board. The pearl immediately began to spin, and when it was reflected by the sunlight, it looked like a rainbow. "Shopkeeper, do as you see fit. We'll only book it for 1 night and leave tomorrow morning. Once it's done, it'll be yours. The shop charge will be calculated separately." The shopkeeper stared dumbfoundedly at the pearl the size of a longan fruit, his face filled with greed. He only hesitated for a moment, but, as if he was afraid that the other person would change his mind, he pounced forward and tightly held the pearl in his arms. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, 2 customers came out of the shop with their bags on their backs, cursing and swearing. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed behind them. "Excuse me, offend. I'll return the shop charge. Please forgive me." After the 2 customers left, the group of people dismounted one after another. A few people walked into the shop, looked inside and outside, and then went back to the carriages to ask for instructions. Then the people in the 2 carriages came out. In the carriage in front, There was a young man dressed in white, wearing a light fur coat. He looked cold and arrogant, as if there was no one else around him. He was led directly to his room. Immediately, someone ordered the innkeeper to prepare hot water. The shopkeeper was about to ask someone to move the bathtub, but he didn't expect that the guards would move one of the carriages themselves. The shopkeeper was stunned. When the waiter brought the boiling water in, he saw that the bed, pillows, covers, and everything else had been replaced by the waiter's own. Even the tables and chairs were covered with a snow-white ribbon. The waiter was speechless, but he didn't stare for long because he was immediately chased out. A fat woman came down from the second carriage, holding a baby in her arms. The woman was obviously a wet nurse, but the mistress was not seen. Looking at the situation, the child should be the son of this young man who loved cleanliness, who knew that the child was not arranged to live in the room next to the young man, but in the room on the right of the second row, furthest from the young man's residence. It was said that the child was afraid that if the child cried at night, it would disturb the master's rest. Then a group of tall and strong guards came into the shop, ordering the shopkeeper and the waiters to take care of the horses, walk them, water them, stables them, and feed them. When it was time to eat, the chef in the inn was chased away again. One of the guards went to the kitchen and brushed the pot until it seemed to be thinned. The innkeeper felt his heart ache when he saw this. Then he made 2 dishes, some rice and noodles, and used his own cutlery to serve them to the room of the important master. Then he asked the chef in the inn to cook for the guards who accompanied him. Although these people looked rather arrogant, they were not bossy or unkempt. They all spoke very politely and did not indulge in drinking. The innkeeper had already obtained a bright pearl, and seeing that the customers were very well behaved, he naturally beamed with joy. The unhappiness caused by their previous excessive attention also vanished like smoke in thin air. The weather had not warmed up yet, and the town was cold and solemn at night. This shop was located in a remote area, and it was completely booked. There was no such thing as staying up all night, hiring prostitutes to drink, gambling, and eating. Therefore, it was especially quiet. Everyone had a good night's sleep until the rooster crowed, and the sun rose from the east. A few guards got up first, dressed neatly, went to the backyard to look at the horses, and ordered the waiter to set up the carriage. This was the place where the guests brought their own cook into the kitchen, brushed the bottom of the pot until it was thinner, and then started cooking. After serving the master's food, they packed the food in boxes and carried it to the master's room. Then they ordered the cook in the shop to cook. When the food was ready, it was placed on 2 tables. The guards who had not shown up before also came out. Everyone sat down and looked around. One of the guards, who looked like the leader, suddenly asked, "Where's Auntie Gal?" The others then realized that the woman with the fat child was not here. Immediately, a young man jumped up and said, "I'll go call her." The man passed through the main room and hurriedly turned to the second room. He walked to the rightmost room and gently knocked on the door. "Auntie Gal?" There was not the slightest sound in the room. The man knocked twice more and called out again, but there was still no sound. His face changed a little. He reached out and pushed the door. It was not bolted from the inside, so it opened with a creak. The room was silent, and there was no one in sight. The man rushed to the bed and reached out to open the curtains. Seeing that the bed was neatly made and there was no one there, he could not help but scream, "Auntie Gao is gone! The child is gone!" In young Master Zhang's room, Yuan Tingyan was sweating profusely as he stood there. There was food in front of young Master Zhang, but he could not eat any more. He tried to maintain his composure in the face of danger, but his face looked as if he had been exposed to the cold wind for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was frighteningly green. Gone, even the adults, and the child disappeared just like that. Yes, they're all gone. Young Master Jiang sat there woodenly and slowly said, "You didn't arrange for anyone to be on duty at night." "Of course," Yuan Tingyun hurriedly explained, "we have a total of 9 people, including the coachman. We are divided into 3 shifts of 3 people, and every night we have to be on guard." Young Master Jiang slowly raised his eyes, glanced at him, and asked, "How did you arrange it?" Yuan Tingyun said hesitantly, "Young Master, at the window and the door, I arranged for someone to be on the roof, and someone to look down from above to monitor anyone who comes near." Young Master Jiang sighed softly and said, "The person on the roof naturally was arranged to be on my roof?" Yuan Tingyun stammered, "Yes, yes." Young Master Jiang frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Where would Anigao go with the child? Do you think she left on her own, or was she kidnapped?" Yuan Tingyun hesitated for a moment and answered, "It's impossible that she left on her own. Auntie Gao is just an ordinary woman, and in the middle of the night, she is unfamiliar with this place. Even if she had any plans, she would not take this risk." Young Master Jiang lightly tapped his fingers and said in a low voice, "Then, if she was kidnapped by someone, who do you think it could be?" Yuan Tingyun hesitated and said, "Perhaps someone saw our extravagance and mistakenly thought that the child was young Master's, so they took her as a hostage and wanted to extort money." Young Master Jiang frowned slightly and shook his head lightly and said, "I have a bad premonition. I feel that this matter seems to have something to do with Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyun said decisively, "It can't be him. He doesn't even know he has a daughter. Besides, if it was him, it wouldn't be as simple as kidnapping the child quietly." Young Master Jiang thought for a moment and nodded lightly and said, "That makes sense. It's just that it's really unbelievable that a few thieves could steal 2 living people from under your noses without making a sound." Yuan Tingyun smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master, even martial artists, if they didn't know that someone was coming and were careful when they slept, they would be no different from ordinary people after a good sleep. We didn't encounter any problems on our way out of Luoyang, so it's inevitable that everyone would slack off. Moreover, although those rats and dogs can't be shown in public, they have their own unique points." Young Master Jiang lightly exhaled and said in a low voice, "Yes, if someone really kidnapped them for money, then it's easy. We just need to sit here and wait for them to name a price." "I'm afraid," Yuan Tingyun said loudly. "Young Master, don't worry. It's impossible for Yang Fan to do it, not to mention that he doesn't know he has a daughter in this world. Even if he knew, he wouldn't steal his daughter back quietly and be done with it." So, before Yuan Tingyun's voice died away, a long laugh came from outside the door. "You're right. Of course I wouldn't come quietly and leave quietly. Aren't I here now?" Chapter 698. The door opened with a bang. 2 of young Master Jiang's men retreated step by step with sabers in their hands. Yang Fan walked in with his head held high, forcing them to keep retreating. Ren Wei and a few other guards of the successor hall also guarded Yang Fan, closely with sabers in their hands. Yuan Tingyun was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "It's really you? How could it be you?" Yang Fan stopped and smiled. "Why can't it be me?" Yuan Tingyun said in disbelief, "How did you know you have a daughter? Since you stole the child, why didn't you attack immediately?" Yang Fan sat down in front of young Master Jiang and answered leisurely, "I don't want to answer the first question. As for the second question, it's too simple, because I just saw my daughter. What I want to do most is to hug her, not to fight and kill. Also, what if my daughter is scared to tears by all the fighting and killing? The child is mine. I am her father. Even if you don't feel sorry for her, I will." Ever since Yang Fan appeared at the door, young Master Jiang had been sitting there without moving. His expression was as still as a bronze sculpture, but his heart was already in turmoil. Although he was most afraid of seeing Yang Fan, how could it be Yang Fan who appeared here? Since he moved into the Xiang mansion, there was only one strange thing. Kong Weihao, one of the 8 elders of Luoshui, was followed, but the relationship between him and Kong Weihao was extremely secretive. It was his personal power that no one in the successor hall knew. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that the person following Kong Weihao was Yang Fan's man. Even so, he still made the most cautious arrangements. He immediately cut off all contact between Kong Weihao and Scholar Xiang to avoid attracting people with ulterior motives. After a period of careful observation and confirming that no one was paying attention to Scholar Xiang, he was relieved. He had also made detailed arrangements for this trip out of the capital. Using his limited manpower, he imitated the method he had used when he left Chang and continued to set up a diversion. Until he was far away from Luoyang and nothing unexpected happened. He was finally convinced that Yang Fan had not discovered his ambush in Luoyang. But now, Yang Fan had suddenly appeared and silently rescued his daughter. At this moment, young Master Zhang's heart was filled with a deep sense of defeat. He did not know how Yang Fan had done it. He only felt that when he thought he was safe, everything had been under his opponent's control from the start. He was like a mouse that had crawled out of its burrow to look around, complacently thinking that no one knew he was hiding in the bushes. Little did he know that there was already an eagle circling in the sky, staring at his figure, its sharp claws ready to strike. This knowledge further impacted his arrogance and confidence. Yang Fan sat down opposite him and answered with a smile before looking at young Master Jiang. Yang Fan was truly happy because his daughter had been safely rescued, and because his daughter was very healthy and adorable, even though he already had the experience of holding a child. When he took the child from Garan Feng's hands, he was still very careful, as if he was holding a soft-skinned egg, afraid that if he used too much strength, he would break it. Holding his own daughter, Yang Fan, who had not known what tears were for many years, could not help but shed silent tears. It was joy, but also remorse. It was the feeling of finally being able to let go of a burden that had been hanging in his mind for a long time. Those who had never been a father or a mother would never understand the indescribable feeling of a father holding his lost and regained daughter tightly in his arms. It was a feeling of wanting to cry. When he received news of young Master Zhang's whereabouts, he immediately decided to go capture him. Before his men had even left the workshop, he changed his mind. He decided to wait for young Master Zhang to leave the city before capturing him. This way, he could avoid making a big fuss in the city. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to eliminate the impact of the slashing of swords and knives, and it would be difficult to ensure that it would not attract attention. This was not Chang, and it was under the feet of the emperor. There were not as many influential and well-established aristocratic families as in Chang, and Lai Junqian was not someone that Lu Qiantian could compare with. Therefore, Yang Fan decided to quietly follow young Master Jiang out of the city and make his move in a deserted place. But when Yang Fan was about to reach the east of the city, he changed his mind. Young Master Jiang had always prided himself as a gentleman, but with his repeated failures, the despicable means that he had once disdained were now at his fingertips. If he was at his wit's end and used his child as a hostage, what should he do then? Therefore, Yang Fan suppressed his impatience to rescue the child, followed young Master Jiang all the way, and finally came up with this plan. Young Master Jiang and his men trudged all the way to the north. At first, all of them were on guard throughout the night, but it was obviously not a way to go on like this. After only 2 days, all of them were exhausted. They had no replacements, so they could only use 3 shifts to protect young Master Jiang. As young Master Jiang went all the way to the north, Yang Fan's men monitored their movements. When they arrived at Sisui River, their vigilance was already at its lowest because young Master Zhang's men always thought that Yang Fan did not know that he had a daughter, and even if there was something against him, the target would be young Master Zhang. Therefore, the focus of their vigilance was only on young Master Zhang. At this time, it was time for Yang Fan's men to make their move. According to young Master Zhang's hostile selection criteria, they chose to make their move in Sisui River Town because there were limited inns here, and there was only one that met young Master Zhang's criteria. Therefore, this became the main battlefield for Yang Fan. However, for the sake of safety, the other two inns in this town that were closest to young Master Zhang's criteria were also changed the day before young Master Zhang arrived. These three inns, from the shopkeepers to the waiters, were now all Yang Fan's men. Yang Fan's men, who were lying in ambush outside, were only responsible for support, and the real people who made the move were the waiters in the inns. They only needed to use methods such as sending water and knocking on the door of Ani Gao's room, who did not know martial arts at all, and then they could easily take her away. Early this morning, the other two inns had been returned to their original owners. The original owners had received a large sum of money and given the workers a day off. Early this morning, they had taken back their inns without any changes. In their eyes, this was a very legendary event. However, the people who worked in the carriage and ship shop were the places that came into contact with the most incredible things in the world. The shopkeepers were experienced and knowledgeable. After getting benefits, they just kept quiet and made a fortune. No one was stupid enough to make it public. Maybe a few decades later, they would hold their little grandson on their knees and tell him about today's adventure. They would also add some oil and vinegar to the story. But for now, they kept their mouths shut. And this shopkeeper, after receiving a large sum of money that could be used to demolish and rebuild the whole house, also felt relieved and went home to sleep. The shopkeeper said, "Return to the inn at noon." Now, all of Yang Fan's worries could be put down, so when he faced young Master Zhang, he was in high spirits and relaxed. Young Master Zhang didn't understand Yang Fan's expression. It was only because his daughter was safe and sound. He saw it as a victor's demonstration to him, but he was speechless. He was defeated. He was indeed defeated. This time, he couldn't find any reason to do so. "All of you get out." Young Master Zhang suppressed the anger and despair in his heart. After a long time, he said a sentence that did not tremble. Yuan Tingyun said worriedly, "Young Master." Young Master Zhang smiled coldly. "He won't kill me. If he wants to kill me, you can't stop him." According to young Master Zhang's character, at this time, he would only impatiently say, "Get out." He did not need his subordinates to understand why he gave this order. He only needed them to obey. But today, he gave an explanation to his subordinates, which made Yuan Tingyun, who was familiar with his character, a little surprised. Yuan Tingyun looked at the calm and composed Yang Fan, then looked at the people outside the door, who were far ahead of them. He secretly sighed, waved his hand, and walked out first. The door was closed. The people on both sides stood in the corridor, holding swords and all kinds of strange weapons, staring at each other. One side was the private army of the former overlord, and the other side was the bodyguard of the new overlord. Yang Fan walked to the window and opened it. A gust of fresh air suddenly rushed into the room. Through the window, there was a courtyard between the two houses. The floor on the left was paved with green bricks, and there was a stone well in the middle. On the right was a dry cherry tree with branches that had not yet recovered. Under the eaves, there were thorn-like icicles. It was still early, and the crystal-clear icicles had not started dripping. Yang Fan took a breath of the fresh and cold wind, turned around, and sat opposite young Master Zhang. He nodded slightly and said, "Before last night, I was worried that the child would be emaciated and covered with cuts and bruises. Fortunately, I am very grateful. Young Master Jiang raised his eyebrows and suppressed his anger. Do you think I will mistreat a young and inexperienced child? Yang Fan faintly said, This is just a father's worry. Besides, have you ever done less despicable things? Young Master Jiang's face suddenly turned red as blood. He took a few deep breaths, and his face gradually calmed down. He said in a deep voice, Don't waste your time. You can't anger me. You didn't come here today to humiliate me, did you? I admit that I have lost. What do you plan to do now? Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, I won't kill you. Young Master Jiang sneered. Of course, it's easy to kill me, but you don't have the guts to make the Lu family, which has not fallen for 1,000 years, see you as a mortal enemy. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, Is that so? If you and your men all die here? Young Master Jiang sneered and said in a carefree manner, There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Can you guarantee that there will not be any traces left for my Lu family to find out? Do you think your subordinates are absolutely reliable? Yang Fan said, The Hall of Succession doesn't belong to your Lu family. You were the one who was deposed by the other aristocratic families. You've already failed, yet you deliberately provoked me, repeatedly made me your enemy, and even kidnapped my daughter. You're the one to blame, young Master Jiang said in a carefree manner. So what? There is no such thing as reason in this world. Yang Fan laughed and slapped the table. That's right. There is no such thing as reason in this world. You finally spoke the truth, Lu Binmi. Chapter 699. Yang Fan directly called out his name, his disdain evident in his words. Young Master Jiang suddenly gripped the edge of the table, the veins on the back of his palm bulging. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Yang Fan's repeated insults were driving him crazy. He tried hard to maintain his poise, but he was gradually losing control of himself. Yang Fan said, Young Master Jiang is the name you used in the succession hall. I think from the moment you are no longer the sect leader, you no longer need it. It's better to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. In this way, I naturally have to call you Lu Binmi. What's wrong with that? Yang Fan stabbed him again. Just as Lu Binmi was about to go crazy, his tone suddenly changed, and he said, You are unreasonable. Then I will talk strength with you. Young Master Lu, I indeed have no intention of becoming enemies with the Lu family, but the prerequisite is that the Lu family must give up on pestering and scheming against me. Especially you. I came today to make you give me a promise that you will never pester me again. Lu Binmi sneered and said, What if I don't agree? Yang Fan's tone also turned cold, and he said solemnly, First, your loyal subordinates will all die. After that, I will not let you attack without retaliating. You lost the position of sect leader, and you pestered me endlessly using all your means. This is your fault. I will inform the major sects. Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said coldly, After a fierce battle, maybe you can bring me down, but I guarantee that the Lu family will also suffer a great loss of vitality, and from then on will become a bottom character among the 7 great families. This is not what you want to see, right? Young Master Jiang closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened them and said coldly, You believe my promise? Yang Fan said, I believe you will do anything, but you will not do anything that will disgrace the Lu family's reputation, even if you die. So, I want you to swear in the name of the Lu family's ancestors. I believe such an oath. The people outside the door all held their breaths. Yuan Tingyun and the others were Lu Binmi's loyal followers. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to die in vain. Although Yang Fan did not want to form an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu family, and was unwilling to kill the eldest son of the Lu family, young Master Lu. He had no doubt that if the young master refused, the first thing Yang Fan would do would be to clip the young master's wings and kill them all. Judging from Yang Fan's current strength, he was definitely capable of doing it. Everyone in the corridor held their breaths as they quietly listened to the answer from the room. In the room, Yang Fan's voice rang out first. "Young Master Lu, I've already done all that I can. Whether you turn hostility into friendship or fight to the death, it's up to you." After a long time, Lu Binmi finally spoke. "Okay, I promise you. Lu Binmi, swear in the name of my ancestors that all the grievances between me and Yang Fan will end here. From now on, Lu Binmi, and Yang Fan will no longer be enemies. Heaven and earth will bear witness to this." The people in the corridor subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Many people then realized that they had forgotten to breathe when they were holding their breaths to listen to the movements in the room. At this time, they had no choice but to take deep breaths to ease their nervous mood. It was over. Everything was finally over. Their tightly clenched weapons unconsciously relaxed. If Lu Binmi had refused just now, then there would have been a flash of swords and blades outside the room, and they would not stop until one side was down. It was always a happy thing to not have to risk their lives. These former colleagues glanced at each other. The hostility in their eyes had been greatly reduced. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The door opened, and Yang Fan appeared in the doorway. Everyone's eyes were on him. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Whether it was young Master Zhang's people or Yang Fan's people, they all subconsciously moved to the side, making a path for him. Yang Fan walked out without looking back, and when the swords and blades were returned to their sheaths, Yang Fan's people followed closely behind him. Yuan Tingyun and his people turned their heads to look at the room. The moment Yang Fan came out, even their young master, the complete loser of this war, was ignored by them. So much so that everyone's eyes were on Yang Fan. Lu Binmi was still sitting in front of the table, and on the table was the food that had been specially made for him. The window was open, and the food was already cold. The cold leftovers were as ugly as young Master Zhang's miserable face. Yuan Tingyun was at a loss. He had never seen his young master show such an expression. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly called out, "Young master?" Lu Binmi woodenly said, "Let me have some peace." Yuan Tingyun worriedly said, "Young master." Scram! Lu Binmi exploded. She jumped up and flipped the table. The table, along with the cups, plates, and chopsticks, flew into the air and fell to the ground. Yuan Tingyun was shocked. He hurriedly answered and pulled the door shut. Lu Binmi was full of anger, but he could not find anyone to vent it on. He was actually forced to sign the Undercity Alliance. He never thought that he would have such a day, such a great shame. What a great shame! "If I swear that I will no longer be your enemy, will you be safe and sound?" Lu Binmi sneered inwardly. "I don't need to show up. I can still plan behind the scenes. To kill someone, you don't need to personally hold the knife. Yang Fan, you are too naive. You are still too naive." Before the sneer in Lu Binmi's heart could reach the corner of his lips, he suddenly felt the light in the corner of the room ripple. A cold light flashed, cutting off the "who" that he was about to shout. He did not make a sound. Air was directly spat out from his throat, followed by blood. Lu Binmi clutched his throat tightly, blood spurting out from the gaps between his fingers. He widened his eyes in shock and despair, wanting to see the person in front of him clearly. However, there was only a flicker of light before everything returned to normal. There was nothing in front of him. Yuan Tingyun and the others did not dare to go far. nor did they dare to make a sound until young Master Lu's voice came from the room again. Watching Shun Mu rise to power and steal half of my territory, this is a crime. Being headstrong and self-opinionated, refusing to listen to honest advice, resulting in not making any contributions for many years. The authority of the clan master has fallen into someone else's hands, disappointing the clan master's expectations. This is a crime. Overestimating one's capabilities, kidnapping one's children, disgracing one's family, and asking for humiliation, these are 3 crimes. I hate it. I really hate it. Listening to young Master Zhang's confession, no one dared to make a sound. A loud crash came from the room. Yuan Tingyun swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It sounded like young Master Lu had dropped something again, so he did not dare to make a sound. Thud. There was another sound. This time, it sounded like a heavy object, and the sound of it was, could it be that young Master Lu also lifted the bedding to the ground? Thinking of such a feminine way of venting, Yuan Tingyun subconsciously wanted to laugh, but he held it in. If he dared to laugh now, he had no doubt that young Master Lu would kill him. There was no sound in the room. Yuan Tingyun and the other stood silently at the door until the sun was high up in the sky. Yuan Tingyun frowned and called out in a low voice, "Young master?" There was no answer from the room. Yuan Tingyun raised his voice, but there was still no answer. This happened 3 times, and Yuan Tingyun's heart surged with a strong sense of unease. He gathered his courage and gently pushed the door open. When he saw the situation in the room, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole person was stunned. Young Master Lu was lying on the ground, his snow-white clothes already dyed red with blood. A long sword lay quietly beside him. It was a ceremonial sword, an accessory that noble young masters had to bring with them when they went out. It was too thin and long, and did not have much practical value. Once it was used in a fight, it would easily break. However, it was still a sword, and it could still kill. There was a trace of blood on the edge of the sword. 2 carriages and a dozen bodyguards quietly left Hulao Pass and headed for Luoyang. In the carriage, the little fellow had already woken up. She was full of milk and playing happily. Although she had never seen Yang Fan before, the little fellow was not afraid of strangers at such a young age. Moreover, Yang Fan was patient and kind, and he used everything she was interested in to coax her to play. The little fellow laughed happily. Abandoned slave? She's actually called abandoned slave. Anu sat to the side with a very strange expression. She had already learned the little fellow's name from the wet nurse. She was called Ai Nu, and Yang Fan's daughter was called abandoned slave. Young Master Lu's intentions were clear. He kidnapped Erlang's daughter, and it was indeed because of her. From now on, she's no longer called abandoned slave. She's called Serong, Young Serong. Yang Fan corrected her. There was a kind of moist look in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Serong, little Serong, you're so obedient. Anu lowered her eyes and smiled. She teased the little girl who was happily playing with Yang Fan's jade pendant. She glanced out of the window, and her expression became slightly disappointed. Gu Shizhi hasn't returned yet. Could there have been an accident? Yang Fan looked at his precious daughter, and without raising his head, he only answered, "Probably not." With her ability to hide, she could even hide from me, let alone young Master Lu and his subordinates. Especially in that kind of environment, everyone's attention was on me. Anu nodded and said faintly, "I always feel that since he signed a gentleman's agreement with Lang Jun." Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and said sternly, "He touched my family. This is something I can't tolerate. As for the gentleman's agreement, since there is no gentleman's agreement, what's the use of an agreement?" "Yes, Anu couldn't help but lower her head under his burning gaze. She said in a low voice, "It's Anu's fault." Yang Fan gently held her hand and said softly, "I don't blame you. You're a little sad. I understand. This time, if it wasn't for you and Miss Gu, I might not have been able to save my daughter. I said this because I don't want you to feel that you owe him anything. I won't let go of the idea of touching my family. You are also my family." Anu's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. She gently threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Yang Surong lay on the couch and giggled. Because it was almost noon when they left Sishui town, the sky was already dark when the carriage arrived at the town ahead. The group of people went to the town and found an inn to stay. Not long after dinner, Yang Fan was coaxing his daughter in the room. Anu quietly walked in and whispered, "Master Gu is back." Yang Fan nodded and said to Anu, "You take the child to your room first." After all, Tin Ano was raised by young Master Jiang. Although young Master Jiang had forced Anu to jump off the cliff, and Anu had resolutely stood against young Master Jiang because of him. But if she heard the process of young Master Jiang being killed with her own ears, perhaps she would still feel uncomfortable in her heart. Anu knew that he was concerned about her. She nodded gently and picked up the child. The little fellow seemed to like the smell of her body very much. When she was picked up by her, he didn't cry and just yawned comfortably. Anu took the child out. Yang Fan lit the lamp and sat quietly under the lamp. Yang Fan would never let young Master Jiang go, but he also knew that killing young Master Jiang would cause irreconcilable conflict with the Liu family. So he used a foolproof method. The person who did it was Gu Zhuting. The whole plan was only known by him and Anu Renwenwei, and the others knew nothing about it. A figure quietly flashed into Yang Fan's room. From her appearance, he couldn't see the shadow of Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan asked, "Is it all settled?" "Yes. Tell me the details." Gu Zhuting, who didn't look like Gu Zhuting, carefully narrated the process of the ambush, the assassination, the fake young Master Jiang's accent, and the fake suicide scene. Yang Fan let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Great. This calamity was finally gone from now on. You have worked hard. Go back to your room and rest early. We will go back to Luoyang tomorrow morning." "Yes." The person stood up and turned back to the door. Yang Fan looked at her slender back and suddenly smiled. "Miss Gu." And Gu Zhuting turned around and stared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The next time you see me, don't hide anything in your left hand. I won't kill you." Although her face was covered with a disguise, Gu Zhuting's pretty face still turned red. Chapter 700. The window was open, and the sound of the rain was clear, washing the deep courtyard clean and clear. The sprouting plants and budding flower buds were more beautiful in the spring rain. On the Arhut bed, Nianzhu and Si Rong were lying side by side. Nianzhu made a few squeaks, and Si Rong must respond with a few squeaks. Xiao Man and Anu, who were lying on the side of them, couldn't help laughing. "Xiao Man, they seem to understand us. What are they talking about?" "Who knows?" Xiao Man also couldn't help laughing. The two children stop playing when they are together. Sometimes they play separately, and sometimes they just lie there and squeak nonstop. "I don't know what they are talking about." Anu said happily, "It is said that children don't understand adults, but looking at them, they really seem to be talking about something. It's just that we can't understand them. So cute." As she spoke, she also stretched out her finger and gently tickled Si Rong's chubby little face. Xiao Man looked at her with a smile and said, "In 7 days, it will be your wedding day. If everything goes well, you will also have a cute little baby in 10 months. Anu was obviously immersed in her fantasy. When talking about her marriage, she didn't feel shy at all. She just held her chin and said in a daze, "Unfortunately, they may not have twins. Look at them. How cute they are." Xiao Man giggled and said, "Then you have to work hard. They can still play together, even if they are 1 or 2 years younger." Ah, Anu suddenly woke up and scratched her with a blushing face. "Xiao Man, are you making fun of me?" I didn't. Isn't it normal to get married and have children? It's natural. Don't make fun of me. I give up. I won't talk about it anymore. Ha ha. The two of them laughed and played together. The two little guys lying on the bed also became excited when they heard their laughter. They no longer used the baby language to communicate, but giggled and danced excitedly. The window of the study was also open. The winter's mildew was swept away, and the whole room was filled with a fresh breath of spring. The spring rain was like oil watering the pear tree outside the window, as bright as snow. Yang Fan sat by the window, quietly listening to Runway's report. Lai Junshin's wife had died an undignified death. To the outside world, they only said that she had died of a sudden illness. Lai Junshin had a bad temper, so the people of the Lai residence didn't dare to go out and spread rumors. Unexpectedly, they concealed this news. That day, Yang Fan sent people to keep an eye on Wei Suizhong. After confirming his identity, it took him 2 days to figure out why he was in such a sorry state that day. It turned out that after Wei Suizhong got into big trouble, he kept his mouth shut and did not dare to reveal this matter to anyone. When Yang Fan's people saw that they could not get any information from him, they turned to investigate the cause of his injury that day and found out that he had come out from his residence. Therefore, Yang Fan's people tried to bribe the Lai Mansion's steward. If they hastily contacted him, the other party would not know his background. Even if they gave him a mountain of gold, the other party would not dare to accept it. Yang Fan's people took a roundabout route to find this person's maternal uncle. First, they bribed him, then through him, they bribed the Lai Mansion's steward. Only then did they understand what had happened. Madame Wang's death was due to Wei Suizhong's humiliation. Then Wei Suizhong, has there been any movement from him these few days? Ren Wei reported. Wei Suizhong prepared a generous gift and used almost everything he had to ask for Lai Junshin's forgiveness. Lai Junshin accepted it. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Ren Wei said, Lai Junshin did not seem to care much about his wife, so he accepted the gift and comforted Wei Suizhong not to take it to heart. It was also because of this that the Lai Mansion's steward felt indignant on behalf of the mistress. He was really angry, so we were able to get the news. Otherwise, he might not have been willing to talk just by bribing him. Yang Fan could not help but fall silent. Ren Wei said, Lai Junshin is now preparing to find another wife. This person seems to only like married women, not unmarried women. Yang Fan laughed coldly and said, which minister or aristocrat's woman did he fancy this time? Ren Wei's face revealed a slightly strange expression. What a coincidence, it's still Duan Jian. Yang Fan frowned and said, Duan Jian? Ren Wei said, yes. Madame Wang was originally Duan Jian's wife. Lai Junshin took a liking to her and used both carrot and stick to force him to divorce his wife. Then, he forcefully married her. Now that Madame Wang has committed suicide, Lai Junshin wants to find another wife. Unfortunately, he has taken a liking to Duan Jian's second wife. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, that's true. How did Duan Jian react? Ren Wei coughed and said, Duan Jian is divorcing his wife. Yang Fan placed his hand on his forehead and thought for a while. He raised his head and asked, what are Wei Suizhong's hobbies? What kind of people does he hang out with? Ren Wei said, Wei Suizhong is on Lai Junshin's side. He does not have many friends. Since the death of those ruthless officials from the censorate, the only place he goes to is the Lai family. Ever since Madame Wang committed suicide, he does not dare to go to the Lai family anymore. This person's hobbies are first money, second sex, and third, wine. Wine, women, avarice, and temper are just SOSO. Although their men were a little slow in finding out information this time, it was obvious that they had put in enough effort to understand the relevant matters clearly. Rinwei opened his mouth without any hesitation. This person has a mistress in Pingkongju of Wunfang. Up until now, Wei Suizhong has never married a wife, so he often goes there to fool around. Although Lai Junqian has forgiven him, he still looks restless. Once he is off duty, he almost never returns home. He stays at Pingkongju to see this Su Jianyang. Yang Fan said, "Spread the truth about Madame Wang's death. Let everyone in Luoyang know." Ren Wei did not ask for the reason, and only replied, "Yes." Yang Fan continued, "Ask Lu Qingqian to bring Su Jianyang to Pingkongju and lure Wei Suizhong over. Wine, women, avarice, temper. He can take whatever he wants. Make friends with him." Lu Qingqian was the manager of the largest brothel in Wunfang, Pingkongju. She was known as the master of the incense. With his status, if he wanted to get a woman from Pingkongju, it was just a matter of ransom or exchange. Pingkongju would definitely not dare to offend him. Ren Wei saw that Yang Fan had no other instructions and said, "Then this subordinate will go and arrange it." Yang Fan nodded and ordered, "Get someone to prepare a horse and a raincoat. I will go out in a while." On lovely spring terrace, Princess Taiping, who had entered the palace to visit Mother, chatted with Wu Zetian for a while. When the old lady was happy, Princess Taiping suddenly asked, "Mother, I have heard some rumors that are not good for Mother's reputation." Wu Zetian's expression tightened and asked hurriedly, "What rumors?" Wu Zetian said, "There is a rumor that the burning of Heaven and Ming Hall was not due to the carelessness of the craftsmen, but someone deliberately set the fire." "What?" Wu Zetian was shocked and cried out, "How can there be such a rumor? Who did you hear it from?" Princess Taiping said, "I don't go out much now. Other than visiting Mother in the palace, I usually stay in the residence. I heard this news from 2 maids in the residence and accidentally heard it. I have already punished them heavily." Wu Zetian's face darkened and said, "The 2 maids in your residence said it? How could they?" "Your mansion's maids have already heard about it. It must have spread like wildfire in the streets." Princess Taiping said carefully, "Yes, I asked the housekeeper to inquire about it. He said that it has indeed spread in the streets." And Wu Zetian said, "And what?" Princess Taiping said, "Moreover, this news was spread by Master Shui himself, so the people in the streets believe it." Wu Zetian was furious. She grabbed a small bowl of fermented rice and smashed it on the floor of the hall. She shouted sternly, "Bastard, you should be punished." The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall were so scared that they knelt down. Princess Taiping hurriedly comforted, "Mother, don't be angry, lest you hurt your body." Princess Taiping gently stroked her back and said, "Mother believes in Buddhism, so she is very fond of monk Huai-yi, but relying on Mother's faith, monk Huai-yi is getting more and more excessive. He even took this kind of thing as an honor. Those people who don't know the truth all say that Mother—" Okay, I won't say it anymore. Mother, calm down." Wu Zetian certainly knew that her daughter was very clear about the relationship between Shui Huai-yi and herself. She said this because she didn't want to embarrass her daughter. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Daughter, he didn't lie. The Ming Hall and the Heaven Hall were indeed set on fire by him. If not, how could the 2 halls be set on fire so easily?" Princess Taiping pretended to be shocked and said, "What? This was really set on fire by Master Huai-yi?" This, whether it was intentional or not, he should be beheaded for such a big crime. Wu Zetian sighed softly and said disappointedly, "Daughter, do you think Mother doesn't want to kill him? Mother can't wait to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. But why, he only dared to do whatever he wanted because of my trust. The Heaven Hall was set on fire, and the Ming Hall was also destroyed. If this matter was spread out and the world knew about it, it would be because where would my face go? Where would the dignity of the imperial court be?" Princess Taiping said, "Mother, now Huai has spread it out himself. It's spread all over the world." Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "No matter how much it spreads among the people, it's just a rumor. If I punish him for this, then it will be the truth of this matter. Why, he must be killed. But not now. At least we have to wait for the news of the Heaven Hall to die down. Then we can find a reason to kill him." Princess Taiping said, "Once Huai goes crazy, God knows what other crazy things he will do. If this person is left alive one more day, it will be a disaster." Wu Zetian wanted to kill Shui Huai right away. But even if this matter was known to everyone, she did not want to do it now to confirm that the rumor was true. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes and said, "Daughter has an idea to get rid of this person." Wu Zetian knew that because Feng Xiaobao entered the Shui family tree and changed his name to Shui Huai, the whole Shui family hated Feng Xiaobao. Her daughter was the daughter-in-law of the Shui family, so she also hated this arrogant and domineering Shui Huai. But in the past, because of her, she did not dare to express it. So she did not doubt her daughter's intention to kill Feng Xiaobao. Hearing this, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "You have an idea? Hurry up and tell your mother." Princess Taiping whispered a few words to her ear. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and nodded lightly, "This plan is feasible." But the aftermath, Taiping smiled sweetly and said, "Mother, don't worry. Daughter will do as Mother said just now. I will grind his bones and scatter his ashes. If he's gone, what trace will there be?" Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Good. Then I will leave this person to you. You must do it cleanly." Chapter 701. The rain had just stopped, and a tender yellow mist curled up from the willow branches. On the blue waves of the Luo River, there were already pleasure boats and merchant ships coming and going. Standing at the bridgehead of Tianjin, one could see many people taking advantage of the beginning of the rain to move about in high spirits. Besides businessmen, there were even more people going out of the city for a walk. Scholars and poets, noble ladies and daughters, after a stifled winter, were like little animals awakening from hibernation, eager to immediately see the green world. Some willow trees had sprouted earlier, while others were still fluttering with catkins. The catkins were like the snow drifting through the air, while the pear blossoms were like the snow frozen on the branches. Because the rain had stopped not long after leaving the house, Yang Fan did not put on a straw raincoat, nor did he hold an umbrella. He only held his hands behind his back and stood between the falling snow and the frozen snow on the embankment of the Luo River. The spring rain had just stopped, and the river water had risen slightly and was somewhat turbid. The boat passed through the river, the water lapping against the banks. A few ducks swayed left and right in the shallow water along with the surging water. There were 2 or 3 women washing clothes by the river. There was a little girl, only 12 or 13 years old. Afraid that her shoes would get wet, her snow-white feet were bare. The surging river water would occasionally splash against the smooth surface of the large rocks, submerging her feet. There was also a young woman who was using a wooden mallet to strike her clothes. Probably because her child was breastfeeding, she often unbuttoned her collar in order to breastfeed, causing it to be rather loose. as she struck with the mallet. From the high ground of the embankment, one could clearly see the two perfectly round snow-white lumps on her chest rising and falling. Yang Fan took a few glances and realized that there were a few idling people on the embankment, pretending to look out over the water. The angle of their gazes was clearly Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh, unwilling to be associated with them. He slowly turned around and stood under the tender yellow willow branches, gazing in the direction of the bridgehead. The clear spring rain had just stopped, and Yang Fan was in the midst of the bright red and emerald green, watching the poetic fairy leisurely walk over. Tai Ping had just come out of the palace, and was wearing the palace dress for an audience with the Son of Heaven, so she had also tied a pine crane cape over her clothes. "It's done. It's done." The two stood side by side under the willow embankment, turning towards the surging river and watching the thousand sails sail by. "When you plan on doing it? Tomorrow?" "All right. When the time comes, I'll help you. I'll take care of the follow-up arrangements." "Yes. Does this count as me doing you a favor?" Cough. "Do we still need to differentiate between us?" Princess Tai Ping looked at him. Her lips were smiling and her eyes were sparkling. "Is that so? You really don't distinguish between us?" Yang Fan touched his nose and changed his words with a smile. "All right, you've done me a favor." Princess Tai Ping curled her lips and turned her head to one side. Yang Fan was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. "There's one more thing. Do you want to do it with me? Or to help you?" "I guess so. However, just like this time, you will also benefit from it." "What advantage did I get this time?" "You helped the Emperor solve a big problem. The Emperor will love you even more." "Forget it. I don't care." Yang Fan sighed and said, "Then forget it. I'll ask one for help. She can do this as well." Princess Tai Ping immediately said, "Good. I'll do it with you. What's the matter?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Let's work together to plot against a person." "Who?" "Lai Junchen." Lai Junchen raised his glass with a fake smile on his face. "You're too polite. I should give you a toast." Zhang Changzong smiled as he raised his cup to his lips and took a small sip. Seeing this, Lai Junchen also took a sip before putting down his cup. Zhang Changzong frowned slightly when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lai Junchen didn't see it. He had turned his head to look at the leading dancer. On the red carpet, the leading dancer was moving gracefully and slowly twisting her slender waist. She was dancing to the music. This dancer was almost 30 years old, but her dance was graceful, far from those young girls. Her face was full of smiles, bright and enchanting, like peach blossoms in the spring. Her dance was light, graceful, making one's heart race like a monkey. Lai Junchen pondered. This dancer is enchanting. Unfortunately, she is a dancer in Yang Zaixi's residence. It's not good to force her. Today, Yang Zaixi had invited the Zhang brothers to the banquet. In addition, he also invited several ministers. In fact, the others were just there to make up the numbers. The real person invited was only Lai Junchen. On Dragon's Gate Mountain, Lai Junchen had a dispute with the Zhang brothers. Although Lai Junchen blamed everything on Yang Fan, the Zhang brothers kept hearing news that Lai Junchen harbored a grudge against them and intended to take revenge. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were now favored, so they were naturally not afraid of Lai Junchen. However, being targeted by such a person was really troublesome. They were now trying their best to develop the Zhang faction's power, and did not want to fight Lai Junchen to the death. After thinking about it, they could only reconcile. So, Yang Zaixi played the role of peacemaker. Unfortunately, Lai Junchen's sixth senses were developed, and his sense of smell was sensitive only when he was messing with people. He had always been a solitary official in the court, and did not have much contact with other officials. Therefore, He did not understand the hidden rules of the officialdom. He only thought that young Zaisi invited him to the banquet and did not think about the deeper reason. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji had repeatedly expressed their goodwill and toasted each other. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since understood the other party's intentions. If they had accepted it, all they would have had to do was laugh, and the unhappiness between them would have been forgotten. But Lai Junqin did not understand the reason why the Zhang brothers attended the banquet. Seeing the three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi, who had made him lose face, he was already a little uncomfortable. He was not interested in the boring social interaction between these officials, so he just stared at the enchanting dancer. In the eyes of the Zhang brothers, this action was a clear signal. Lai Junqin did not accept their reconciliation. Because the two brothers, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong, were favored, Zhang Tongxiu disdained the so-called reconciliation. When he saw Lai Junqin's indifferent expression and did not want to accept the reconciliation, he was secretly angry. Although Zhang Changzong repeatedly gave him a look, he did not want to toast to Lai Junqin. Instead, he raised his cup to thank young Zaisi. Young Zaisi smiled and drank a cup. Zhang Tongxiu said with a smile, "I see that Minister Yang is not tall, flat face, round head, narrow eyes, high cheekbones, very much like a Gogrian. Is Minister Yang from the north?" Young Zaisi stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I am from the Wu family of Zhengzhou, not a northerner." He saw that Lai Junqin was staring fixedly at the dancer, seemingly giving the Zhang brothers the cold shoulder. As the mediator, he had to liven up the atmosphere, so he said, "Although I'm not a northerner, I do know how to dance the Gogrian dance." Zhang Tongxiu deliberately ignored Lai Junqin and said happily, "Oh, then we would like to see it." Young Zaisi took advantage of the alcohol and stood up. He untied his purple robe and tied it in front of his chest. He also asked someone to cut some paper strips and put them on his hat. He pretended to be a Gogrian and began to dance. The host took advantage of the dance, and the group of dancers retreated, making room for him. Young Zaisi really looked like a Gogrian. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his hands, dancing the Gogrian dance. He looked charmingly naive, making all the guests in the hall laugh. Lai Junqin saw that the dancers retreated, and his attention returned. Seeing young Zaisi's funny dance, he could not help but smile. Young Zaisi saw that the atmosphere had turned for the better and was happy. He danced in front of Zhang Changzong and made a gesture to invite him to dance. It was common for high officials and nobles to dance at banquets and banquets. Li Shimin often dragged his ministers to dance. Zhang Changzong didn't turn down the invitation. Instead, he stood up with a smile and joined in the Gogrian dance. Zhang Changzong was multi-talented and was especially good at singing and dancing. He also knew this kind of dance. With this dance, it was obvious who was better than young Zaisi. Seeing this, young Zaisi simply retreated to the back of the table and gave the space to him. After Zhang Changzong finished his dance, the whole hall cheered. Someone from the Zhang family complimented, "Sixth Lang's face is like a peach blossom, and he is dancing so beautifully. It is really pleasing to the eye." Young Zaisi shook his head. No, how can Sixth Lang look like a peach blossom?" Zhang Changzong liked people praising his beauty the most. Hearing this, he felt embarrassed and looked at young Zaisi with a dark expression. Young Zaisi said, "It should be a lotus blossom like Sixth Lang." Hearing this, everyone clapped and laughed. Lai Junqin was used to being flattered by others. At banquets and banquets, he had always been the main character, but in front of the Zhang brothers, he had become a small character. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Hearing young Zaisi flattering the Zhang brothers, he secretly curled his lips, feeling very jealous. Zhang Tongxiu saw this expression. After Zhang Changzong returned to his seat, everyone laughed and talked about Gogrian for a while before the topic was shifted to the north. Everyone at the banquet was talking about all sorts of topics, and they could talk about anything for a while. Moreover, something really happened in the north recently. An official said, "Speaking of the north, I heard that the leaders of the Khitan tribe, Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong, rebelled. I wonder what the situation is like now." Another official said with disdain, "A small chitin trying to rebel against our great Zhou is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Didn't the news of their rebellion only reach the imperial court yesterday? I reckon that before the imperial court mobilizes its troops, the army of Yingzhou military governor will have already crushed them into powder." An official retorted, "Brother Liu, that Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong are commanding the Khitan troops of 10 provinces. Even if they stand there and let us kill them, they will be exhausted half to death. How can they be defeated so easily?" The official, who was addressed as Brother Liu, said, "A small Khitan tribe of barbarians. They don't have enough soldiers and armor and are as poor as beggars. What can they do?" The newly appointed left assistant minister Qi Longting said, "Sun Wanrong is the general of the Right Jade Seal Guard, the provincial governor of Guicheng province, and the county duke of Yongla province. Speaking of which, his power is indeed not small. He can't be that poor." An official said, "I remember that this is the official position that Li Xiaoda requested for him when he was the prime minister. It hasn't been that long. In such a short period of time, how much power can he build up?" Immediately, someone explained to him that the Khitan officials were very different from the officials of the Central Plains. The so-called official positions conferred by the imperial court were only conferred upon them after they had the corresponding strength. In fact, before they received their official positions in the imperial court, they already had enormous power. Lai Junshin didn't hear any of these explanations. He only heard about Li Xiaoda. When he heard that Li Xiaoda requested for Sun Wanrong to be conferred a title, his eyes immediately lit up. There were 2 people that Lai Junshin hated the most right now. Among the enemies that he had named, there were only 2 people that he hadn't taken his revenge on yet, Li Xiaoda and Yang Fan. Everyone's words at the banquet made Lai Junshin, whose lifelong dream was to mess with people, immediately discover an opportunity to bring down Li Xiaoda. Sun Wanrong has rebelled, and Sun Wanrong is an official recommended by Li Xiaoda. At the very least, Li Xiaoda will be charged with the crime of not recommending someone properly and tolerating a traitor, if he has obtained any benefits from this. Thinking of this, Lai Junshin was overjoyed. He hurriedly put down his wine cup and cupped his hands towards Yang Zaisi. "Inner Custodian Yang, fellow colleagues, I am truly sorry. I suddenly remembered that there is still an important official matter that I have yet to deal with. If I delay it, I'm afraid there will be great trouble. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I'll be leaving first." As Lai Junshin spoke, he had already stood up and cupped his hands towards everyone. Yang Zaisi was startled. He advised, "Prefectural Magistrate Lai, even if you have official matters to deal with, it won't take too long. Why don't you go after the banquet?" Lai Junshin was now wholeheartedly focused on finding fault with Li Xiaoda. He didn't have the leisure to talk nonsense with him. He hurriedly smiled and said, "The official matter is urgent. I dare not delay it. My apologies, I'll take my leave now." After saying this, he hurriedly turned around and left. As the host, Yang Zaisi had to see him off. He could only pick up the hem of his robe and chase after him. Zhang Tongxiu slammed his wine cup on the table. He sneered at Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. Wulong, we are unnecessary today. Is it fun to stick our warm faces to the cold buttocks of others? He flicked his sleeves, stood up angrily, and walked out. Zhang Changqi and Zhang Changyi angrily pulled Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were also angry and chased after him, leaving the other officials looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 702. Lai Junqin was like a hound that smelled blood, chasing after his prey excitedly. He started out as a nobody, but once he was promoted, he held great power. He was naturally proficient in the art of manipulating people, but he never understood the art of officialdom. Thus, he was slow to ignore the olive branch extended by the Zhang brothers and missed the last chance to reconcile with the flourishing Zhang Corporation. The next morning, an eunuch went to the White Horse Temple to pass on an imperial edict summoning the state protector Huai to the palace. The emperor wanted to inquire about the reconstruction of Heaven and Bright Hall. Xue Huai was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hurriedly took a bath, brushed his teeth, cleaned his face, and put some powder on his kasaya. He led Hong Yi and Hong Lu, his two most trusted disciples, into the palace. After listening to Yang Fan's words last time, Hong Yi and Hong Lu became more convinced the more they thought about it. The two returned to Xue Huai's side and tried to persuade him, but Xue Huai didn't listen at all. Xue Huai actually admired Yang Fan from the bottom of his heart and didn't see him as a disciple. Hong Yi and Hong Lu didn't feel the same way. The two were scolded by Xue Huai when they tried to persuade him. The two were helpless and didn't try to persuade him anymore. They just discussed the matter with their fellow disciples in private. Some of the fellow disciples believed them. Some didn't. Those who believed them had already taken the money they had earned from following Xue Huai and slipped away. Although they said they slipped away, they didn't actually go too far. They just moved away from their original location, rented another place, and observed the situation, just in case. They were only ruffians. If something really happened, they could slip away at any time. They didn't have to worry about the imperial court going to war to hunt them down. As long as they weren't immediately arrested, they could escape. Some didn't believe them at all and laughed at Hong Yi and Hong Liu's absurdity for not making any preparations to escape. Hong Yi and Hong Liu couldn't do anything to such people. Medicine couldn't cure diseases, and Buddha helped those who were fated. No one could stop him from walking on the road to death. He had already done his part by taking such a big risk to tell them about this matter. Today, the emperor had summoned Xue Huai. The two brothers immediately tensed up, but Xue Huai didn't believe that the emperor would do anything to harm him. Seeing their nervous expressions, Xue Huai immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Who are the two of you showing a bitter face to? If you're worried, then scram. I don't need your service." Helpless, the two could only force a smile and coax Xue Huai to be happy. Xue Huai's anger had yet to subside as he walked out resentfully. Hong 1 and Hong 6 looked at each other and chased after him with a bitter smile. They were loyal, but since they didn't have the ability to dissuade Xue Huai, nor did they have the ability to save him from danger, they might as well give up their lives to accompany him. This seemed extremely stupid, but in their opinion, they were doing their duty. Xue Huai always had a fish talisman to pass through the palace. Although he had been going to the palace less and less in the past year, the palace guards still recognized him. After checking the fish talisman, the imperial guards respectfully let them into the palace. Today, there was no court session, so the palace was much quieter. Xue Huai swaggered through the front hall and entered the back garden. When he reached the back garden, there were even fewer people. Hong 1 and Hong 6 were already nervous, and now they were even more paranoid. They felt as if every bush and tree was an enemy. On the way, they occasionally encountered some palace eunuchs who bowed to give way. They were on tenterhooks, as if in the next moment, those palace eunuchs would turn into palace experts. Shui Huai saw their behavior and felt it funny and angry at the same time. However, he had already entered the palace. After being given the cold shoulder by Wu Zetian for so long, he didn't dare to be as unbridled as before. It was absolutely impossible for him to teach his disciple a lesson here, so he could only pretend not to see them. When Wu Zetian wasn't attending court, she was either at the Martial Achievement Hall or at the lovely Spring Terrace. To go to these two palaces, one had to pass through the Radiance Hall. In front of the Radiance Hall, flowers were in full bloom. The early spring flowers were planted in front of the hall. They were bright purple and beautiful red, blooming beautifully. Shui Huai strode to the front of the Radiance Hall. Suddenly, a person flashed out from the flowers in front of him. Shui Huai took a closer look and recognized that it was Princess Taiping. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. If it was when he was favored, he could stride forward at this moment. Not only did he not have to salute this princess, but the princess would also have to take the initiative to call him Master Shui. Things were different now. Although Shui Huai tried to maintain his appearance, the arrogance in his bones had long disappeared. He hesitated for a moment and wanted to step forward to greet her. Princess Taiping, with her obviously bulging belly, smiled at him and said, "Master Shui, long time no see." Following Princess Taiping's words, 8 fat women suddenly flashed out of the flowers from all directions, surrounding them in the center. When Shui Huai saw that Princess Taiping took the initiative to greet him, he was very happy. His face was full of smiles, but when he saw this posture, his smile immediately froze on his face. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Princess Taiping's smile turned cold. She replied in a cold voice, "Feng Xiaobao, you know what you have done. Now it has been exposed." Shui Huai was shocked. He quickly took 2 steps back and took a stance. He said angrily, "Taiping, what do you want?" I want to see the emperor." Princess Taiping sneered and said, "I have received the emperor's order to capture you. Come, capture Feng Xiaobao for me." Just now, when Princess Taiping's expression suddenly changed, Shui Huai knew that the situation was not good. If Wu Zetian did not agree, no one in the world would dare to touch him. Moreover, this was the imperial palace. Princess Taiping dared to make things difficult here. Without a doubt, it was Wu Zetian's intention. But he still asked this question. Perhaps in his heart, he still held on to the last trace of hope. But this last trace of hope was ruthlessly destroyed by Princess Taiping. The 8 female sumo wrestlers were like 8 mountains of flesh. They surrounded him in all directions, impenetrable by wind and rain. They approached step by step in unison. With each step, the earth trembled. "Master, let's go!" Hongi screamed and charged at a fat woman. The fat woman grinned and grabbed Hongi's belt. She lifted him up like a broken doll and slashed his neck. Hongi's body went limp, and he didn't make any more sounds. Eldest martial brother. Hong Lu let out a miserable howl and rushed towards the enemy in front of him. Although he was like a small quail standing in front of an eagle compared to his opponent, he was still not afraid. The big fat woman didn't give him any face. She stretched out her hand and pushed Hong Lu's chest with her palm. Hong Lu bounced back at a speed faster than when he had pounced on him. He fell to the ground, sprawled on his back. Dizzy, Hong Lu crawled up and spun around twice. Just as he stood up, he saw a face that was even rounder and fatter than the great Buddha Lu Shi smiling at him. The big face laughed twice and suddenly leaned forward. With a bang, their foreheads collided. Hong Lu's eyes stared blankly as he fell to the ground again, unconscious. Following that, a ball of sackcloth was stuffed into his mouth, and he was tied up tightly with his hands and legs. Shui Huai's body was very strong, but he was not good at martial arts. The martial arts he performed when he ran the jianghu and sold fake medicine were all showy but impractical moves that had no real value. Layman just watched for fun. He couldn't even beat one of these 8 fat female sumo wrestlers, let alone 8 of them. 8 pairs of palms were as heavy as mountains. Xue Huai had no strength to fight back and was beaten unconscious by the 8 female sumo wrestlers in a moment. A moment later, Xue Huai and his 2 disciples disappeared, and 3 sacks appeared where they had been. At the same time, a general dressed in military uniform appeared 10 feet behind Princess Taiping. The general stood with his hand on his sword and smiled. "Good move, Princess." It seems that this prince's hidden troops were unnecessary. This person was Jiancheng Commandery Prince Wu Yuning, Princess Taiping's husband, and Wu Yuji's elder brother. Although Taiping had taken care of this matter, Wu Zetian was worried that her daughter would not be able to handle it, so she had arranged for Wu Yuning to lead troops to support them just in case. Now that Taiping had succeeded, Wu Yuning was relieved that there was no need to kill them in such an ugly manner. Princess Taiping said without turning her head, "I will act according to the plan." Jiancheng Commandery Prince, please inform His Majesty that everything went smoothly. Wu Yuning gently nodded and said yes. At Princess Taiping's order, the 3 fat women each picked up a sack and followed her as if they were nothing. Wu Yuning waved his hand and also led the imperial guards who were secretly supporting her to turn around and leave. Outside the Changle Gate, there were already a dozen or so knights waiting there. There were 2 carriages in the middle. The 3 sacks were carried into the carriages. Princess Taiping boarded the first carriage, and the convoy immediately left. They did not go through the Duanmen, but left through the Right Yi Gate. They followed the long Weeping Willow Causeway and turned towards the Tianjin Bridge, hurrying all the way to the White Horse Temple. In the White Horse Temple, Sanshan Buddhist monk and a few other true high monks of the White Horse Temple were already standing solemnly inside the corner door on the right. The door was open, and it was quiet inside and outside. Pilgrims and tourists had long been isolated by the disciples, and no one was allowed to approach. They had already waited for a long time, but not a single person moved. They were like statues. The sunlight gradually moved from their heads to their shoulders. At this moment, a dozen or so fast horses and 2 carriages rushed over from afar. They did not stop for even a moment and went straight into the temple. Sanshan Buddhist monk waved his hand, and 2 monks on duty immediately rushed forward. The moment the last knight rushed into the temple, they closed the temple door. The reception monk in front led the way, leading the 2 carriages straight to the cremation room in the backyard. Sanshan Buddhist monk and a few other old monks also hurried over. In the cremation room, a few monks in charge of the cremation had already prepared everything. The charcoal fire burned brightly, and there was a thick layer of charcoal on top to keep the fire quiet. The cremation room was extremely hot and stuffy. A few strong monks were sweating through their heavy clothes, but their expressions were extremely cold. The 2 carriages stopped in front of the cremation room. Princess Taiping lifted the curtain of the carriage, but she did not get out. In the carriage behind her, a few fat women carried 3 sacks and quickly entered the cremation room. The door of the stove was wide open. The cremation pit was very high and very wide. As soon as they saw the 3 fat women carrying 3 sacks in, the cremation monks immediately prodded the fire with long iron hooks to make the stove fire roaring. The 3 fat women did not hesitate for a moment. They threw the 3 sacks into the cremation pit. The 6 cremation monks on both sides immediately closed the door of the stove and pulled the wooden rings on the bellows. With a hoo-hoo sound, Wind blew into the cremation stove. Immediately, the flames sprang out from the cremation stove's iron door. Suddenly, a few shrill cries rang out from the cremation pit. The monks ignored them and used all their strength to blow as hard as they could. Sanshan Buddhist monk and the other monks stood outside the cremation room. When they heard the faint cries, they could not help but press their palms together and recite in a low voice, Namo Amitabhaya, Doda Jayadoi, Doda Di He. Chapter 703. The Luo River lapped against the banks of the river. Merchant ship after merchant ship constantly came and went, the surging of the river never-ending. As a result, the flat-bottomed sand boat, following the waves, was like a duck swimming in the water, occasionally rippling with the waves. Yang Fan saw the young woman washing clothes by the river yesterday. They were still washing clothes, still on the large rock from yesterday. They were completely focused and did not even glance at the boat. Yang Fan smiled and looked away. Inside the cabin, Shui, Huai, Hongyi, and Honglu sat there silently with wooden expressions, not saying a word. Yang Fan frowned and said, "It's all in the past. In Master Shui's life, you've been poor, down and out, awe-inspiring, and tyrannical. Even now, you still can't get over it." Shui Huai smiled sadly and said in a low voice, "Now, I've lived and died. What's there to not get over? His face twisted, and he said in a low voice, "I just didn't think that she really wanted to kill me. Really wanted to kill me." Yang Fan shook his head and said nothing. Hong Six couldn't help but say, "Master, I've said it before. She even ruthlessly killed her own children. So why would she really care about you? You." Yang Fan gave him a look, and Hong Six shut his mouth. Yang Fan picked up a bundle from beside him and handed it to Shui Huai. "These are your clothes, as well as the checkpoint I've prepared for you. The route you'll take and the checkpoint are all recorded in detail. From now on, Monk Huai is dead. Your surname is still Feng. If you want, you can also be called Feng Xiaobao." Yang Fan smiled and said, "This is the name your father and mother gave you. I think this name might not be as glorious as the Shui Huai the emperor gave you, but you will like it better." Shui Huai's eyes glistened as he gently stroked the bundle on his knees. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "The 3 sacks used to replace us, what's in them?" Yang Fan said, "I bought 3 pigs from Bay City." Shui Huai was silent for a moment before he suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, the tears that he had been holding back for a long time finally fell. He no longer needed to be afraid of others seeing him cry, nor did he need to be afraid of others seeing him weak. From now on, he was Feng Xiaobao. He was himself. Yang Fan came out of the cabin and stood still. The captain immediately came up to him. Yang Fan ordered, "Move them to a large ship heading for Southeast Asia, then escort them all the way out. Be careful on the road, and keep my letter carefully. My master is the ruler of that country. After reading this letter, the people of that country will not make things difficult for you." The captain nodded his head heavily and said, "Rest assured, sect leader." At this moment, the boat had already reached the shore. Yang Fan stepped onto the shore and walked step by step up the willow bank. The boat then swung towards the middle of the river, raised the sails, and sailed into the distance. Yang Fan stood on the embankment and stared at it for a long time. Then he took the reins from runway, mounted the horse, and galloped in the opposite direction. In the backyard of the White Horse Temple, the thick smoke coming out from the chimney of the crematorium was gradually thinning. Princess Taiping sighed and said to Sanshan monk, "Abbot Huai passed away in his meditation room this morning. From today onwards, Abbot Sanshan is the abbot of the White Horse Temple." Sanshan monk chanted the name of Buddha and took a step forward. He twirled his Buddhist beads, and said in a low voice, "Shui Huai's sudden death might cause criticism. I think that we can order our disciples to secretly announce that he drank too much and died suddenly. What does your highness think?" Princess Taiping said indifferently, "Do not let me know about this. Do what you think is appropriate." Sanshan monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again. Princess Taiping's carriage still left through the corner door. In a short while, they were far away from the White Horse Temple. At this moment, at the main entrance of the White Horse Temple, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong had already led a large number of patrol officers and bailiffs. They carried iron chains and shackles and barged in aggressively. The ruffian monks of the White Horse Temple swindled, fought, and even humiliated officials. The Luoyang prefecture had long piled up complaints about them. Now, it was finally time to settle the score. Shui Huai was the same as the old nun from Hanoi. He also had many disciples. However, most of them were recommended by ruffians and became his disciples. The ones who usually followed him were only the dozen or so people who fooled around with him in the streets. Half of these people listened to Hongyi and Honglu and did not come to the temple for the past few days to avoid trouble. The remaining people who did not believe in evil were all captured by Tang Zong. The White Horse Temple, which had been in a foul atmosphere for 10 years, finally had peace. Sanshan monk returned to the abbot's meditation room, which had changed owners for 10 years. Tears streamed down his old face. After listening to Hongyi and Honglio's words, monk Yizhua was very vigilant these past few days. Especially when Shui Huai entered the palace today, he immediately hid out and coincidentally avoided the Luoyang prefecture's search. After the Luoyang prefecture's officials escorted a group of people away, Yizhua sneaked back to the White Horse Temple. He went to the steel forest in the backyard and dug out his belongings. Inside the belongings, there were some things that he recorded, some gold, silver, and silk that he had saved over the years, and the Taoist robe that he had taken off in the past. When he dug out the Taoist robe, it had long been rotten. The former head of the Hongshou monastery was stroking his tattered Taoist robe, and tears streamed down his face. Tang Zong escorted those people back to the yamen. He first put those ruffians in prison, then he went to Lai Junshin's detention room to report. When he arrived at the door, he saw 4 patrolling inspectors armed with swords standing guard. Tang Zong said, "Is the prefectural magistrate here? The group of ruffians from the White Horse Temple has been captured. I have come to report to the prefectural magistrate." A squad leader said politely, "The prefectural magistrate is personally investigating a case. County Lieutenant, please go back first. We will report on your behalf." In the detention room, a white-haired old man stood in front of the desk with his head lowered. 4 patrolling inspectors stood with their hands on their swords. Lai Junshin stood behind the desk with a baby in his arms. He carefully looked at the baby and said with a smile, "Old man Xiao, is this your eldest grandson? I heard that you have 3 sons, but now you only have this eldest grandson? Ha ha ha, this child is very cute. He really looks like you." Old man Xiao begged, "This child is innocent. Please show mercy to the prefectural magistrate." Lai Junshin curled his lips and said, "Of course the child is innocent. Why would the prefectural magistrate do anything to an ignorant child? However, if you don't open your mouth, your entire family will be imprisoned. I will only let you out after I find out the truth." Lai Junshin gently patted the child and said with a smile, "It's not very comfortable in prison, especially after a winter. The weather has just warmed up, and the smell, the child is so young and delicate. If there's an accident or illness, it's your fault as a grandfather." Lai Junshin turned his head and asked a scribe next to him, "Yesterday, how many suspects in the prison contracted a serious illness and died?" Old man Zhao's forehead was full of sweat. Suddenly, his knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. He said with tears in his eyes, "I confess, I confess. I only ask the prefectural magistrate to let my grandson go." Lai Junshin said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as you confess, the prefectural magistrate will not make things difficult for you." As Lai Junshin said this, he slowly walked over and handed the child to him. Old man Xiao quickly took the child and hugged him tightly in his arms. He said with difficulty, "Master Li has received a generous gift from Sun Wanrong." Lai Junshin was overjoyed. He hurriedly gave the scribe a look and told him to quickly record the confession. He turned around and sat down behind the desk. His tone became more and more amiable. "Don't rush, speak slowly. When did Sun Wanrong give gifts to Li Zhaoda? What gifts did he give? What did he ask Li Zhaoda to do? Tell me clearly, and you can bring your precious grandson home." Old man Xiao had no choice but to confess in detail. It turned out that this old man Xiao was originally the steward of Li Zhaoda's residence. When Li Zhaoda was demoted to Lingnan, he dismissed his family, and old man Xiao returned home. In the end, Li Zhaoda did not go far. Because of the impeachment of Li Zhaoda for meddling in the selection of officials in the southern border, the officials gradually shifted the blame to someone else. They tried to use Wu Sanxi as a breakthrough point and implicate the Wu clan. Wu Zetian saw through this plot in time. Therefore, she pardoned Li Zhaoda's heavy crimes and only demoted him to an imperial censor. She allowed him to stay in the capital and thus ended the investigation of the case. Although Li Zhaoda returned to the capital, he was no longer the prime minister. There was no need for so many servants at home. Therefore, only a portion of them were recalled. Old man Xiao was already old and was not among them. Now that Lai Junshin wanted to deal with Li Zhaoda, he looked for old man Xiao. As the steward of the prime minister's residence, if someone were to send gifts or socialize with him, he would know. Old man Xiao was loyal to Li Zhaoda, but Lai Junshin used his grandson to threaten him. This little grandson was his flesh and blood, and he had to protect him even if he had to sacrifice his own life. Left with no choice, he could only confess everything. Speaking of Sun Wanrong, he was a tribal leader of the Kaitande clan. His grandfather, Sun Aocao, surrendered to the Sui dynasty and was appointed as the imperial minister. During the Tang dynasty, Sun Aocao submitted to the Tang dynasty and was placed by Li Yuan in the vicinity of Yingzhou, Longcheng, now Chaoyang, Liaoning. He was also given the title of General Yanhui and was placed in charge of Liaozhou, Liaodong City, now Liaoyang, Liaoning. From then on, the Sun clan settled there. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji, the military governor of Songma, and the Khitan great chieftain Kugu passed away. The successor, Abgu, led the tribes and the Shi clan to rebel. However, they were defeated by Li Ji's troops, and Abgu was captured alive. As a result, the Khitan clan no longer had a great leader. From then on, the leaders of the most powerful tribes jointly governed the Khitan clan. Sun Wanrong, who was the leader of the Kaitande clan, had once stayed in Chang and as a hostage for a long time. After he became the tribe leader, he had always worked hard to maintain a close relationship with the imperial court. Gradually, he stood out among the major tribes and grasped the greatest power, becoming the de facto leader. However, without the recognition of the central government, he had no right to give orders. As a result, Sun Wanrong prepared a generous gift and went to the capital. He looked for Li Zhaoda, who at that time was the absolute boss in front of Wu Zetian. After some business, Li Zhaoda spoke on his behalf and asked Wu Zetian to confer him the title of General of the Right Jade Seal Guards, Provincial Governor of Guiqing Prefecture, County Duke of Yongli County, a third-rank official. This way, whether it was in terms of strength or status, he had the qualifications to govern the various Khitan tribes. But now, Sun Wanrong had rebelled. Although Sun Wanrong restrained the various tribes, he mainly relied on his own strength. Although Li Zhaoda asked the imperial court to bestow him an official position and title, it was based on the strength he already possessed at that time. But no matter what, Sun Wanrong had rebelled. Now that Sun Wanrong had rebelled, Li Zhaoda could not escape the responsibility of indulging bandits. When Lai Junqian received old Zhao's confession, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. The scribe watched as old Zhao carried his grandson out in a hurry. He moved in front of Lai Junqian and said in a flattering manner, "As long as the prefectural magistrate delivers this confession to the imperial court, it will be a great merit and will definitely be appreciated by the emperor." Lai Junqian's laughter stopped abruptly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said craftily, "No, no, no. This prefecture and Li Zhaoda have always had enmity. It is inappropriate for this prefecture to step forward, very inappropriate." He pondered for a moment and said, "Wei Suizhong. He is the imperial censor. It is most appropriate for him to step forward and impeach." At this point, Lai Junqian suddenly reacted and asked in confusion, "What has Wei Suizhong been busy with recently? I haven't seen him in a while." Chapter 704. At this moment, Wei Suizhong was in the land of tenderness. This land of tenderness was the real land of tenderness because the brothel's name was Land of Tenderness. Ever since she received the order from Yang Fan, Lu Qingqian, the head shopkeeper of Land of Tenderness, bought Wei Suizhong's lover, Su Junyang, from Peaceful Residence. Su Junyang was not a red card in Peaceful Residence, and Lu Qingqian was the most respected person in the entire Tenderness house. Therefore, it was easy for Su Junyang to jump ship from Peaceful Residence to Land of Tenderness. Su Junyang was not very beautiful, but her skin was especially fair. There were a few light freckles on the bridge of her nose, but her round face was very sweet. She was a very tasteful woman and could bear to taste. She was about 25 or 26 years old, more mature than a young girl, more energetic than a mature woman, and her every movement was dignified and charming. If she had not been in a brothel, no one would have associated her with a prostitute based on her appearance and temperament. Wei Suizhong had always wanted to redeem her, but he used to be Lai Junqian's lackey. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol and gambling, so he did not save much money. Later, when he was finally promoted, Lai Junqian fell, and the censorate fell into crisis, so he never had a chance to make money. He met Junyang when he visited a brothel. Since then, he had set his sights on Junyang, and every time he came to Tenderness House, he would go to Junyang's place. Sometimes he did not need to spend the night at her place, but he was also happy to go to her place to chat and talk. When Wei Suizhong was young, he had an older brother who married a sister-in-law, who looked similar to Su Junyang. Wei Suizhong's mother passed away early, and this sister-in-law loved him very much. She cut clothes for him and cooked for him. Under the care of his sloppy father, Wei Suizhong, who was always hungry and dressed in rags, lived a good life for a few days. Later, there was a big fire in his hometown, and the whole village was flooded. Wei Suizhong was the only one who escaped. He knelt in the direction of the village on a distant hillside and cried to the torrential flood. He didn't cry for his father. He cried for his sister-in-law. Probably from that time, there was someone in his heart. Wei Suizhong treated Junyang very well. Unlike the other guests, he never insulted or toyed with her. He was originally a ruffian, and even after he became an official, he still behaved like a ruffian. It was only in front of Junyang that he always pretended to be noble. He usually liked to come to Junyang's place. Ever since he broke into the mansion drunk and angered Madame Wang to death. He came here more often. Especially recently, for some unknown reason, the truth about Madame Wang's death had spread like wildfire in the streets. Wei Suizhong had been on tenterhooks for a while, but he did not see Lai Junchen's intention to punish him. Originally, he had just calmed down, but now he was afraid again. So he did not even go home and stayed at Junyang's place every day. He drank too much today. Junyang's petite body exerted a great deal of strength to carry him to the bed. "Don't go," Wei Suizhong mumbled as he grabbed Junyang's hand. Junyang was amused and annoyed at the same time. "I'm going to pour you a bowl of soup to sober you up. I don't want a drink. I want you to accompany me," Wei Suizhong said with a slurred tongue. He turned his body sideways and put her palm against his cheek as a pillow. Su Junyang sighed softly and tidied the messy hair on his forehead. "Lang Jun, you rarely get drunk in front of me," she said faintly, "but recently, Lang Jun, do you have something on your mind?" Wei Suizhong closed his eyes and mumbled, "What can I have on my mind? I'm just making wild guesses." Su Junyang said softly, "Lang Jun, don't lie to me. I have heard about what happened at Lai Junchen's house." Wei Suizhong suddenly opened his eyes and sat up nervously. What did you hear?" As soon as he sat up, he felt dizzy. He could not help but lie down again, holding his head and moaning. Su Junyang changed her position and sat next to his head. She gently massaged his head. "Lang Jun, this matter has spread among the commoners. In this world, no matter how big or small the matter is, the courtyard will know the fastest. How could I not know? Alas, Lai Junchen is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, Lang Jun has caused a big trouble. No wonder. Wei Suizhong was originally very comfortable being massaged by her, but when he heard this, he became nervous again. He grabbed her hand and opened his eyes. "You also think that he will definitely take revenge on me?" Su Junyang said, "What possibility? This is inevitable. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife is absolutely irreconcilable. Although Lai Junchen's wife was kidnapped from someone else, and he may not take it to heart, she is after all his legitimate wife and not a concubine. Even if he doesn't care about this wife, he cares about what the world thinks. If people say that Lai Junchen's wife was humiliated and died, and Lai Junchen could not do anything to that person, do you think Lai Junchen can tolerate it?" Wei Suizhong sat up uneasily. He resisted the nausea in his heart and said, "He won't. Up until now, he has never done anything to me." Su Jinyang said, "Silly Lang Jun, he has just returned from Tongzhou. His former henchmen have all been eliminated. He still needs Lang Jun. Naturally, he can tolerate you for a while. When he has gathered more henchmen and no longer needs you," Wei Suizhong's face turned pale. Su Jinyang said, "Lang Jun, you know Lai Junchen's character. If he wants to do anything to you, it will be too late for regrets. Lang Jun will never be able to defeat him. It is better to avoid him as soon as possible." Wei Suizhong said blankly, "Avoid? Where can I go?" Su Junyang gritted her teeth and suddenly said, "Lang Jun, wait." She turned around and went to the dressing table. She opened the small door at the bottom and took out some household items. Finally, she took out a small package and went back to the bed to open it. Wei Suizhong saw that the package was full of gold hairpins, silver ornaments, pearls, and cat's eye jewelry. He was shocked and asked, "What is this?" Su Jinyang said faintly, "This is a little private money that I have saved for many years. Although it is not much, it can be sold for some money. Now, I give it to Lang Jun." Wei Suizhong was stunned and said, "Give it to me?" Su Jinyang's expression suddenly turned sad. She said with a gloomy face, How can I not understand Long Juan's feelings for me? I was hoping that one day I would be able to wash away all the dirt and become a good person. I would serve Lang Jun and give birth to Long Juan's children. Now I don't dare to have any more hopes. I only hope that Lang Jun will be safe. As Su Jianyang said this, 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. She choked and said, Lang Jun, listen to my advice. Hurry and escape. If you wait for Lai Junshin to make trouble, Lang Jun, it will be too late to regret. Wei Suizhong was born a ruffian, so he had never seen such a scene. Su Jianyang's words. Wash away all evil, abandon the lowly and become a good man. Serve Lang Jun from now on. Bear children for Long Juan's sake were like a bowl of ecstasy, making him feel like his soul was floating, unable to go up to heaven or down to earth. Seeing that she took out all the private money that she had saved for many years and gave it to him just for his safety, Wei Suizhong's heart trembled. His whole heart was already burning hot. Junyang, I didn't dote on you for nothing. I didn't misjudge you. Wei Suizhong hugged Su Jianyang tightly. He couldn't help but shed tears. I won't go. Where can I go? It wasn't easy for me to become an official. I still want to marry you as my wife. We can live a good life together. Su Jianyang said anxiously, Lang Jun, although I'm not the favorite in this courtyard, it will cost a lot to redeem me. Where can Lang Jun find the money? Lai Junshin is the enemy of the whole court. Lang Jun works for him. You are not popular in the court. Now you have offended Lai Junshin. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in this big world. The more Su Jianyang said this, the more Wei Suizhong regarded her as a treasure. How could he bear to abandon her and escape alone? When Su Jianyang said that Lai Junshin is the enemy of the whole court, Wei Suizhong's heart brightened. It was as if an aperture had been opened. Su Jianyang saw him kneeling on the bed and suddenly became like a wooden statue. She couldn't help but ask with concern, Lang Jun, what happened to you? Wei Suizhong's face became a little ferocious. Wei Suizhong, am not easy to bully. Whoever wants me dead, I will kill them. Su Jianyang said fearfully, Lang Jun, what happened to you? Wei Suizhong changed to a gentle tone and said, Jianyang, I'm fine. Don't worry. Bring me a bowl of soup to sober up. I want to sober up. Okay, Su Jianyang replied and turned to walk out. At the end of the long corridor, Lu Qingqian put one hand behind her back and another hand holding some fish food. She threw it into the pond and watched the golden carps rushing and jumping for food. Su Jianyang walked slowly to his side and stopped. She bowed slightly and said, Lord Lu. Lu Qingqian sprinkled a handful of fish food and said lightly, How is it? Su Jianyang said, He has the intention to resist Lai Junshin, but I think he hasn't figured out how to do it. Lu Qingqian said, Continue to consolidate his ideas. Make sure he is not acting on a whim. I'll help him when the time comes. Su Jianyang replied, Yes. She agreed, but stood there hesitantly and didn't leave. Lu Qingqian didn't look back and said, Don't worry. As long as he obediently does as I say, I will protect him and fulfill your wish. Only then did Su Jianyang reveal a sincere expression of joy. She bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Lu, for fulfilling my wish. Lu Qingqian threw the last handful of fish food and clapped her hands. She walked away with her hands behind her back. There were only 3 days left before Yang Fan married. New Yang Fan didn't want to make it a grand wedding. Anyway, even if he was still in the Ministry of Personnel, the wedding wouldn't be as grand as Xiao Man's wedding. There wouldn't be a marriage bestowed by the emperor, and there wouldn't be a banquet to celebrate with the princes, princesses, and imperial masters. What's more, he was just a small supervisor with no real power. He was also suspended at home indefinitely. It was impossible for those who fawned on the rich and powerful to come. However, without these factors, he could make the wedding more warm and lively if he only invited friends and relatives. Yang Fan was idle at home, so he could personally handle the wedding. This afternoon, he had just finalized some details of the wedding banquet with several stewards in the study and sent them out. Before he could take a breath, Runway came in with 2 secret reports, one happy and one sad. Chapter 705. The news sent by Runway was mixed with joy and worry. The joy was that Wei Suizhong had finally made up his mind. Yang Fan instructed his people to spread the truth of Madame Wang's suicide and create various rumors to put psychological pressure on Wei Suizhong. Then, she made use of Wei Suizhong's trust in Su Jinyang. By redeeming Su Jinyang's freedom, helping her and Wei Suizhong to be together, and giving them a sum of money that was enough for them to live the rest of their lives in peace, she made Su Jinyang persuade Wei Suizhong. Now, it finally worked. On the outside, the Zhang brothers, who were more favored by the emperor, plotted against him. On the inside, Wei Suizhong, who knew all his dirty deeds, betrayed him. With these 2 factors combined, Yang Fan believed that he could not bring down Lai Junchen. But under the joy, there was also a worry. That worry was, it seemed that Li Xiaoda was going to be unlucky again. This news was not too detailed. It was sent by Li Jing, the new recording military advisor of Luoyang. Li Jing provided Lai Junchen with a large number of names of people who were sheltered under the protection of the 3 scammers, evaded taxes, and used public power for private purposes through the old nun of Hanoi, Taoist Shifeng, and Moliai. Not only did he cut off the last force of young Master Jiang in Luoyang with Lai Junchen's help, but he also gained Lai Junchen's trust. Because of this, Li Jing knew Lai Junchen's plan in advance, but he had not inquired about the details. Lai Junchen did not need him for the matter of Bai, so he would not tell him too much. If he deliberately inquired about it, it would arouse Lai Junchen's suspicion. From the information he had now, he only knew that Lai Junchen wanted to deal with Li Xiaoda, and the reason was that the Khitan leader Sun Wanrong, whom he recommended, had rebelled. The imperial court system had always had the system of involving people. Although it was not as strict as in the Qin state, if an official recommended an official who committed a crime, he would be held responsible. This was also the reason why officials above the 5th rank had the right to recommend someone, but dared not to recommend someone at will. Now, that Sun Wanrong rebelled. Even if Lai Junchen did not deliberately make trouble for Li Xiaoda, he should also bear the responsibility. However, he had already been unlucky. Most officials would not do such a ruthless thing, which would affect their image in the officialdom. Moreover, Li Xiaoda's recommendation had a special reason. Sun Wanrong was a foreign official. The Khitan tribes were dependent on the imperial court, and the imperial court's policy towards them was to keep them in line. Whichever tribe was stronger, the imperial court would give the leader of that tribe a higher official position, so as to win them over and not cause any trouble. This had always been the policy of the Tang dynasty since its founding. Li Xiaoda was the prime minister, so it was only natural that he would weigh the pros and cons before making a recommendation to the emperor. This was what Li Xiaoda was supposed to do as the prime minister, but he accepted the gift, so it was hard to explain. Why did you recommend Sun Wanrong? Was it for the sake of stabilizing the border, or out of selfishness? The gifts Li Xiaoda received included a sea dragon fur robe, a bushel of pearls, a box of ginseng, and 4 horses. Speaking of which, given his status as the prime minister, these gifts were not very valuable. When Li Xiaoda was the prime minister, he had already become the biggest obstacle to Li Tang's recovery. Now that he was only a supervising censor, he was already harmless to others. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel some compassion. Yang Fan thought for a while and ordered, "Think of a way to leak this news to Li Xiaoda so that he can prepare early. As for Wei Suizhong, we need to work harder to win him over and prevent him from turning back. Once he has made up his mind, we will begin the entire plan to eradicate Lai Junchen." Ren Wei agreed and quickly walked out. As soon as Yang Fan destroyed the two secret reports, Third Sister called out from outside the study, "Alang, Envoy Gua, and Madam are here to bring Miss Anu." Hearing this, Yang Fan hurriedly adjusted the belt on his robe and ordered, "Quickly open the door. I want to personally welcome them." Gua Jingji was going to be transferred from his post in Weizhou to another place, so he specially came back to the capital to report on his duties. Coincidentally, it was the festive season, so he stayed in the capital for a few more days. At this time, Gua Jingji's old mother had already passed away, so Gua Jingji didn't need to leave his wife at home to take care of his old mother. So his whole family had to follow him to take up his post. Madame naturally had to come along, but because her brother was born a little simple-minded, he couldn't manage the household alone in his hometown, so he brought her along as well. Because Gua Jingji had also brought his wife along, Yang Fan hurriedly ordered someone to find Xiao Man, and the husband and wife joined hands to welcome them. The door was wide open, and Yang Fan and his wife walked all the way. Just as they reached the door, they heard a loud shout, "Where's my family's cousin? Why hasn't she come to see me? I'm going to find her." Yang Fan took a step out of the doorway and coincidentally saw an awe-inspiring, burly man walking towards them, and someone shouted from behind, "Erlang, you can't stop right there." Yang Fan took a look at this man. He was as strong as a bull, with thick eyebrows and big eyes and regular facial features. He was definitely a burly man, but he was full of simple-mindedness, lacking a bit of quick-wittedness and calmness. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could this be the Gua family's Erlang, Gua Xiaofan that Anu mentioned before? Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Are you the Gua family's Erlang?" The burly man was stunned. He looked him up and down and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. "Who are you? How do you know me?" At this time, Gua Jingji and his wife, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs, quickly walked up. Gua Jingji laughed and said, "I presume this is the Erlang?" "Ha! Thank you, Madame Yang, for coming out to welcome me. I am ashamed." Gua Xiaofan continued to scratch the back of his head. He was even more puzzled. "Big brother, why don't you recognize me? What are you thinking? I am the Erlang." Madame Gua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at him fiercely and tenderly scolded, "Go away." Gua Xiaofan pouted and whispered, "You're still so fierce to me in front of my big brother. You tigress." At this moment, Yang Fan was sizing up Gua Jingji. He saw that this provincial governor was 9 feet tall, with a purple face and a long beard. He had a square face and big ears. His stature was tall and sturdy, his physique strong and sturdy. If his leopard eyes were replaced by red phoenix eyes, and he wore a green turban on his head and held a crescent saber in his hand, he would look very much like the Marquis of Han Shouting Guanyu. Yang Fan thought, this is Provincial Governor Gua, as expected of the descendant of the great Han dynasty's Marquis Aling. Truly awe-inspiring. What a great man. Gua Jingji was also sizing him up. Yang Fan was only wearing casual clothes, a moon-white long robe embroidered with bamboo patterns. His hair was tied up in a jade bun, and he had a jade-colored headband that reached his eyebrows. His figure was tall and handsome, his face like jade, his eyes like bright stars, and his eyes as clear as water. Gua Jingji saw his character and was secretly impressed, thinking, this is the new sect leader of Xian sect. His character and demeanor are no less than Lu Binmi's, compared to Lu Binmi's cold arrogance that pushes people 1,000 miles away. He is more likable and approachable. The two of them were thinking of each other, but their hands were not slow. Yang Fan first bowed and said with a smile, "Envoy, Madam, This Yang and my wife did not go out to welcome you. Forgive us, forgive us. While they were sizing each other up, Xiang Rulin was also watching from the side. She first looked at Xiaoman and saw that her appearance was charming, her figure was enchanting, and her looks weren't inferior to her sworn sister, Nu. She couldn't help but nod, silently. Xiaoman looked at her wide-sleeved robe, jade-colored silk skirt, her slender neck, and her exquisite facial features. She was as enchanting as the orchid in the bottle, and her every movement was dignified and elegant. Xiaoman couldn't help but be silently impressed. As expected of a daughter of a prestigious clan, a noble madam, such a disposition is truly extraordinary. Xiang Rulin looked at Yang Fan again and saw his appearance. She was delighted. No wonder my sworn sister is infatuated with him. He is truly a talented man. Now, he is the sect patriarch of Xian sect and is worthy of my sworn sister. With the two clans being married, the relationship between the Xian sect and the hidden sect will no longer be as hostile as before. The more Xiang Rulin thought about it, the happier she was. She smiled and said, "Our clans are going to be real relatives soon. There is no need to be so courteous." Guo Xiaofan finally came to his senses and exclaimed, "Ah, you are Yang Fan? You are my younger sister's husband? Ha ha, I am also called Fan, and you are also called Fan. We are really fated." Xiang Rulin said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Yang clan's second brother is slightly older than you. You have to call him elder brother." Guo Xiaofan said excitedly, "That is not how it is. That is not how it is. Nu is my cousin. Even if he is 80 years old now, he still has to call me elder brother. I am older than him." Ha ha ha. Xiaoman burst out in laughter and quickly stepped aside to let the guests in. "Envoy, Madam Guo clan's second brother, please go to the hall and have a chat. Let us not stand at the entrance." The group walked inside in a lively manner. Guo Xiaofan loyally played the role of the elder brother. "This young lady is so beautiful. You are Beta Persei's wife, right? Let me tell you, Nu is my younger sister. She married into your clan and became your younger sister. You cannot bully her. If you bully her, I will not allow it." This time, Guo Jingji's face also darkened. "Erling, shut up." Guo Xiaofan straightened his neck and challenged his elder brother. "Elder brother, are you talking about Beta Persei's son or Guo Erling? If you are talking about Guo Erling, then I will shut up. If you are talking about Beta Persei's son, then I will not shut up." Guo Jingji put his hand on his forehead. He had a headache. Xiaoman rolled her eyes and held back her laughter. "Nu often talks about you, especially Guo Erling. She misses you very much. Does Erling want to see Nu?" This Guo Xiaofan could be said to be stupid, but he was also a bit narrow-minded. As soon as he heard Xiaoman's words, he did not care whether she was talking about Yang Erling or Guo Erling, and immediately agreed. Xiaoman then said, "Steward, take Erlang to see Miss Nu." Guo Xiaofan happily followed the Yang residence's housekeeper to see his cousin. After luring this unreasonable person away, both the host and the guest then took their seats and started to discuss the details of the wedding. Yang Fan knew that the Guo clan was a Taiyuan aristocratic clan and had a close relationship with the hidden sect. Guo Jingji also knew that he was the evident sect patriarch. Speaking of which, other than being relatives, they were already considered a family. However, this family wasn't harmonious, because the evident sect and the hidden sect used to fight openly and covertly. Some things were hard to say now. A faction's grudges and conflicts weren't something that could be decided and controlled by the faction's leader alone. Some things had to wait for Yang Fan and Shenmu to meet and discuss and resolve it before there would be no future troubles. Shinmu was still in Xinlua and had yet to return. As a member of the hidden sect, it wasn't good for Guo Jingji to have too much contact with Yang Fan. Yang Fan was also aware of this. Therefore, he only discussed the wedding with Guo Jingji. As for topics that shouldn't be mentioned, both of them tacitly avoided it. After they finished their discussion, Xiaoman accompanied Xiang Rulin to fetch Anu while Yang Fan personally sent them back to their residence. Coincidentally, after Guo Jingji and his family entered the capital city, they rented an empty residence that belonged to Wu Sanxi's family. It was the residence that Anu and Yang Fan rented in order to trick Lu Junfan and pretend to be a prestigious clan in Dunhuang. Back then, Anu only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude to Yang Fan and didn't reveal her true identity to him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was burdened with a blood feud and was disguised as a shopkeeper to search for his enemies. He didn't have the time to care about starting a family. They never expected that fate was decided by the heavens and that they were finally together. When Yang Fan and Anu alighted from the carriage and saw the huge residence, they subconsciously looked at each other. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. That smile was like the melting of ice and snow, the stopping of the north wind, the arrival of spring, and the blossoming of flowers. All the frustrations and hardships in their hearts were fermented and turned into a cup of mellow and fragrant wine. Chapter 706. Yang Fan's wedding was held as scheduled. There was no emperor's decree this time, so there was less official pomp, but it also made all the people who attended the wedding less restrained. Without Wu Sanxi, Xue Huai, and Princess Taiping competing for wealth, everyone's eyes were more focused on the newlyweds. The whole wedding was more relaxed, more festive, and more warm. The Yang family was no longer the same as before. Now that the Yang family was rich in financial resources, they were well prepared for everything. The Yang family did not need to capture Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga to decorate the house like they did last time. All they needed to do was to transfer some workers from various shops, and everything would be done in an orderly manner. Yang Fan was a person who had been married once, so the psychological pressure was far less than the last time. So the whole process was not like the last time, where he always had a stiff smile on his face, like a puppet being manipulated by others. This time, Yang Fan greeted the guests, socialized with friends, and talked and laughed wittily, very calmly. Most of the guests of the Yang family were old neighbors of the Showan workshop, but in addition to many of Yang Fan's good friends in the Ministry of Justice and the army, there were also many officials who were only acquaintances. These people came for Guo Jingji. Guo Jingji was a provincial governor and a high-ranking official. He also had some friends in the imperial court. The wedding banquet lasted until dusk. Yang Fan rode a white horse with red silk flowers, and accompanied by Qindong, Sun Yuxuan, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, and other civil and military friends, he went to Guo Jingji's rented house to pick up the bride. When the bride was picked up from the Guo mansion, the wedding banquet reached its climax. Nu first toasted to her eldest sister, Xiaoman, and accompanied Yang Fan to toast the guests table by table amidst the laughter and cheers of the crowd. The whole Yang mansion was full of laughter and voices. Yang Fan had already given red packets to the gatekeepers of the Good Fortune Workshop and the Showan Workshop. He also helped those guests who were not officials apply for a permit to travel at night, so even the poor neighbors of the Showan Workshop did not have to worry about being interrogated or having their doors closed when they returned home late. They could drink to their heart's content. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the lanterns were lit. The guests finally dispersed, and the hustle and bustle of the day finally quieted down. Xiaoman had already coaxed the child to sleep. Yang Fan sent away the guests and returned to the bridal chamber. Anu, who had returned earlier, was already sitting obediently by the bed. The The red candles in the room were burning brightly, reflecting her white and tender cheeks, faintly giving off a faint luster. Seeing Yang Fan come in, Anu quickly glanced at him and shyly lowered her head. Her pretty face blushed, and her fingers twisted together in embarrassment. She was not as graceful as she was in front of the guests. Yang Fan closed the door and looked at his beautiful wife, who was like a fox fairy sitting under the candlelight. She was dressed in a beautiful green dress and looked like a crisp fruit. His heart couldn't help but sway. He walked over and sat beside her on the bed. He gently held her in his arms and kissed her snow-white neck. Although Anu was still shy, she couldn't help but shrink her neck and giggle. "It's ticklish." Anu subconsciously dodged, but because of the distance, she saw Yang Fan's eyes full of love, being stared at by him. Anu felt as if her soul had been taken away. Her whole body was frozen there, and she stared at him for a long time. Then, a sweet smile gradually appeared on her lips. Lang Jun, today's call had a very different meaning from the past. When she said this, Anu's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to cry. Hearing this, Yang Fan was moved. He couldn't help but hug her, lay on the bed with her, and kissed her sweet petal-like lips. Only then did Anu wake up. She closed her eyes shyly and held Yang Fan's big hand that was touching the hawan, not on her waist. She complained in a sweet voice. "Lang Jun, the candle is not out yet," Yang Fan answered with experience. "The red candle in the bridal chamber should burn throughout the night. It can't be extinguished." Anu's neck turned rosy. She closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled. Then you can put down the curtain." Yang Fan held back his laughter and said, "I don't need to put down the curtain." Anu said coquettishly, "You are fooling me. How? How can there be such a rule?" Yang Fan didn't answer. He just looked at the very flat white folded cloth in the center of the embroidered quilt. A mysterious smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Well, you can't fool my Anu. You know the rules very well." "Well." Anu opened her eyes and followed Yang Fan's gaze in confusion. She saw what he was looking at with a mischievous smile, and her whole face turned red. "You bad guy." Anu bit his shoulder with hatred. Very lightly, in the end, the curtain was not put down. It seemed that the beautiful body could be appreciated more clearly under the candlelight, but when Anu reluctantly let Yang Fan take off her cumbersome bridal clothes, shyly turned her back to the bed, and curled up her delicate body, Yang Fan subconsciously put down the curtain. What came into view was a snow-white and smooth body. There were only 2 shallow red ribbons tied on the back of the mandarin ducks playing in the water, which made her back even more smooth like jade. Under the slender waist was a pair of pink panties, which wrapped a round and fleshy ball. There was an indented mark in the middle, which could attract people's eyes like a magnet. Her fragrant shoulders that seemed to have been sculpted by a knife, her smooth jade back, her slender waist, her round and bouncy buttocks, as well as her slightly curled up bashfully. Under the dim and soft light of the lamp, her exquisite curves were dazzling. Yang Fan almost subconsciously put down the curtain. This body that could make a man ecstatic belonged to him, although this boudoir was a very private place, but he still instinctively wanted to create a more private space. So he put down the curtain. Therefore, in this more private and narrow space, he put his most private place deep into the private greenhouse that belonged to him alone. It was tight, warm, and strangely ecstatic. A delicate moan sounded like the sound of wind and rain, pitter-patter, at the northern foot of Mount Hua. The bright moon covered the ground with its clear splendor. The pear branches were sparsely scattered, and the fallen flowers were blooming in pink. Duguning looked at the bright moon in the sky through the sparse flower shadows. Since she was a young girl, she had rarely stepped out of the house because of her weak body. The outing in the city when she was a child had long become a dream in the depths of her mind. Over the years, the space that she could move around in was getting smaller and smaller. Occasionally going to the Tsiujiang River had become her most extravagant activity. Now, standing under the moonlight, smelling the smell of the mountains, and listening to the sound of the insects in the grass was a completely strange and novel feeling for her. This time, her eldest brother had generously allowed her to go out. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to let her go out. In fact, with her cleverness and intelligence, she had long understood her eldest brother's intentions. However, she didn't dare to hope for anything. Since she was very young, she had already understood that the more hope she had, the more disappointment she would have. Her frail body was like an orchid in a deep valley. It was true that she couldn't withstand the onslaught of wind and rain, but even the sun and rain were as bad as not enough for her. She raised her slender neck and stared at the bright moon in the sky. She foolishly thought, "Perhaps I really like him. Unfortunately, my sickly body doesn't even have the qualifications to be a wife. Perhaps my life is like the flowers on this branch, hurriedly blooming and hurriedly falling." A breeze passed by, and a few pear blossoms floated down from the branches. Ningku stretched out her slender palm and caught the falling petals. She gently sniffed them, and a fresh and refreshing smell assailed her nose. The pear blossoms had just fallen, and they were as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Like a doting mother, the boat lady just looked at her with a smile. But as the moon rose higher and higher, it was already past Ningku's time to rest. She could only step forward. "I know. It's time to sleep. I'll go back now." Before she could say anything, Ningku smiled at her. The boat lady couldn't bear to urge her anymore, and stopped. Ningku held the pear blossoms in her hand, reluctantly glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and slowly walked back to the mountain residence. At the entrance of the mountain residence, a man in indigo stood. Seeing Ningku coming back, he saluted her. The boat lady frowned unhappily. "Miss needs to rest. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it tomorrow." "No need." Ningku stopped the man in indigo, who was about to retreat in panic. She pondered for a while and said, "I have read the message you sent. He did the right thing. Now, we should only consolidate our strength, and it's not advisable to do anything else lest we make a fool of ourselves." The man hurriedly replied, "Yes." Ningku continued, "Consolidating the periphery is ultimately for the decisive battle in the center, and the operation of the center is to take advantage of the conflict between the Wu family and the Zhang family. His idea is also very correct. Tell eldest brother that these things don't need to be passed on to me in the future, and he doesn't need to interfere. It's enough to keep his role." "Yes." The man in indigo saluted again and quietly left. The boat lady opened the door, and a ray of light came out of the room and poured on Ningku. Ningku looked at the man until he disappeared into the night, then turned around and said to the boat lady, "Eldest brother has been relying on me all these years. But I'm just a weak woman. I've racked my brains, but all I can do is to prevent the family from collapsing too quickly. It's not easy to maintain, let alone develop. In the future, I can finally unload this burden." The boat lady asked cautiously, "Miss, do you think he can protect the Dugu family?" Ningku gently shook his head. "A family is like a country. Its rise and fall are caused by external and internal factors, and so on. No matter success or failure, it can't be pinned on one person. When I said that my burden could finally be lifted, it was because I could only do so much. If he can restore Li Tang, then the Dugu family will naturally be able to stand firm. If he can keep the position of the clan head, then with his help and guidance, the Dugu family will naturally benefit. All these can ensure the Dugu family will not collapse for 100 years. As for after 100 years, Ning Ku lightly sighed. The things after 100 years should be worried about by the people after 100 years. Those who want to use an iron bucket of country or endless wealth to arrange everything for their descendants are just an idiot's dream. Is Qin Shi Huang's country still safe now? How many coins can Fan Li's wealth rival a country's? I don't want to be that idiot. After Ningku finished, he looked slightly excited and said excitedly, now that I've unloaded the burden, I want to travel the world. It's a pity that the Wanxiang Palace was burned to the ground. This time I can only go to Luoyang to see the Tianshu Palace. I also want to go to the Grand Canal, see Yangzhou City, walk the Shu Road of Sword Sect, and see the tens of thousands of merchants in Guangzhou. Okay, I'll do as you say. My good girl, have a good rest first. Later, we'll travel the world. Looking at Ning Ku's shining eyes, the boat lady secretly felt sad. After serving Ning Ku to sleep and extinguishing the light for her, the boat lady walked out of the room and closed the door. She quietly stood there for a moment, listening to the steady and thin breathing in the room, and gently wiped the corner of her eyes. In the sky, there was a shooting star streaking across the sky. Chapter 707. The early morning sun shone through the window, illuminating the room. There was still a small section of the red candle left on the table, and the candle droplets piled up on the table. Nu softly curled up into a ball, lazily opened her sleepy eyes as if she wanted to stretch. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she met Yang Fan's smiling eyes. She immediately recalled the wild night last night, and her pretty face blushed. She quickly pulled up the sheet and buried her face under it. Yang Fan smiled and gently patted her firm and round buttocks through the sheet. Nu's delicate body trembled, but she did not speak. Yang Fan pulled down the sheet that hid her face, revealing her blushing pretty face, and gently kissed her on the cheek. Nu's shyness and reservation were ignited into passion by Yang Fan's kiss. She opened her pair of soft jade arms, tightly hugged Yang Fan's body, and buried her hot face in his chest. Yang Fan was no longer the young boy who tasted love for the first time. He began to know how to restrain himself and began to understand how to cherish his own woman. On Nu's first time having sex, Yang Fan did not dare to enjoy himself too much. Last night, he only had sex with her once, so this morning, Nu only felt the joy of having sex for the first time, without a trace of fatigue or pain. Being hugged by her, Yang Fan thought of her trembling and twisting body under his body last night. Her whole body was soft, as if there were no bones, but her legs were unusually strong, tightly wrapping around his strong and sturdy body, melted like honey, as soft as a cloud, and as wriggling like a snake. His heart suddenly swayed, and he was somewhat eager to give it a try. This little lass was really a natural stunner, especially in bed. Right now, she was still young and inexperienced and didn't know how to cooperate or perform, but it was already so wonderful. He really didn't know what kind of ecstasy it would be when she was fully mature. Yang Fan endured the desire in his heart and patted her little buttocks. All right, don't be shy. Quickly get up if you sleep late. Xiaoman will laugh at you. Aya. Nu hurriedly poked her head out of his arms. What time is it? Looking at the bright sky, Anu became even more anxious. The sky is already so bright. Why didn't you wake me up? Now, I'm too ashamed to face anyone. Anu hastily sat up and rummaged through her clothes on the bed. Suddenly, she saw Yang Fan's hands as a pillow, looking at her with a smile. Only then did she realize that her body was exposed. She cried out again, "Don't look!" She pulled a pillow and pressed it on Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan didn't move. His mischievous voice came from under the pillow. Women are really hard to understand. Last night, you held me with your legs and didn't let go. Now that I look at you, you're so embarrassed. Ouch! Miss A Nu exerted her obscenity by kicking the stinky guy who rode on her body last night off the bed. Yang Fan's honeymoon began in a unique way. A Nu's wedding was much happier than Xiao Man's. At that time, Xiao Man was still in love with her elder brother, but she didn't know her elder brother. She spent her wedding night alone, and eating at the same table with Yang Fan every day was a kind of torture. As for A Nu, she got married last night, and this morning she was already a proper bride. Yang Fan's work was suspended by Lai Junchen, and Lai Junchen had long forgotten about it, but no one dared to deal with the decision he had made. Therefore, Yang Fan had been idle at home. This was equivalent to taking a long vacation, and he could accompany his lovely wife every day. Spring was warm, flowers were blooming, and everything was recovering. Every day, Yang Fan accompanied his lovely wife and a pair of children to enjoy the flowers, go boating, and go fishing. He was very happy. After a cold winter, in this spring, it seemed that everyone was a little restless. After the appearance of Taoist Zhang in the case of Lu Sili and Zhuo Lianyao, and the clumsy performance of the old nun in Hanoi, Taoist Shifeng, and the barbarian Moliai, until Xue Huai, the fake monk, burned down the divine palace of Wanxiang, Wu Zetian was sick of monks, nuns, immortals, and Buddhas. In this spring, she issued an imperial edict announcing that Xi Shi Yu Gu would be removed from her emperor title. Xi Shi was Maitreya, and Yu Gu was the oldest because there was more than one Maitreya and Bodhisattva in Buddhism, and Xi Shi Yu Gu represented the highest Maitreya. But now she no longer needed Maitreya, so she added a new title for herself, Tianshu Golden, Wheel Saint God Emperor. Tianshu, appointed by God. Later, Tianshu Golden, Will Saint God Emperor established the Crane Control Bureau and conferred Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi as officials. The officials of the musical house were good at singing and dancing to entertain the emperor, but the two officials of the Crane Control Bureau relied on their good looks and skills in bed. Lai Junchen collected all the evidence and finally instructed Wei Suizhong to impeach Li Zhaoda. Although Li Zhaoda had been warned by Yang Fan in advance, he had no way to deal with it. A phoenix without wings was inferior to a chicken. Today, Li Zhaoda had been deserted by everyone. Lai Junchen made a false accusation, and many prime ministers could do nothing about it. Even Di Renjia, who was nicknamed Old Fox, was helpless, not to mention that Lai Junchen did have solid evidence. Wu Zetian did not want to hold Li Zhaoda responsible for this matter. In her view, Li Zhaoda had already been punished, and there was no need to add another crime. However, Lai Junchen had evidence to punish him, and this evidence was Li Zhaoda's own doing. Back then, Xiangyang was suspected by King Huiwen of Qin, so he disguised himself and escaped back to his fief. But when he escaped to the city gate, it was already late. According to the law he made, no one was allowed to leave the city after dusk except for official business. According to his rules, no one was allowed to wander on the street after the curfew. He wanted to stay in an inn, but because he had made a rule that no one was allowed to receive unidentified people, he was finally caught by the officers and soldiers and was finally sentenced to death. Zhang Chujin, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice of the Wuzhou dynasty, also had such a problem. He once made a new law. Even if one had the golden token of exemption pardon, if he committed the crime of rebellion, he could only be exempted from the death penalty. Any male over the age of 15 in the family would still be beheaded, and children and women would have to serve as official slaves. As a result, he happened to be a person who had the golden token of exemption, and was arrested by Zhou Xing for the crime of rebellion. As a result, all the men in the family were beheaded, the women became officials, and he himself was sent to the frontier. A good family was destroyed. As for Li Zhaoda, he followed in the footsteps of these two sages. When he was the prime minister, he once asked Wu Zetian to issue an imperial edict Those who committed crimes in public would be sentenced to hard labor. Those who committed crimes in secret would be sentenced to exile. And those who did not surrender for more than 100 days would be severely punished and sentenced to death by hanging. Wu Zetian liked to change the name of the year, and she would change it 2 or 3 times a year. Every time she changed the name of the year, she would issue a general amnesty to the world. Thus, Li Xiaoda had many chances to be pardoned. Li Xiaoda accepted bribes from Sun Wanrong, which was a crime. In between, he had received many chances to be pardoned, but he did not surrender. Thus, he was sentenced to death by hanging. When Li Xiaoda had been in power, he had never thought that he would end up like this. Back then, he had been the chief writer of the political affairs station and had been very proud of himself. How could he turn himself in for no reason and admit that he had taken bribes? Now that Lai Junqian had found out about this, Wu Zetian had no choice but to lock him up. At this time, Wu Zetian still had no intention of killing Li Xiaoda, but the series of political changes that followed finally triggered Wu Zetian's desire to kill him. There was a reason for the Khitan rebellion this time. Last year, the Khitans suffered a famine, and the people of the various tribes had nothing to live on. They were extremely poor, and people starved to death every day. Under these circumstances, the governor of Ying Prefecture, Zhao Wenjin, not only did not provide relief, but he was insatiably greedy. Using the food shortage as an excuse, he squeezed the Khitan people even more. Sun Wanrong could not take it anymore and joined forces with his brother-in-law, Li Jinzhong. The 2 major tribes rebelled at the same time, captured Ying Prefecture, and killed Zhao Wenjin. As the banner of righteousness was raised, the various Khitan tribes that had been bullied and humiliated by the officials of the court responded. In just over 10 days, they gathered tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Then they attacked Chongzhou and captured the deputy commander of the Longshan army, Su Qingji. When the news reached the capital, Wu Zetian was furious. Originally, Wu Zetian thought that the Khitan rebellion was just a small tribe stirring up trouble and could be destroyed in a flash. In the end, the border army lost 2 prefectures in a row, and the rebels grew in numbers. The court had no choice but to mobilize troops and raise funds to suppress the rebellion. At this time, looking at the matter of Li Xiaoda asking for a title for Sun Wanrong, it was no longer an insignificant matter. After Li Xiaoda heard the news that Ying Prefecture and Chongzhou had fallen, he leaned on the bars of the prison cell and sighed to the sky. This time, the court has sent troops to suppress the rebellion. If they win, I can live. If they lose, I will die. When the court was in chaos, Yang Fan traveled every day. He looked like he was having a great time, but in secret he was scheming. On one hand, he mobilized the power of the Hall of Succession and used his connections and reputation in the southern borderline prefectures to create a good political atmosphere for the newly appointed officials to consolidate their positions and influence. On the other hand, he pulled the noose that was on Lai Junqian's head and quietly tightened it. Wu Zetian changed her title to Tianshu Golden Wheel Great Saint Emperor and established the Crane Control Bureau. She publicly raised Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, the 2 male escorts, in the palace. They were called the High Offerings, but in reality, they were her empress. Through the 2 Zhang, she selected more young and handsome youths to enter the palace. It was clear that she wanted to create a big harem. However, Wu Zetian was already over 70 years old. Even if she took in 10,000 male concubines, she would not be able to have another child. Everyone knew that the current crown prince, Li Dan, was just a decoration. The empress would not allow him to inherit the country. Thus, the establishment of an heir became a matter that the court paid more attention to. Although the court paid attention to this matter, no one dared to suggest to the emperor about the establishment of an heir. In the past, the prime ministers had done such things, and did not have a good ending. Now, they did not know what Wu Zetian was thinking. Wu Zetian did not issue an edict to ask who dared to say anything. However, no one suggested anything, but Yang Fan could create an atmosphere that someone was suggesting something. There was Shangguan Wan in the palace. There was Princess Taiping in the royal family. Yang Fan controlled the Hall of Succession and had a few officials in the court who could influence it. Through this inside and outside, from top to bottom, it was easy to create an atmosphere. Someone is secretly suggesting to the emperor about the establishment of an heir. Lai Junqian expressed his serious attention to this rumor. In the past, Lai Junqian was very slow in this aspect. At that time, he only wholeheartedly worked for Wu Zetian and did not care who the heir was. However, after being exiled to Tongzhou for several years, he gradually became enlightened. He began to understand that the heir was the future emperor. Whether he could be rich or not depended on the current emperor, and whether he could remain rich or not depended on the future emperor. Thus, like a curious duck, Lai Junqian waddled over and took the initiative to stretch his neck into the noose that Yang Fan had hung there. Chapter 708. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the willows fluttered in the wind. In Shongshan Lane, there was a magnificent mansion located directly outside the lane wall. Suddenly, the middle door opened wide. 2 rows of galley servant girls carrying lanterns walked out leisurely. The Kunlun slaves led the horses in and knelt on one knee, waiting for their masters to step on their knees and mount the horses. King Liang and Wu Sanxi had drunk so much that their faces were red. They were already 60 to 70% drunk. Supported by 2 enchanting beauties, they cupped their fists and bid farewell to the guests. Those who could make King Liang personally come out to welcome them were naturally not ordinary people. Under the lanterns, a pair of beautiful women stood out. They were Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were as pretty as lotus flowers. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were secretly called the Empress and imperial concubine by the common people, were also attending King Liang's banquet today. The 3 brothers Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, as well as the Cui brothers Zhang Shuo, Gao Jian, and a few other young talents. As for Cui Di, he still lost Princess Taiping's favor in the end and did not receive her recommendation. However, Cui Shi suddenly had an idea and promptly summoned Cui Yi and Cui Qi to the capital. Now, Cui Shi, Cui Yi, Cui Qi, and their cousin Cui Qi, who had stayed in the capital for a long time, received the joint recommendation of Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner. After spending some money in the palace and bribing the Zhang brothers, they finally persuaded Wu Zetian to personally summon them. After a series of memorials, Wu Zetian was very satisfied with their talent and appearance. As a result, the 4 Cui brothers were all promoted to officials. Now, Cui Shi had risen to the heavens in a single step, becoming the assistant counselor of the Ministry of Appointments. Cui Yi, Cui Qi, and the 3 Cui brothers were also appointed Hanlin scholars. Although they did not have much real power, their status was extremely noble. The 4 Cui brothers were young and proud, and became famous in one fell swoop. Rumors of their romantic affairs with Princess Taiping became more and more popular among the common people. However, everyone had to admit that the 4 Cui brothers were indeed talented, or else they would not have been able to handle the imperial memorials alone. Wu Sanxi personally escorted Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi out of the king's mansion. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi bid farewell to their friends and returned to the imperial palace. The empress was very infatuated with them now, so they couldn't be separated from them for too long. The rest of the crowd took advantage of the alcohol to wander about. On the periphery, there were servants carrying lanterns and torches. They strolled along the long embankment of the Luo River, very carefree. Today's banquet was single-handedly organized by Cui Shi. Now that both the guests and the host were enjoying themselves, the first step of the plan that Princess Taiping had instructed Cui Shi to carry out had been carried out smoothly. He could not help but feel proud of himself. Taking advantage of the wine, he leisurely recited, "A small boat on a quay, fishing for the evening stream in front. The goose flips the cattail leaf. The fish swam in the flower. A pomelo hung with gold, and a pomegranate was broken in a pearl room. Sigh, the clear moon is half in the west tower." Not only was his poem written without thinking, it was also beautifully worded. Zhang Shuo, who was also invited to the banquet, heard it and stroked his beard with a sigh. He said to Gao Jian in admiration, "With this kind of literary talent and status, Zhang might be able to catch up to him. But to have such achievements at his age, Zhang would be hard-pressed to catch up." Gao Jian smiled and said, "The Cui family is a rich and powerful family with generations of high-ranking officials. That's why they have such a foundation. It's only natural that you and I are inferior to them." Zhang Shuo pointed at him and said with a smile, "Brother Gao's breadth of mind is something that even Zhang is inferior to." Cui Shi rode his horse in front and could vaguely hear the conversation between the two. He could not help but laugh. Outsiders only saw the glory, but did not know that the status of the four brothers today was not only obtained by relying on their family background. The four brothers of the Cui family entered officialdom at the same time. For a period of time, they were unparalleled. This was not just because of their knowledge. There were many people who had knowledge, but could not enter the sect. The joint recommendation of Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan'er was an important reason why they were able to enter officialdom. But for Princess Taiping to agree to the recommendation and to help them persuade Shangguan Wan'er to agree, there was a price to pay. Creating an atmosphere to the world that the Zhang brothers took the initiative to make friends with Wu Sanxi was part of the price. The four brothers of the Cui family were distinguished and elegant. They were the people that the Zhang brothers liked to make friends with. Now that the Zhang brothers were recruiting soldiers and buying horses to expand their power, they valued these noble, talented, and young people of similar age. The two sides could be said to hit it off. Under the intentional pandering of the four Cui brothers, they very quickly became honored guests of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changxi, and the other two brothers. One day, the four Cui brothers invited the three brothers of Zhang Tongxiu and his brother to drink wine by the side of the Luo River and chat. The three Zhang brothers happily attended the banquet. During the banquet, Cui Yi seemed to incidentally mention the matter of Li Zhaoda's imprisonment. Cui Qi immediately said, "The emperor bypassed the three law divisions and handed this case to Lai Junchen. It looks like it won't be long before Lai Junchen can be transferred back to the three law divisions and regain control over the officials." When Zhang Changxi heard this, he could not help but worry. That day at the Dragon's Gate, Lai Junchen and us three brothers had a very unpleasant quarrel. We have long heard that Lai Junchen harbors hatred in his heart and is waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. If we allow him to regain control of the three law divisions, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to our Zhang family. Zhang Tongxiu sneered and said disdainfully, "Who does Lai Junchen think he is? Why should we be afraid of him? Looking at the entire court, who has the qualifications to be enemies with our Zhang family?" Cui Qi advised, "Tongxiu, we cannot be careless in this matter. The major figures that Lai Junchen has toppled over these years are not just one or two. Which one of these people did not hold great power and play an important role in the court? It is not a good thing to be stared at by this kind of person who is like a poisonous snake." Zhang Tongxiu was still unconcerned. Soldiers come with arms. Water comes with an earth weir. Why should we be afraid of him? Chuichi smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If Tongxiu is this careless, it is hard to guarantee that one day he will not seize the opportunity to bite you." Zhang Tongxiu frowned and said, "What else can we do?" Chuichi moved closer and said in a low voice, "To deal with someone like Lai Junchen, we should strike first to gain the upper hand." Zhang Tongxiu said, "Brother Chui, do you think I do not want to punish that savage villain? It is just that the Empress values this lackey very much and relies on him as an arm. Although my Wulong and Wulong are doted on by the Empress without a sufficient reason, it is impossible to make the Empress cripple her own arm with just a few words." Chuichi laughed coldly and said, "Why not let him be blinded by greed and seek his own death?" Zhang Tongxiu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "If that is the case, could it be that Brother Chui has a brilliant plan?" Chuichi moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. After listening to Chuichi's words, Zhang Tongxiu thought carefully for a while and said hesitantly, "Will this plan work? What if Lai Junchen succeeds instead?" Chuichi smiled and said, "So what if he succeeds? If Lai Junchen succeeds, then he will be borrowing Lai Junchen's hand to get rid of another big obstacle for us. Wei Wang has long been dissatisfied with Brother Zhang planting more and more arms and legs in the court and suppressing his power." Zhang Tongxiu said, "Hail and hearty, that is right. Whether this plan succeeds or fails, we will still be able to profit." "Ha ha ha, brilliant plan. It really is a flawless, brilliant plan. I will enter the palace now and discuss it with Yiji and Changzong." Chuichi pulled him back and said, "Tongxiu, this matter is not urgent. Now is the time of spring. Let us drink to our heart's content first." Zhang Tongxiu had something on his mind. How could he still be in the mood to drink? After a while, he left Zhang Changqi and Zhang Changyi to accompany the four Chui brothers and excitedly entered the palace. It was already afternoon. Wu Zetian left the court and first went to Wuqing Hall to deal with a few important memorials to the throne. She also asked Shanghai Wanner about the progress of the transportation of rations, troops, and weapons in preparation for quelling the Khitan rebel army. She then returned to lovely Spring Terrace. After chatting and laughing with Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yi for a while, she felt tired and went to bed. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji saw that Wu Zetian was taking a nap, so they went to the garden to play on the swing. Feeling bored, they went fishing again. They had just cast their fishing hooks into the pond when a eunuch came to report that Zhang Tongxiu had arrived. The two brothers were very happy. They quickly put their fishing rods aside and asked someone to invite their older brother over. Zhang Tongxiu was led to the pond. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji sat down in front of a stone table with him. The palace maids served fresh fruits and candied fruits before withdrawing. Zhang Changzong said to Zhang Tongxiu, "The two of us are extremely bored in the palace. Every day we hope that brothers can come and talk with us. De Xiong entered the palace today. Why didn't you bring Changyi and Changqi?" Zhang Tongxiu looked around and said in a low voice, "I entered the palace today because I have something important to discuss with you." De Xiong, Zhang Yiji was surprised. "Did something happen at home?" Zhang Tongxiu shook his head and said, "Everything is fine at home. Nothing happened." He then told Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong what Cui Shi had told him. Among the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tongxiu was known for his stratagem, so his prestige was very high. At this time, he naturally would not say that this idea was Cui Shi's suggestion, but shamelessly said that it was his own idea. Zhang Yiji listened to Zhang Tongxiu's words, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, "Lai Junchen is arrogant and domineering. He doesn't even care about our Zhang family. We should have dealt with him long ago." It's just that using this kind of method seems a bit risky, Zhang Tongxiu said in a carefree manner. Iji, your courage is small. What risk can there be in this matter? I have already carefully calculated, with the Empress's love for you and Changzong, if this matter is exposed, at most she will reprimand you. Other than that, what else can she do? Think about that time when Lai Junqian framed Di Renjia, Ren Jigu, and the other prime ministers. The matter was exposed. What did she do to him? Lai Junqian falsely claimed Jisu's credit. Now that the Empress knows, what will she do to him? Could it be that, in the Empress's eyes, you are not as important as Lai Junqian? If this matter is exposed, there will be no future trouble for our Zhang family. If the plan is carried out, then regardless of success or failure, we will still benefit. If the plan succeeds, Lai Junqian will fall, and we will have lost a sworn enemy. If the plan fails and Lai Junqian succeeds, then the unlucky one will be King Wu Qingxi of Wei. Iji, who is our Zhang family's biggest enemy now? It's the Wu family. If we can overthrow Wu Qingxi, the Empress will definitely not be at ease to hand over all the military power to Wu Sanxi. At that time, other than our Zhang family, who else can she rely on? In this way, our Zhang family will not only have people in the imperial court, but also hold military power. This way, we can ensure our Zhang family's prosperity for 10,000 years. Zhang Changzong nodded heavily and said in agreement, Wulong, I think eldest brother is right. No matter what, this plan will only benefit our Zhang family without any harm. We can give it a try. Seeing that Zhang Changzong also agreed, Zhang Iji couldn't help but be moved. He thought for a while, and then said with some worry, Are you sure that if you spread the news, it will move Lai Junqian? That way, Suizhong. Can you buy over him? Zhang Tongxiu said confidently, Don't worry, Wulong. When has eldest brother not done things carefully and seriously? Wei Suizhong, this person, barged into the manor drunk and insulted Madame Wang's family. Madame Wang could not bear the insults and hanged herself in anger. Wei Suizhong was terrified because of this and stayed in the brothel every day, not even daring to return home. Right now, he is looking for a big backer who can guarantee his safety. Zhang Tongxiu smiled proudly, raised his chin, and said, In today's world, if there is someone who can guarantee his safety in Lai Junqian's hands, other than our Zhang family, is there a second? Zhang Iji thought for a while and nodded firmly, saying, All right, we'll do as you say. Eldest brother, you must be careful when you do things. Chapter 709. After Zhang Changzong and Zhang Iji were convinced by their cousin, Zhang Tongxiu, they would visit the Liang estate every time they left the palace. The Zhang brothers were a rising power in the court, but they had already shown great power. Their close relationship with King Liang immediately attracted the attention of some people. All the officials in the court were trying to find out the reason behind this move, especially the King of Wei, Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had been fighting for many years. Both sides had their fair share of victories and defeats, but their overall strength had always been balanced. Now that the Zhang brothers and Wu Sanxi were acting so friendly, Wu Qingxi couldn't help but suspect that they had formed some sort of alliance. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out what kind of insider trading the Zhang brothers and Wu Sanxi had. Lai Junqian was also very concerned about this, but he wasn't as anxious as Wu Qingxi, so he didn't pay too much attention to this matter. However, even though he didn't pay too much attention, he found out something that even Wu Qingxi hadn't heard. The emperor has decided to appoint an heir. The news that Lai Junqian received was that the empress had decided to make Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, the crown prince. However, this was a matter of great importance, so it was kept a secret and only made preparations in secret. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were the empress's bedmates, so they knew this big secret. Lai Junqian finally understood. Wu Sanxi will be the future emperor. The Zhang brothers are clearly looking for a way out for themselves by being so close to him. Lai Junqian could understand why the empress had kept this a secret. After all, the people of the world still had a very high opinion of Li Tang. If the court suddenly announced that the Wu clan would inherit the throne, it might cause a huge political upheaval. In particular, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had always been competing fiercely. If Wu Qingxi learned of this, he would also mobilize his forces to oppose it. Therefore, just like when she had ascended to the throne, the empress needed to first settle all the obstacles and lay out everything. Only then would she announce her decision to replace the crown prince. To ensure that this information was accurate, Lai Junqian even used his connections in the palace. When he was the deputy imperial censor, Lai Junqian had bribed a few servants in the palace to act as his eyes and ears. Later on, he was demoted to Tongzhou, so he lost contact with these servants. After Lai Junqian returned to the capital, he immediately restored his relationship with these people. The news that Ji Su had come to the capital to complain about him was passed on to him by these young eunuchs. Some of these eunuchs were still ordinary eunuchs, and some were already small eunuchs, so they could gather more information. Through these spies in the palace, Lai Junqian quickly confirmed the information he had received. The information was correct. The emperor was indeed changing the crown prince, and the new candidate was Wu Sanxi. Since the information was correct, Lai Junqian immediately prepared a generous gift and went to the Liang household to pay his respects. There was nothing wrong with currying favor with the future son of heaven. In the end, when Lai Junqian excitedly rushed over to the Liang household, the door was slammed in his face. Lai Junqian has always been close to the Prince of Wei, Wu Qingxi, but his relationship with the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, is not very harmonious. Back when Yang Fan was imprisoned, Wu Sanxi came to the censorate with a ceremonial carriage. Lai Junqian hummed along and did not give him much face. Later, in some political turmoil, Lai Junqian and Wu Qingxi also exchanged glances with each other. After Lai Junqian was demoted to Tongzhou, the one who sent the gifts was also Wu Qingxi. From start to finish, he did not establish any contact with Wu Sanxi. Now, Wu Sanxi is on good terms with the Zhang brothers. When Wu Sanxi heard that Lai Junqian and the Zhang brothers were at odds in the Dragon's Gate, how could he accept him and make the Zhang brothers unhappy? Lai Junqian hit a snag and dejectedly moved the gifts back home. He then found a group of trusted aides to discuss important matters. Lai Junqian did not have any trusted aides. These so-called trusted aides were only two, Li Jing in the civil field and Wei Suizhong in the military field. Now that this was a political matter, he naturally had to listen to Li Jing's opinion. In Lai Junqian's view, although Li Jing was only a military supervisor, he was knowledgeable and had worked for the Luoyang government for many years. His eyes were still very sharp. There was no great general in Sichuan, so Lai Junqian could only seek help from this pair of stinky cobblers. After listening to Lai Junqian's explanation, Wei Suizhong carefully said, "King Liang is not willing to receive you. One reason is because the magistrate was too close to King Wei in the past, which made him unhappy. The other reason is because of the two Zhang brothers. In my opinion, the magistrate might as well send a generous gift to the two Zhang brothers first to appease their anger, then pay a visit to King Liang. If the first time doesn't work, you can go again. You will definitely be able to open the door." Lai Junqian was not at the point where he had no other way out. He was very unwilling to be submissive like this. He rolled his eyes at Wei Suizhong and turned back to Li Jing. In Lai Junqian's opinion, Wei Suizhong could be beaten or scolded. rolling his eyes at him was already a very light reprimand. However, Wei Suizhong was already certain that Lai Junqian would not spare him. A mere eye roll was enough to make him feel a little uneasy. Li Jing stroked his beard and pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, he slowly said, "There is no need for the magistrate to pay any attention to the Zhang brothers." Lai Junqian hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Li Jing smiled and said, "The Zhang brothers are also trying to curry favor with King Liang in advance. Why should the magistrate curry favor with them? To put it bluntly, once King Liang ascends to the throne, someone like the magistrate will be of great use to the new emperor. But what use will the Zhang brothers be then? Is the new emperor going to leave 2 male concubines in the palace to be the laughingstock of the world?" Lai Junqian nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense. That makes sense. But King Liang is not willing to accept me. What should I do?" Li Jing said, "King Liang is not willing to accept the magistrate for his own reasons, but also because of the Zhang brothers. As for the second Zhang brother, it is because King Liang has not yet ascended to the throne, and he still needs the Zhang brothers to speak on his behalf in front of the emperor. That is why King Liang does not want to offend them, because of you. As for his own reason, it is because the magistrate has been too far away from him in the past." Lai Junqian anxiously said, "That's right. I also understand this logic. The problem is, what should we do now?" Li Jing's eyes turned, and he smiled slyly. "If the magistrate makes a great contribution to King Liang, he will gladly accept you and place you in an important position." Lai Junqian's expression tightened. He asked hurriedly, "How can I make a great contribution to King Liang?" Li Jing asked in return, "Who is King Liang most afraid of?" "The Empress has already made a decision about the Crown Prince, but has kept it a secret." "Who is it for?" Lai Junqian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He slowly said, "King Wei?" Li Jing said, "Correct." Lai Junqian's eyes wavered. "What do you mean?" Li Jing said, "During the era of Emperor Wu of Han, there was a concubine called Go Gezi. Wei Suizhong was an ignorant and incompetent person. When he heard Li Jing's story, he could not help but be surprised. Lai Junqian had never heard of this person before. He did not know why Li Jing was telling this story, but he knew that it must be related to the answer he wanted. He said, "Continue." Li Jing said, "In the later years of Emperor Wu of Han, someone secretly reported that someone in the palace had cursed the emperor with witchcraft. Empress Wei Zifu crowned Prince Lu Ju, and the others died because they were framed. Emperor Wu intended to make Lady Go Gezi's son, Lu Fuling, the crown prince, but he was already old. He was worried that Lady Go Gezi would interfere with court politics after his death. So before making Lu Fuling the crown prince, he ordered Lady Go Gezi to die." Lai Junqian thought for a moment and said, "I understand what you mean. You are saying that since the emperor is determined to make King Liang the crown prince, he will remove all obstacles for him in advance to ensure the smooth succession of the throne?" Li Jing hurriedly said, "I do not dare to speak carelessly about the emperor's plans. However, the current crown prince is but a bird in a cage. The prince of Fang province can be killed with a single edict and 2 lines of words. King Liang's only enemy is King Wei." Lai Junqian frowned. "They are both nephews of the emperor. Will the emperor kill one nephew just to ensure the succession of the throne?" Li Jing smiled sinisterly and said, "The fathers of the emperor's nephews were both killed by the emperor. Even these 2 nephews were exiled to the desolate border by the emperor and changed their surname to Wei. The emperor values the Wu clansmen because the Wu clansmen support her the most. The reason why she wants to pass the throne to the Wu clansmen is because only the Wu clansmen will allow the Zhou dynasty she created to continue. If we are talking about closeness, the emperor's closeness to these two nephews is far less than Emperor Wu's closeness to Lady Gogezi. Lai Junchen slightly narrowed his eyes. Li Jing did not miss the opportunity to add, "If you can make such a great contribution, not only will King Liang be grateful to the prefectural magistrate, but even the emperor will be overjoyed that the prefectural magistrate has solved a big problem for her." Lai Junchen slowly paced around the room while Wei Suizhong, who was at the side, listened with trepidation. He had followed Lai Junchen by his side and saw with his own eyes the people Lai Junchen had dealt with. It wasn't that there wasn't someone of Wei Wang's level. Lai Junchen had killed prime ministers and generals, princes and dukes, but those princes were after all from the Li clan. Lai Junchen clasped his hands behind his back and only took a step forward after a long time. He paced around the room for a full hour before he slowly stood up and ordered in a deep voice, "We will discuss this matter later. Keep your mouths shut. Do not reveal a single word to anyone." Wei Suizhong's heart trembled. Based on his years of experience following Lai Junchen, he knew that Lai Junchen was determined to become the murderous Emperor Wu of Han. Not telling anyone usually meant that you could only tell someone who was absolutely close to you. Wei Suizhong now told Jinyang everything that was on his mind, so that he could sleep soundly. Therefore, when he and Jinyang were hugging each other, Wei Suizhong sighed and whispered Lai Junchen's plan to his woman. Su Jinyang immediately sat up after hearing it. Her naked body was not conscious at all. She only said to Wei Suizhong in a pleasant surprise, "Lang Jun, your chance is here." Wei Suizhong said weakly, "What chance? I think he is crazy. He really has no one to bite. Even the people around the emperor have started to attack. If I am not careful, I will be implicated before he kills me." Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Suizhong suddenly sat up with his eyes wide open. "Junyang, what do you mean?" Su Junyang nodded vigorously. "Yes. Isn't this a good chance for you to get rid of Lai Junchen's control?" Wei Suizhong looked at her in surprise at first, but gradually his eyes lit up. Chapter 710. The study room of the Wei King, Wu Qingxi, was quiet. Wu Qingxi's face was gloomy as he stared at Wei Suizhong, who was kneeling in front of him. He sneered. "You said that Junchen wants to fabricate a crime to accuse me of treason?" Wei Suizhong bowed his head. "Yes." Wu Qingxi leaned forward and asked, "You are one of Lai Junchen's henchmen. Why did you leak this information to me?" Wei Suizhong bowed and replied respectfully, "Ants trying to shake a tree. This lowly official is not willing to die with them." Wu Qingxi looked at him coldly and slowly sat up. "Lai Junchen was able to return to the capital because I protected him. He owes me a great debt of gratitude. So why does Lai Junchen want to make a move against me?" Wei Suizhong replied, "When Lai Junchen was demoted to Tongzhou, he begged your highness more than once. Although your highness agreed, you never helped him." Wu Qingxi's face heated up. He naturally knew that Wei Suizhong had accepted money, but did not do anything. Wei Suizhong said, "Lai Junchen has long harbored hatred for this and swore to take revenge. Although he was able to return to the capital, he regained his majesty's trust because of his contribution in solving the case of Su Lianyao and Lu Sili's treason. Your highness did not help him. So, Lai Junchen only remembers grudges and does not remember kindness. He is harsh and merciless, and has always been like this." Wu Qingxi thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Jiafu, who was standing to the side. Over the years, Zhang Jiafu had become his #1 advisor and had always been trustworthy. "Jiafu, do you think this is possible? If Lai Junchen wants to accuse me, Princess Taiping, Crown Prince Dan, and Prince Luling of treason, he must be crazy." Zhang Jiafu said carefully, "Your Highness, Lai Junchen has always been crazy. However, he will not do anything that does not benefit him. Zhang Jiafu turned to Wei Suizhong and asked in a low voice, why did Lai Junshin not hesitate to make the entire court his enemy and accuse so many people? Why did he not accuse King Liang when he has accused so many people? What other secrets are there? Speak. Wei Suizhong trembled and stammered, Your Highness is wise. That Lai Junshin heard from some unknown source that the emperor has already decided on His Highness, King Liang, as the crown prince. That's why he's trying to figure out His Highness, King Liang, and wants to get rid of everyone who's trying to harm King Liang in one fell swoop, and use this to gain His Highness' favor. Hearing this, Wu Qingxi was shocked and his expression changed. The emperor has already decided that Wu Sanxi will be the crown prince. Is this true? Wei Suizhong smiled bitterly and said, How could this lowly official know such an important matter? This lowly official only knows that Lai Junshin came to this conclusion because Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yi are getting closer and closer to King Liang. As for what the actual basis for this conclusion is, this lowly official truly does not know. Wu Qingxi felt uneasy and immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Seeing this, Zhang Jiafu waved his hand at Wei Suizhong, saying, You can go back. If Lai Junshin has any other orders for you, you only need to be as careful as ever and report to Wang Ya at any time. Since you have decided to serve His Highness will definitely ensure your safety. Even if it is to ensure your future, it is only a matter of a few words. Wei Suizhong hurriedly acknowledged and kowtowed once more before quietly withdrawing. As soon as Wei Suizhong left, Wu Qingxi anxiously asked Zhang Jiafu, Jiafu, do you think that the emperor has already decided on the crown prince? Is it true or false? Zhang Jiafu said, The two Zhangs and King Liang have indeed been getting closer recently. However, to say that the emperor has already decided on King Liang as the crown prince, there is no credible evidence. Perhaps in the emperor's heart, he has already begun to lean towards King Liang, so the two Zhangs are on good terms first. It is impossible for Lai Junshin to know all the details, which is why he came to this conclusion. Wu Qingxi felt a surge of anger and violently coughed a few times before gasping for breath and saying, Impossible, impossible. If that is the case, Lai Junshin should have bribed Wu Sanxi. Once this matter succeeds, his future will be limitless. Wei Suizhong is his henchman, so why would he betray him? Zhang Jiafu said, Even if the emperor has the intention to make Wu Sanxi the crown prince, he might not be willing to harden his heart and eliminate so many of his relatives in one fell swoop. Lai Junshin's move is a risky one. He has never reported so many of the emperor's close officials in one go, so it is normal for Wei Suizhong to have doubts. Moreover, Wei Suizhong might be wary of Lai Junshin now. Wei Wang was high up in the hierarchy, so he would not know about the Lai family's Bulsh *T. Zhang Jiafu recounted how Wei Suizhong barged into the residence, humiliated Madame Wang, and forced her to commit suicide. After Wu Qingxi heard this, he no longer had any doubts about Wei Suizhong's motive for joining him, but he was even more convinced that the emperor had already decided to make Wu Sanxi the crown prince. He said in panic, If that is the case, the emperor's intention to make Wu Sanxi the crown prince is very credible. What should I do? Zhang Jiafu said, Your Highness, do not panic. This matter may not have been decided, but we can give it a try. Wu Qingxi asked, How do we try? Zhang Jiafu said, Lai Junshin's intentions are not good for the emperor. No matter what, he must be eliminated. The emperor might as well use this matter to contact all the relatives of the emperor who have been reported by Lai Junshin and work together to impeach Lai Junshin. Once Lai Junshin is brought down, one of the threats will be removed. From this matter, we can also observe the emperor's intentions. Wu Qingxi seemed to have understood and said, "You mean," Zhang Jiafu said, "if the emperor protects Lai Junqin, it means that the news that the crown prince has been decided is true, and the emperor should prepare early. If the emperor is willing to kill Lai Junqin, it means that the emperor does not have the intention to make Prince Liang the crown prince. Even if he does, it is the emperor's intention, and his decision has not been made. The emperor will have to reconsider this decision when the emperor has contacted all the powers to oppose it." Wu Qingxi agreed deeply and said, "What you said makes sense. This matter should not be delayed. I will go see Princess Taiping immediately to discuss this matter." On one hand, Wu Qingxi was alarmed at the thought of Lai Junqin, who was known as a mad dog. On the other hand, he was anxious about whether the emperor has decided to make Wu Sanxi the crown prince. He immediately set out to see Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping heard the news, she also turned pale with fright. She immediately discussed with him and decided to unite all the powers that could be united to destroy Lai Junqin. At the same time, they could use this to exert pressure on the emperor and force her to give up on any plans to make Wu Sanxi the crown prince. For his own safety, and even more so for the crown prince, Wu Qingxi worked together with the remnants of Li Tang's faction for the first time, under the cover of this elder brother. Although nothing could be seen in the short term, in the long term, as long as it was Li Tang's faction, regardless of whether it was Princess Taiping's faction, the ministers loyal to the crown prince, or the officials inclined to the Prince of Luling, they would all have a more relaxed environment for development. Li Tang's power had recovered a step further, like the flourishing weeds in the countryside in spring. "Yina Gao, this way, please." Gao Lisher nodded and continued to follow the attentive young attendant. The present Eastern Palace was a place even colder than the Cold Palace. Crown Prince Li Dan and his children were all trapped in this courtyard. Although no one blocked the palace gates, there was an invisible palace gate there. Other than grand celebrations, when the emperor needed her sons and grandsons to come out and make up the scene, they could only obediently guard this desolate palace. The palace maids and eunuchs who guarded this cold palace did not have any benefits to speak of. Over time, they became more and more disrespectful to the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren. As Gao Lisher walked, he saw weeds growing in the cracks between the bricks, but no one cleaned them. Although Gao Lisher had entered the palace late, he was the adopted son of eunuch Gao Yanfu. In addition, Yang Fan had introduced him to Shangguan Waner and asked her to take care of him in the palace. The eunuchs in the palace were the most snobbish characters. They knew that this attendant was eunuch Gao's adopted son, and that Shangguan Daiji favored him greatly, so they naturally did their best to please him. "Crown Prince, eunuch Gao is here to inspect the Eastern Palace." The eunuch in the Eastern Palace did not care at all for the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren. He didn't even report before barging in with an arrogant expression. Crown Prince Li Dan was eating lunch with his sons. The lunch was very simple, consisting of dried vegetables and salted vegetables. The family had been cooped up in the palace for a long time, so their expressions and actions were somewhat wooden. They did not react to the eunuch's rudeness. Preposterous. The crown prince and the imperial grandchildren did not speak, but Gao Lisher was enraged. "How dare a servant like you act so rudely in front of the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren?" Gao Lisher shouted angrily. The Eastern Palace eunuch fell to the ground in shock. Yes. Eunuch Gao, please calm your anger. Eunuch Gao is right." Gao Lisher looked at Li Dan and the other princes' tables and became even angrier. The crown prince and the imperial grandchildren's food was so simple and crude. It was obvious that the eunuchs had embezzled their supplies. Wu Zetian guarded against her son as if he were a thief. She did not want him to be tainted with power, but she would not go so far as to cut back on the supplies. Even in winter, The crown prince should have a supply of vegetables, let alone now that it was spring. Even the eunuchs and female officials with some status in the palace were eating chives, garlic sprouts, and other nourishing dishes, while the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren were still gnawing on salted vegetables. Gao Lishur himself had gone from rich to poor, and his family had declined. Thus, he hated snobbish people the most. Seeing them treat the crown prince so harshly, he naturally could not restrain his anger. The Eastern Palace eunuch did not know why this eunuch Gao was so furious and only knew how to plead guilty. Gao Lishur gave him a good scolding and yelled for him to leave. Only then did he straighten his clothes and go forward to pay his respects. This servant Gao Lishur greets the crown prince and the various princes. Li Longji was now a 13-year-old youth. He had been under house arrest in the Eastern Palace for so long, but his spirit had not been tempered in the slightest. When Gao Lishur angrily rebuked the Eastern Palace eunuch, his face was red with anger. Li Longji watched coldly from the side and saw that he was not pretending. He couldn't help but have a good impression of this little eunuch. Li Dan saw Gao Lishur kneel down to pay his respects and stood up in fear. He mumbled, "Eunuch, but does the Empress have a decree for me?" Gao Lishur saw that there was no one in the hall waiting on him to eat, after the eunuch leading the way had been dismissed by him. Only the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren were left in the hall. He did not ask the crown prince to dismiss his attendants. Instead, he took out a secret letter from his sleeve, walked forward on his knees, and respectfully handed it to Li Dan. Li Dan and his sons were trapped in the Eastern Palace and depended on each other for survival. They had long since lost many of the strict rules of the imperial family. Furthermore, Li Dan usually had no one to discuss matters with. The only confidants he could truly trust were his sons. Thus, Li Longji and the others all crowded around Li Dan and read the secret letter together. When Li Dan, the prince, was born, Wu Zetian was already extremely powerful. Growing up at the side of this powerful mother, Li Dan and Li Xian were far inferior to their two older brothers. The two of them had the same cowardly personalities. During the days of house arrest in the Eastern Palace, Li Dan was like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring. The slightest rustle of grass in the wind would cause his heart to palpitate. Now that he opened the secret letter, he saw that it was written by his sister, Taiping. As expected, the contents were about someone trying to harm him. Li Dan was so shocked that before he could finish reading, his knees weakened and he sat down. On the other hand, Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the other imperial grandchildren were so angry that their faces were red. Li Qingqi suppressed his anger and snatched the secret letter from his father's hands. He continued to read with his brothers. Chapter 7:11. Li Dan knew that Lai Junqian was about to impeach him and that Princess Taiping, Wu Qingxi, and the others had decided to join forces to counterattack, but he still did not dare to write a few words and incite the officials still loyal to him to cooperate. He was worried that once the matter was exposed, it would become evidence against him. In the end, it was under the insistence of Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the other princes, who specifically stated that the letter could be burned after reading, that Li Dan finally agreed, trembling with fear, to sign the letter and stamp the crown prince's seal. Li Longji saw Gao Lishur, who was holding the secret letter, out of the hall. He reached out to take off his jade pendant of flowing clouds and 100 blessings and stuffed it into Gao Lishur's hand. He said, "Eunuch, you risked your life to send a message and saved my father and me from danger. I am unable to repay your great kindness. This jade pendant is a small token from me. Please accept it. Eunuch!" Li Longji was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace and did not have any monthly salary. This jade pendant was something he had worn when he had been expelled from the manor and locked up in the Eastern Palace. It was one of the few belongings he had. Li Longji's clothes were tattered and shabby, even worse than Gao Lisher's. Gao Lisher was not willing to accept his things and hurriedly declined. Li Longji sincerely said, "This little thing is not worth eunuch risking your life to send a message. How can this little thing buy my life? I'm giving it to eunuch Gao as a keepsake. In the future, if my father and I can regain our freedom, we will definitely not forget eunuch Gao's help today. If eunuch Gao thinks highly of this promise of mine, please accept it." Gao Lisher hesitated for a moment and carefully put the jade pendant into his pocket. He bowed deeply to this young prince of similar age and calm temperament and respectfully returned the greeting. "If so, this servant thanks your highness for the reward." Li Longji nodded. Watching Gao Lisher turn and walk out, there was an unusual look in his eyes. Although he was young, all kinds of hardships had made him far more mature than other youths of his age. He had already begun to pay attention to seizing every opportunity to rope in people he could use. Beside the Yi River, the fishing float on the clear water suddenly sank. Yang Fan hurriedly raised his wrist, and a shiny, fat fish leaped out of the water. Yang Fan swiftly lifted the fish in front of him, took off the hook, and put it into the fish basket. Then he attached a fishworm and threw the thread into the river. He said calmly, "Since everything is ready, let's do it." Rin Wei stood behind him and said respectfully, "Yes, in sect master's opinion, who should make the first move?" Yang Fan held the fishing rod in his hand and calmly replied, "Wu Qingxi is cunning. He won't take the bait so easily. It's better to let the crown prince's men make the first move." "Yes." Yang Fan turned his head and said, "Most of the people on the crown prince's side have already been killed by the emperor. The remaining people are all very secretive. Even for us, it is difficult to ascertain who is still loyal to the crown prince. Take advantage of this opportunity to keep an eye on those who have emerged, and then follow the clues to find out who is usually close to them. These people are friends today, but they may become our enemies in the future." "Yes." Ren Wei bowed deeply and turned to leave. The next morning, Wu Zetian had just asked Assistant Minister of War Yao Chong about the progress of sending troops to Liaodong to quell the rebellion when a young eunuch came forward to report, "Your Majesty, the supervising imperial censor Ji Lizong requests an audience." The position of the supervising imperial censor was not high and did not have the right to accompany the emperor in court. However, they were imperial censors. If they wanted to impeach someone, they could come to court at any time. Thus, when the civil and military officials heard that the supervising imperial censor requested an audience, they immediately understood that it was to impeach an official. Wu Zetian was slightly surprised and ordered, "Summon him in." Ji Lizong was over 60 years old and was already an old official. Although there were as many 6th and 7th rank officials in the capital as there were cows and horses, and this official could only recognize a few of them, Ji Lizong had spent his entire life in the imperial censor, which was responsible for supervising the officials. Thus, the officials who had been in this yamen for a long time were all recognized by the influential officials in the court. Ji Lizong was an honest and clean official and was highly respected by the court. In the past, there had never been a case where he had impeached someone without any evidence. Moreover, he had never attached himself to the influential officials and wholeheartedly worked for the court. Even Wu Zetian had great respect for this loyal old official. After a while, the edict was passed down, and Ji Lizong strode into the hall. When the civil and military officials saw Ji Lizong holding court clothes and an official hat, they were all somewhat stunned. Wu Zetian narrowed her pair of presbyopic eyes and saw Ji Lizong's appearance clearly. She also felt somewhat strange. What does old Ji want to do? Could it be that he wants to retire and return to his hometown? Ji Luzong did not look around and walked into the hall, bowing to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian could not help but ask with a smile, "Official Ji, you are not wearing court clothes. Why have you come to the hall like this?" Ji Luzong said, "This old official has come to the hall today to impeach the capital governor, Lai Junqian. This old official knows that Lai Junqian has always been trusted by His Majesty and has great power in the court. If I cannot bring Lai Junqian down today, this old official will definitely fall into his evil hands in the future. Therefore, I will be impeached without a hat or robe and dressed in white, if I cannot bring him down. This old official is willing to immediately resign and return to my hometown. I will die of old age in Linquan, and henceforth never to participate in court politics again." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was displeased and rebuked. "Official Ji's words are too outrageous. The imperial censor supervises the officials, hears rumors and reports, and controls the country's laws and regulations to maintain order in the court. This is the power given by the imperial court. Regardless of whether what you say is conclusive or not, who can accuse you? When has Lai Junqian ever been so domineering? Don't hesitate to speak your mind. This emperor will decide everything for you." Ji Luzong's voice was like a great bell as he said, "This official thanks Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this official impeaches Lai Junqian for being the mastermind behind Wan Guojun, Huang Jingrong, and the other cruel officials massacring the vagabonds and forcing the desolate border to rebel. This official impeaches him for being cruel in accordance with the law, for being obedient to the law, for harming and torturing people's hearts, for having their bones exposed and bloodshed. There are many cases of this, and the voices of injustice have filled the sea. This official impeaches Lai Junqian for being demoted to the same province, for oppressing his colleagues, and forcefully taking his wife for himself. He has no sense of shame, and the people are seething with resentment. This official impeaches Lai Junqian for accepting bribes from a rich man while he was a judge in the same province. He actually used grain from the government's treasury to give to the plaintiff, and should be executed for his crime. This official's impeachments are all supported by witnesses and material evidence. They are definitely not false accusations. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." Ji Luzong's words were powerful and resounding, and the entire hall immediately erupted into an uproar. There was actually someone who dared to impeach Lai Junqian. This undoubtedly stirred up the excitement of all the civil and military officials in the court. Only accusing Lai Junqian? No one was optimistic about Ji Luzong. When some officials who had a good impression of him looked at him, their faces were already full of pity, as if they could already see this old Ji's tragic future. Wu Zetian had always known that Ji Luzong was honest and prudent. He would not impeach an official easily. Once he did, he would definitely have solid evidence. The group of people from the imperial censorate in the southern border was to make the court pay more attention to their role. Wu Zetian was already well aware of this. As for Lai Junqian's fondness for good women, she had also heard Wulong and Wulong joke about it when she was in the inner palace. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the crimes that Ji Luzong impeached were all true. Wu Zetian did not have many subordinates that she could use now. She really did not want to make an example out of this obedient watchdog. For a moment, she could not help but hesitate, not knowing if she should accept this case. If she did not accept it, Ji Luzong even put on a posture of retiring and returning to his hometown. Such an obvious shielding. Wouldn't it be like a good ruler accepting admonition and let the officials laugh at her for being unfair? Following this, if Ji Luzong took out solid evidence on the spot, then should Lai Junqian punish him or not? When Lai Junqian heard that someone was impeaching him, he could only follow the rules and remove his hat and hat. He stood at the front of the civil class and listened with his head lowered. He gritted his teeth inwardly secretly thinking about how to retaliate. Wu Qingxi saw the empress's hesitant expression and was secretly apprehensive. Instantly, he could not keep his composure. He had originally planned to let others take the lead first and observe the situation for a while before deciding whether to advance or retreat. Now that he was anxious to find out his aunt's attitude towards Lai Junqian, he could not care about that. He immediately sent a look to Zhang Jiafu of the Phoenix Pavilion. When Zhang Jiafu saw that his master had given the signal, he went out and reported, "Your Majesty, there have long been discussions in the court that Lai Junqian has used torture and harsh laws to falsely accuse others of crimes, causing all the civil and military officials of the court to be afraid and not dare to speak out. Today, the Imperial Censorate has impeached Lai Junqian, and I hope that Your Majesty will obey the will of the people and investigate this case strictly, whether he is guilty or innocent. Only after the investigation can the people of the world see justice." "I second the motion." As soon as Zhang Jiafu finished speaking, Zhao Gan of the Heavenly Official Office, Cui Shi, and many other officials immediately came out to echo his words. Wu Zetian was helpless and could only order, "Lai Junqian is to close the door and listen." As for the case of Ji Luzong's impeachment of Lai Junqian, order the Qiu Guanyamen to conduct an investigation and trial. Subject Ji can hand over all the witnesses and material evidence to the Qiu Guanyamen, and do not mention the matter of retiring and returning to his hometown again. So Ji Luzong is one of the Crown Prince's people. This old man has really hidden himself well. If not for this, we would not have discovered it. On the way back to the city, Yang Fan played with the two children as he said to Ren Wei, "This fire has already been lit, and all sides will do their best. We need to take this opportunity to find out who belongs to which side and record all of them, and from now on, strictly monitor them." Ren Wei agreed and quickly passed on Yang Fan's orders. Ever since the Ministry of Justice took over the investigation of Lai Junqian, Crown Prince Li Dan's people, Prince Wu Qingxi's people, Princess Taiping's people, and even Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's people all joined in denouncing and impeaching Lai Junqian. Lai Junqian's crimes were too numerous to list, and now that they wanted to punish him, the crimes were naturally at their fingertips. As usual, Lai Junqian was only to close the door and listen, but as his crimes continued to increase, Wu Zetian could no longer protect him, and could only order for him to be arrested and thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison. As a result, the number of people impeaching Lai Junqian increased by the day. Only 2 days later, Wei Suizhong, under Wu Sanxi's instructions, came out to testify that Lai Junqian had once bragged about being Shi Lu after drinking. Shi Lu was the emperor of later Zhao. At first, he was just a slave, but later he became a general, and then from a general, he became the emperor. Lai Junqian was originally a ruffian, but now that he was a high-ranking official, he called himself Shi Lu. Wasn't this the same as plotting to become the emperor? The pitiful Lai Junqian did not know who Shi Lu was. He did not even know this person, much less Shi Li's life. But as a result, Lai Junqian's crimes increased layer by layer, and finally he was about to die. However, Wu Zetian still did not have any thoughts of executing Lai Junqian. This was because Lai Junqian had offended too many people, and because he had offended too many people, Wu Zetian believed that many of the impeachments were due to personal grudges. And because Lai Junqian had offended too many people, she believed that Lai Junqian could only rely on himself. As for plotting a rebellion, Wu Zetian could only laugh it off. It was possible for anyone to plot a rebellion, but if someone like Lai Junqian plotted a rebellion, who in this world would follow him? The crime of plotting a rebellion had always been the most effective way to use Wu Zetian to get rid of political enemies, and it had worked time and time again. However, not even this crime could do anything to Lai Junqian, and the one who had reported him was Lai Junqian's former confidant. Even so, Wu Zetian refused to believe that Lai Junqian had really become an unkillable cockroach. Wu Qingxi became even more afraid when he saw the emperor's indifferent reaction. There are so many crimes, yet the emperor doesn't even want to kill Lai Junqian. Could it be that the emperor really wants to use him to get rid of this king and all those who stand in the way of King Liang's ascension to the throne? Jiafu, what should this king do now? In Yang Fan's study, Yang Fan was also asking his confidant about this matter. Renwei, what does the Sky Observation Division think about this matter? Renwei said, the people of the Sky Observation Division have carefully studied the people the Empress had eliminated over the years. They discovered that there are only 4 types of people the Empress wants to kill the most. The first type are those who have a grudge against the Empress, and these people were all killed before the Empress ascended to the throne. The second type are those who are disobedient. Lai Junqian is clearly not one of them. The third type are those who pose a threat to the throne. Yang Fan continued, Lai Junqian clearly does not pose any threat to the throne. Wu Qingxi's incitement to Wei Suizhong to put this crime on Lai Junqian is simply overreaching himself. Renwei said, understood. The fourth type are those who have completely lost their value. If they are left alive, they will instead affect the Empress's authority. Yang Fan muttered to himself for a moment, then said, clearly, this is the only way to get rid of Lai Junqian. Have we already figured out the identities of those officials who have always been hidden, but who actually belong to the second Zhang clan, the Wu clan, and Princess Taiping? Understood. Yang Fan smiled and said, good, then let's start now and turn Lai Junqian into a street rat. Chapter 7:12. The sky was a vast expanse of blue. The gentle breeze carried the intoxicating scent of spring, gently brushing past the red flowers and green willows, the green hills and clear waters, the palaces and pavilions, and the streets and alleys. The criticism and impeachment of Lai Junqian from both the court and the commoners grew stronger and stronger, like the Luo River after a series of spring rains that began to show signs of ferocity. The impeachment of Lai Junqian, regardless of whether the participants were deliberate or hot-headed, as long as they had already participated, there was no turning back. If Lai Junqian did not die this time, they would have to prepare their own coffins in advance. At this time, there was no retreat, and the people in the court who had long feared and hated Lai Junqian were constantly adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps they did not have the ability or the courage to directly express their hatred for Lai Junqian to the emperor, but they could vent their anger at the wine tables, in the brothels, and in the marketplace. And this would eventually reach the emperor's ears. Beautiful spring terrace, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi found many young and handsome boys for Wu Zetian, filling her harem. However, Wu Zetian mostly only tasted these handsome boys. Her favorite ones were still the 2 boys with the surname Zhang. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi accompanied Wu Zetian as they strolled among the flowers. In the midst of the butterflies and orioles, Zhang Yizhi also whispered to Wu Zetian in a voice as gentle as an oriole, this Lai Junqian has already provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. His Majesty remembers his past contributions and cherishes him very much, but his various perverse actions have tarnished his Majesty's illustrious name. Displeased, Wu Zetian furrowed her brows and said, we are a little tired, let's go back. In Wuqing Hall, Wu Zetian summoned a group of prime ministers to discuss which generals to send out to fight against the Khitans. The newly promoted prime minister, Wang Jishan, forcibly shifted the topic to Lai Junqian and solemnly remonstrated. Lai Junqian is vicious and greedy, the root of the country's evil. If this person does not go, the court will definitely be shaken. Wu Zetian flicked her sleeves and left. Whether she wanted to kill or protect someone, she had to make the decision herself. She did not want to give the prime ministers a feeling of indecisiveness. Chun Dong was in charge of Lai Junshin's trial in the Ministry of Justice. Outside, there were constant complaints every day, and inside, there were revelations from Wei Suizhong, Lai Junshin's trusted aide, who had always been by his side. Chun Dong uncovered more and more information about the wrongful cases that Lai Junshin had created, as well as his abuse of power for personal gain. When these developments were reported to the emperor, Wu Zetian was furious. Qian Chaojun, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and the current minister of Works, had been instructed by Lai Junshin to appoint more than 100 of Lai Junshin's henchmen to the posts of patrol inspector, county lieutenant, and judge in various prefectures and counties. With so many of Lai Junshin's henchmen in charge of the local judicial departments, it was convenient for him to frame officials, fabricate evidence, and fabricate charges. The reason why Lai Junshin was able to accuse others in front of Wu Zetian was because of his seemingly detailed and real evidence. Wu Zetian was unable to restrain her anger. She immediately summoned Minister Qian to the palace and interrogated him face to face. Qian Chaojun knew that it was inevitable, so he simply hardened his heart and answered straightforwardly, "I have failed your majesty and deserve to die. However, I have violated the laws of the country, and the crime only belongs to me." When Lai Junshin was in power, he covered the sky with one hand. Those who submitted to him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. If I offended him, I would definitely face the calamity of extermination. I would rather be exterminated than exterminate my entire clan. After hearing this, Wu Zetian was silent. After a long time, she stood up in disappointment and frustration and slowly walked back to the inner palace. She actually did not pursue Qian Chaojun's responsibility. When the news spread, whether it was the Zhang faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, or the Princess faction, they were all excited. They knew that under the overwhelming suppression, the Empress finally had the thought of abandoning Lai Junshin. In the Liang Palace, there was a joyous song and dance. Zhubyuk Zhang Shuo improvised a poem. The Liang Palace is good. The Morning Phoenix building is connected. Bamboo paths, Luo Qianwei. The lawn banquet falls to two palaces. Under the fragrant tree, the graceful dance of the falling flowers. I feel that the banquet is pleasing to the ears and even the wind of a great country. The entire hall was filled with cheers. Wu Sanxi also listened with pride and was very pleased. Wu Sanxi bestowed a cup of fine wine to Zhang Shuo and praised him with a smile. He then said in a low voice to the Minister of Glories, Song Zhixuan, who was standing in front of him, "I don't know why, but recently Wei Wang has spared no effort in attacking Lai Junshin. Wei Wang is Gu's greatest opponent in seizing the throne. His friend is my enemy, and his enemy is my friend. Gu wants to lend a helping hand to Lai Junshin. What do you think?" Song Zhixuan immediately said with a serious expression, "Absolutely not. This matter does not only concern Wei Wang. Once His Majesty reaches out, he will become the enemy of the whole world. In my opinion, we can either watch from the side and not say anything, or if we want to help, we can only hit him when he is down. We cannot go against the general trend of the world." Wu Sanxi stroked his beard and pondered for a while before slowly nodding his head. The entire situation was very disadvantageous to Lai Junshin. Being detained in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Lai Junshin's supervision was not very strict. Perhaps the prison guards were afraid of his ruthlessness and were afraid that if he did not die this time, they would suffer greatly when he was released from prison. Therefore, they did not treat him harshly. Every day, the Lai residence's family sent food to Lai Junshin. They could even enter the prison and personally deliver it to Lai Junshin. Under these circumstances, it was easy for Lai Junshin to send some information to the outside world. But Lai Junqin racked his brains and could not find a single person he could entrust this task to. He had long walked this road to a dead end. Those who feared that Lai Junqin would not die were not only the Zhang faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, the Princess faction, and the faction of the Prince of Luling that did not have a leader but saw an opportunity to strike. There was also the grand scholar Jisoo. Jisoo had secretly reported the news of Lu Sili and Lu Sili's rebellion to Lai Junqin. Lai Junqin had taken all the credit and attempted to eradicate Jisoo as a traitor. As a result, Jisoo hated Lai Junqin to the bone. When a wave of crusade against Lai Junqin rose in court, Jisoo had been closely watching the development of the situation, but he did not interfere. It was not that he was afraid of Lai Junqin, although he was afraid. Ever since he had seen the emperor as the first person to accuse Lu Sili and Lu Sili of rebellion, he and Lai Junqin no longer had any leeway. The reason he did not stand out was because he felt that his words carried little weight and that he would not be of much use in this matter. But the empress was still unwilling to make the decision to punish Lai Junqin. Jisoo was somewhat unable to restrain himself. He knew that this was the best chance to deal with Lai Junqin. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to overthrow Lai Junqin. Even if he had the empress's protection and would not be harmed by Lai Junqin, he would never have the chance to stand out and could only continue to be an idle official. Thus, on this morning, during the morning court, Jisoo decided to take a risk. He was the grand scholar, in charge of guiding the palanquin, writing the 5 ceremonial notes, monitoring the ceremonial objects, and deciding on matters such as the conferment of the nobles and ministers. Every morning court of the emperor, when the imperial carriage came out of the rear palace, it had to be led into the hall by the grand scholar. On this day, he was on duty. The Wanxiang Divine Palace had been burned and was now being rebuilt. The emperor's court was temporarily changed to the Hall of Proclamation. Early in the morning, Jisoo was waiting in front of the Hall of Proclamation. When the emperor's imperial carriage came from afar, Jisoo, who was supposed to be leading at the front, suddenly charged into the guard of honor, went straight to the front, and grabbed the handrail of Wu Zetian's carriage. The imperial guards were shocked and immediately went forward to arrest him. Wu Zetian frowned and waved the guards away. She said sternly to Jisoo, "Subject Ji, why are you obstructing the imperial carriage? Are you not afraid that we will punish you?" Jisoo sternly said in a loud voice. "Subject broke up the guard of honor and obstructed the imperial carriage. Subject is guilty and is willing to be punished by your majesty to uphold the country's law. Lai Junqin's crimes are monstrous, and the people are angry. Evidence of his crimes can be found everywhere. The court and the public have long been calling for him to be punished. Subject asks your majesty, why are you still not punishing him?" All the civil and military officials were waiting in front of the hall to enter. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Many people were secretly impressed by Jisoo's courage. Wu Zetian was somewhat embarrassed and answered unhappily, "Lai Junqin has done meritorious service for the country. That is why we are hesitating." Jisoo loudly said, "Lai Junqin has done meritorious service for the country. Your Majesty has also given him corresponding rewards. Lai Junqin was originally a commoner in Chang, and how could he become the deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and the governor of the capital? Isn't it because your Majesty has rewarded him for his meritorious service? Today, Lai Junqin has gathered lawless people and framed the good. His bribes are as high as mountains, and the wronged souls are blocking the way. He has already become a traitor to the country. Your Majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law." Having said that, Jisoo took 3 steps back, lifted his robe, and knelt down to pay his respects. standing at the head of the civil and military officials, Wu Qingxi, and the others saw this opportunity and immediately knelt down. They said in unison, "Your Majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law." As soon as these people knelt down, more than half of the officials knelt down. The remaining people stood there like cranes in a flock of chickens. Looking left and right, they hurriedly knelt down as well. Wu Zetian sat steadily on the imperial carriage, her face expressionless. After a long silence, Wu Zetian slowly opened her mouth and said, "My beloved subject is right. This matter has been dragged on for long enough. The Qiu Guanyamen and Supreme Court, please discuss the punishment as soon as possible." Wu Qingxi was overjoyed and took the lead to shout, "Our Majesty is wise. Long live your Majesty." Ji Su secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes were already soaked in sweat. In the Yang residence, Tang's supervisor Yang, who had been suspended from his duties but not his salary, was extremely bored. He had seen all the sceneries in and out of the city. One day, he had just discussed with his two lovely wives about going to Mount Laojun and building a garden there to escape the heat every summer when Gu Zhuting returned. Since young Master Zhang's death, Gu Zhuting did not need to continue hiding her identity because she and Yang Fan shared a secret. Yang Fan was not at all worried that she would betray him. Now, Gu Zhuting was Yang Fan's #1 confidant. She was in charge of the communication between him and the GC Hall. Yang Fan took her back to the study and listened to her report about the GC Hall. He nodded and smiled. They've done a good job, especially the scheme that the Sky Observation Division set up against Lai Junqian. Not only did they deal with Lai Junqian, they also found out some of the hidden forces in various aspects, instigated deeper suspicion between the two parties, and expanded our living space. Gu Zhuting smiled. When I came back, the elders of the Heaven Observation Division specially asked me to bring back a message. They said that they are deeply honored to be able to serve the sovereign. When young Master Jiang was still alive, the Heaven Observation Division was just a decoration. The headstrong young Master Jiang had always been dismissive of the things designed by the old men of the Heaven Observation Division. Now that Yang Fan thought so highly of them and often adopted their suggestions, these old men felt like they had met a bosom friend. At this moment, someone suddenly said outside the door, "Ah Lang, Ren Wei requests an audience." Yang Fan waved his hand, and Gu Zhuting immediately hid behind the screen. Yang Fan said, "Come in." Ren Wei rushed in and said, "Sovereign, the Emperor has issued an edict in today's court meeting. He ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to discuss Lai Junqian's crime." "Good." Yang Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he suddenly saw a strange expression on Ren Wei's face. He could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Ren Wei hurriedly said, "Sovereign is wise." Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said, "If there is something, just say it." Ren Wei took a deep breath and said quickly, "The imperial court is about to attack Khitan. The emperor has named 28 generals. Sovereign, you are also among them." Chapter 7:13. Black military uniforms and black military flags, like a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rolled to the north and killed the Khitans. The soldiers wore battle jackets and leather helmets. At least half of the soldiers were equipped with cowhide armor. The whole team was made up of spears, swords, and shields, and archers. They were equipped with all kinds of long and short ordnance, and their offensive and defensive strength could not be underestimated. On the hillside, Xiao Man and Anu stood in front, and the wet nurse stood behind with the young master and the young lady in her arms. She covered her eyes with her hands and looked at the army in the distance, not knowing where their husbands were. Ren Wei stood next to her, and his face was twisted like a steamed bun. If it was up to him, the suzerain should have resigned as soon as he completed the task of selecting officials in the southern border. As the suzerain of the succession hall, he should be in the dark and secretly guide the general trend of the world. Now, with the emperor's order, their sect leader had no choice but to go to the front lines. Because he was in the army, the succession hall had no way to intervene in such a short time. It was also impossible to sneak a few guards into his side. Ren Wei could only comfort himself. If there is a war in the thousands of troops, even 100 guards won't be able to help. Besides, it's just a small chitin. The 160,000 troops of the imperial court will definitely succeed. As a general, the suzerain won't have to go there personally, so there shouldn't be any danger. Anu looked at the endless army, bit her thin lower lip, and suddenly said to Xiao Man, "Xiao Man, I want to go with the army. Maybe I will have a chance to take care of Langjun." "How can you do that?" Xiao Man looked at Anu in surprise. "Anu, you have never been in the army, so you don't know the strict military discipline. You are not in the army, so you can't sneak in. With Longjuan's current military position, he is not qualified to have his own private army. There are more than 100,000 people in the army. Once the war starts in Liaodong, you won't even know where he is." Anu said worriedly, "I know this, but I feel more at ease to follow him all the way. I am good at disguise and stealth. If there is a chance, I may be able to go to his side. One more person can always take care of him. You have to take care of the child, so you can't be distracted. Let me go." Xiao Man thought about it and shook her head hard. Her experience was different from Anu's, and her current identity was also different. It was very difficult for her to agree to Anu's request. She had lived in the army for a long time. Although she was just an inner guard and had never fought in a war, she was clear about the rules and discipline of the army. In her opinion, Anu's idea was extremely absurd. Moreover, when Yang Fan left, he left the whole family to her. If she promised Anu to go with Yang Fan, if something happened to Anu, how could she explain to Yang Fan? Anu was obviously not on a whim. Seeing that she refused to agree, she hurriedly gave Gu Zhuting a look. Gu Zhuting then came up and helped Anu to persuade. From the looks of it, Anu and Gu Zhuting had already discussed this with each other. On the hillside, the two of them began to train Xiao Man. Wu Zetian's timely punishment of Lai Junqian allowed the civil and military officials of the court to turn their attention back to quelling the rebellion in Liaodong. After a period of preparation, the army could finally set off. When she was naming the generals, Wu Zetian suddenly thought of her daughter Taiping's request, so she issued an edict and transferred him back to the army. At this time, Yang Fan was leading his troops to advance with the main army. Yang Fan had been appointed as the captain of the 1st Regiment. His troops were formed from elite soldiers drawn from the various prefectures of subjugation. Although they were called elite soldiers, they were just large soldiers pulled from a file. The prefectural military system was already gradually collapsing, and the court had gradually begun to implement a recruitment system. General Chao Renshi of the Left Eagle Guard, General Zhang Xuanyu of the Right Golden Guard, and the newly appointed Vice Minister of Agriculture, Ma Renjia, led the Imperial Guards and the recruitment army. They were the elite troops and served as the vanguard. And the troops Yang Fan was in were mostly formed from prefectural soldiers. As a reserve force, they were the rear troops led by the Chief of Marches, Yan Bengshi, and General of the Left Guard, Li Duozhua. Although Yang Fan's troops were formed from soldiers drawn from the prefectural armies, the entire structure of the troops was complete. There were other commanders, senior censors, 6 captains, and adjunct officers. Along the way, Yang Fan and a few of his subordinates had become familiar with each other. At this time, They were chatting and laughing as they hurried along. Senior Censor Shi Rui said, "A small chiton actually required so many famous generals and such a large army. Isn't the court making a mountain out of a molehill? Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" Senior Censor Yun Gufan advised, "Censor Shi Rui must not be careless. I heard that the chiton soldiers are brave and skilled in battle. They took down the Yingzhou prefectural governor, Zhao Wenren, in one attack, then took down Chongzhou and captured Tang Longshan's deputy envoy, Su Qingji. They are not so easy to deal with." Senior Censor Tang Tao disapprovingly said, "Senior Censor Yun, don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. The chiton people are invincible because the border armies are incompetent. In our dynasty's border armies, other than the Longyu army, who is skilled in battle, the other border armies are unable to withstand a single blow. Normally, they can maintain law and order in the border areas and arrest the smugglers. But to fight, they are far inferior." Senior Censor Shi Rui and 6 captains immediately echoed. The Tang dynasty's border army system adopted a hereditary military household system. This was similar to the Ming dynasty's Wei Suo troops. The first generation were all soldiers who were skilled in battle. They settled in the area and established military households. The court exempted them from taxes and corvée labor. However, as a price, each family had to produce soldiers to fill in the gaps of the previous generation's border army. This kind of army degenerated after a few generations. For example, in the western region, there were annual wars. The border army's fighting strength was still very impressive. Since the founding of the Liaodong region, there were very few major wars. Many border army soldiers had never fought a war since they received the weapons passed down from their fathers. In addition, the hereditary generals of the border army were not paid. The soldiers were not enough. Some families' fathers doted on their children and grandchildren, so they were not willing to hand over their duties. As a result, the soldiers were aging and there were all kinds of problems. As a result, basically they did not have much fighting strength. For this reason, among the various military systems of the imperial court, it was the prefectural army that looked down on the border army, the conscripted army looked down on the prefectural army, and the imperial army looked down on the conscripted army. Listening to his subordinates' discussion, Yang Fan said, "It is true that the chiton people's armors are incomplete and their weapons are broken, but they live in bitter cold, nomadic herding and hunting for a living. Therefore, they are naturally skilled in riding and archery, valiant and aggressive. Now that they have assembled into an army, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. You must know that arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. Be careful." Yang Fan was a commanding general with the rank of captain. It was not good for the generals to refute his opinion. Thereupon, one after another, they agreed. Shi Rui laughed and said, "This lowly general heard that when Captain Yang was at Longyu in the past, you once led 5,000 border troops at Mingwei garrison to safely withdraw from Flying Fox Pass under the pursuit of 100,000 Turkic troops. The casualties were less than 1/3. You also assisted great General Liu in outsmarting the Turkic troops. Captain is so proficient in military affairs. We are fortunate to be under Captain Yang's command. This time we are going to Liaodong. We will definitely be able to render meritorious service." Yang Fan knew his own situation very well. How could he dare to consider himself a general who was proficient in the art of war? Hastily he waved his hand and modestly said, "That is just a rumor. It cannot be taken seriously. It is true that the Turks had 100,000 troops, but at that time they broke through Flying Fox Pass. Less than 20,000 troops entered the pass. While we were retreating, we took advantage of the terrain, so we calmly withdrew to Mingwei garrison. Right now, there are many battle-hardened generals commanding the entire army, mobilizing the troops, and dispatching the generals. Our battalion's duty is only to follow the great general's command, to issue clear orders, to strictly enforce military discipline, and to fight the enemy bravely. Speaking of rendering meritorious service, based on our imperial court's military power, as long as you and I work together, it will not be difficult. All the generals were very optimistic and agreed in unison. At this moment, Chief Marshal Yun Gufan suddenly pointed his finger and said cheerfully, "Look, Chief Steward Yen is here." Yang Fan and the others looked back and saw the commander's flag fluttering in the wind, with a large Yen character written on it, as if a new wave had suddenly surged into the midst of the advancing army, splitting the waves and rolling over. The advancing official army soldiers quickly moved to the sides of the post road, making way for them. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly moved his horse to the side of the road and stood solemnly with his subordinates, respectfully sending off Chief Steward Yan's troops. This was a true elite army. The military flag fluttered like fire. There were a total of 800 armored cavalrymen riding on tall and sturdy horses. Their armor was bright, their saddles were neat, and their swords and shields hung from their shoulders. They held long lacquered spears with red tassels. The silver steel tip of the spear flickered with a cold light, looking very mighty and majestic. Shi Rue, Yun Gufan, and the others looked enviously at Chief Steward Yan's personal army. They were uniformly dressed in iron armor, with a half-arm battle robe on the outside. There were war bows on their shoulders, short knives at their waists, and cowhide quivers. A black lacquered cowhide cavalry shield hung from the side of their saddles, painted with the image of a ferocious beast. A long red tassel spear, with blood grooves flashed with a sinister light. On the other hand, Yang Fan's official army could not be compared at all. The horses they led were of different heights, and some were fat and some were thin. On the backs of the horses hung their own food bags, cooking utensils, felt clothes, and sleeping bags. The swords, bows, and arrows, as well as their armor, were of a mess. Some of them did not wear leather armor at all, although some of them wore half-body armor. Their leather armor had not been oiled for a long time. The paint had worn off, the leather armor was cracked, and the shoulder was even cracked. The awe-inspiring personal army walked over, and the Iron Man appeared shining with golden light. A full set of brand-new radiant armor covered Chief Steward Yen from head to toe, making him look like a shining golden-armored deity under the sunlight. The copper scale-like cheek protector and neck protector also covered his face. Only a hawk-like nose and a pair of sharp and majestic eyes could be seen. He walked straight past Yang Fan, but Yang Fan did not see his appearance. He only remembered the hawk-like nose. Many of the new official army soldiers were full of admiration and envy. Some veterans who had fought in wars were leading his old horse, but they spat disdainfully, "Tui, you're new recruits who have never fought in a war. What are you so proud of? Liaodong is still far away. All of you look mighty in heavy armor, but it won't be long before you're tired." Yang Fan's ears were sharp enough to hear the veteran's disdainful curses. He could not help but blush because he was also admiring them in his heart. Just now, he was like the other admiring soldiers, shocked by the majesty of this army. Now that he heard the veteran's words, he realized that Chief Steward Yen did not seem to know much about military affairs. However, when Yang Fan rode to the side of the road and looked at the endless army, he could not see the end of it. It was vast and boundless, and he could not help but feel confident. Perhaps Chief Steward Yen was as ignorant of the art of war as he was. However, the army also had General Chao Rensher of the left Eagle Guard, General Zhang Xuanyu of the right Golden Guard, and General Li Duozhua of the left Mighty Guard. They were all experienced generals who were good at fighting and had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such a mighty army, the rebellion could not be quelled overnight. Therefore, this trip to Liaodong was just a long trip for him. Chapter 7:14. A winding river quietly flowed into the distance. By the riverside, some people were washing their horses while others were bathing naked in the waist-deep river. Occasionally, they would splash up the water to tease their companions and let out hearty laughter. By the riverside were weeping willows. Their slender branches spread out patches of green, like a lake. Many horses, cows, and sheep could be seen in the forest. Many people were also going in and out of the forest. Suddenly, a rider galloped over from afar, kicking up a trail of dust on the fine white sand. Some people by the riverside put up their sunglasses and looked in the direction of the winged rider. They quickly relaxed their vigilance and continued with their own business. There was only one rider, and he wore the same clothes as them. Clearly, he was not a soldier of the Great Zhou imperial court. That person quickly came to the side of the green willow thicket and nimbly jumped off the warhorse. He tore the worn-out sheepskin mattress from the horse's back and threw it on the ground. There was no saddle on the horse's back. After pulling off the sheepskin mattress, only the horse's back was left. That person patted the horse's neck and let it search for fresh weeds on its own while he quickly walked into the willow forest. Supreme Khan, Grand Marshal, the imperial court has sent troops. The burly man who had just run into the willow forest found their commander. In the middle of the willow forest, there were a few sheepskin mattresses spread out. Several burly men were sitting cross-legged on the mattresses and talking about something. When they heard his voice, they all stood up. An old man with long, thin cheeks, a grizzled beard on his chin, and a large grizzled braid on his head. It was almost summer, and he was wearing a sheepskin coat. The sheepskin coat was very shabby, and the wool was half gone. It looked like the skin of a leech dog. This person was the military governor of the Pine Desert Military Office and the leader of the Khitan Great He Tribal Alliance, Li Jinzhong. Now, he had rebelled and proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan. Beside him stood an old man who was about the same age as him. He was also around 60 years old. This person was slightly taller than Li Jinzhong and had a square face. His hair and beard were all white, but his thick eyebrows were still black. His messy eyebrows gave off a fierce aura. This person was Sun Wanrong, who had been appointed as Grand Marshal by Li Jinzhong. The burly men at the side were the leaders of the various Khitan tribes that had attached themselves to them. Li Jinzhong untied the water pouch at his waist and threw it to the scout. He said calmly, "No hurry, drink some water first." The scout caught Li Jinzhong's water pouch and gulped down a mouthful of water. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Khan, Tang has dispatched 160,000 troops. The left Eagle Guard's Great General Chao Rensher, the right Jin Wu Guard's Great General Zhang Xuanyu, and the Minister of Agriculture's Xiaoqing Ma Renjie will be the first line of defense. They will lead the Imperial Guards and recruited troops, a total of 100,000 troops to advance. In addition, Yan Bengshi was appointed as the chief of the marching army, while the left guard Great General Li Duozhua was appointed as the deputy commander, leading the elite prefectural army and the supply troops as the second army. The distance between the two armies was about 2 days. I also heard that their empress intends to appoint Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang as the Yuguan Road Pacification Ambassador, and Yao Qi of Naiyan as the deputy envoy, to lead the Third Army in support. It's just that the Third Army hasn't set off yet, so we don't know how many people they're planning to send. When the chiefs heard that the imperial court was going to send 3 generals and that the first one to arrive was 160,000 people, they couldn't help but panic. Many of them looked timid. Li Jinzhong saw their reactions, but he was not moved at all. He only smiled faintly and said mockingly, "The imperial court really thinks highly of us. We have no more than 70,000 people. We lack clothes and armor. Our weapons are not complete, yet the imperial court is actually sending so many soldiers and horses." He suddenly turned around and looked at the chiefs, saying loudly, "Tang people don't treat us Khitan people as human beings. They treat us worse than their own livestock. Last winter, when we were hit by a famine, what did Zhao Wenren do? Not only did he not give us a grain of rice, he even took the opportunity to force us to sell our children. Our beautiful women, who are as pretty as flowers, were raped and humiliated by them, forced to work like cattle and horses. Our cattle and sheep were traded by them at a low price. It was not easy for us to survive the winter, but this spring we don't even have enough cattle and sheep to graze. What should we do? This autumn, we will continue to be exploited by them until our bone marrow is squeezed dry." Li Jinzhong's words reminded the tribal chiefs of all kinds of bullying and oppression they had suffered. Each and every one of them was filled with anger. Their chests rose and fell, their breathing quickened, their faces turned red. Li Jinzhong waved his hand and said, "We Khitan people have submitted to the Tang dynasty, but the Tang people have never treated us as their own people. They don't even treat us as human beings. Other than bullying and humiliation, there is more bullying and humiliation." In front of their border generals, even the chiefs of the various tribes can only lead the horses and fall off the stirrups. They can only serve as slaves and maids. We have endured again and again, endured until our tribes are about to be exterminated. We have no way to live. How can we continue to endure? Sun Wanrong said, "Khan is right. If we continue to endure, we will die. If we continue to fight, perhaps we still have a way to live. At the very least, we must let the imperial court know that even if they treat us like livestock, they must give us something to eat. When a rabbit is anxious, it will bite. We don't want to be those sheep and horses that meekly accept adversity. We want to be wolves on the prairie." Li Jinzhong loudly said, "The imperial court is sending an army. Are you afraid?" "Yes, I am also afraid. But what's the use of being afraid? If we don't rebel, we will still die. When we started the war, we knew in our hearts how powerful the imperial court is. It is not surprising that they sent 160,000 soldiers. Even if it was 1,000,000 soldiers, the imperial court can still send them. We only have this one life. It is like using a chicken to hit a rock, but at least we have fought. Our women, our children, our descendants, they will not stab us in the back." The furious chief and the surrounding tribesmen roared, "Khan is right. If we fight, we will die. If we don't fight, we will also die. We Khitan men would rather die standing than be cowardly and cowardly slaves." Li Jinzhong nodded his head in satisfaction and relaxed his expression. He laughed in a clear voice and said, "Speaking of death, of course we must have the belief that we will die. But if we really fight, we may not necessarily lose. Didn't we conquer Yingzhou? Didn't we also conquer Chongzhou? A few days ago, when we attacked Danzhou, near today's Beijing, the deputy chief of Qingbian Road, Zhang Jiujie, used the thick city walls to repel us. But it was only a repel. Does he dare to send a single soldier to chase after us? They sent an army of 160,000. Whether it's 160,000 wolves or 160,000 sheep, we'll only know after we fight. Whoever wants to be a coward, Li Jinzhong, won't stop you. You can leave now." The chief said angrily, "Khan, just give the order. We Khitan people do not have cowards who are afraid of death." Sun Wanrong called the scout over and said, "Come, tell the chiefs the details of the Tang army. We will discuss a countermeasure." It was easy to find out the movements of the Tang army, but the Khitan people were different They were nomadic tribes. They were originally wandering, divided and united. They were good at sealing themselves off from the outside world. In addition, the Han people at the borders generally saw them as inferior. They rarely interacted with them, so their understanding of them was limited. The scout explained in detail what he knew about the Tang army and said, "Khan, Marshal." The Empress of the Tang even gave the order to change Khan's name to Li Jinmi and Marshal's son's name to Sun Wanzhan. Sun Wanrong sneered and said to the chiefs, "I was a hostage when I was young. I lived in Chang and in Luoyang for a long time, so I know this woman very well. This woman has 3 hobbies: killing, changing her era name, and changing the surname of others. After Empress Wang was killed by her, the Wang family changed their surname to Mang. After consort Xiao died, the Xiao family changed their surname to Xiao. King Yu, Li Zhen, rebelled against her, and the Li family was changed to Xiao. This woman poisoned her own sister and niece to death and framed her 4 cousins. After killing the 4 cousins, she changed their surname to Wei. Look, how is this different from those women who have a grudge against others, gritting their teeth and cursing others at home? Is this the Tang Emperor or a witch?" "Ha ha ha." The chiefs roared with laughter, and Li Jinzhong said with a smile, all right, let her say what she wants. Whether I, Li Jinzhong, am destroyed or not is not up to her cursing. Whether Sun Wanrong is Sun Wanzhan or not, it depends on whether they can win the war. Let's discuss how to fight this war." The Khitan chief Luo Wuzhen suggested, "The Tang army has the advantage. Why don't we avoid them, retreat into the grasslands, and lead them by the nose? They have 160,000 troops, and the supply is a big problem. As long as we delay them for a few months and find an opportunity to cut off their food supply, they will collapse without a fight." Li Jinzhong shook his head and said, "After the famine last winter and being extorted by those damn border generals, our cattle and sheep are not enough to ensure the survival of our people. The food we robbed is not enough for us to eat until winter. If the Tang army arrives, they will be stationed at the important cities and refuse to follow us around the grasslands. We only need to endure until winter, and we have nothing to eat, and we can't take down their cities. At that time, we will freeze to death even without the Tang army killing us." Another Khitan chief, He Xiao, pondered for a moment and used a willow branch to draw the terrain on the ground and said, "If that's the case, why don't we gather our troops and stop them at the Yellow Deer Valley? The Yellow Deer Valley is narrow and we can't deploy our troops. As long as we can guard the valley entrance, they won't be able to come over." Luo Wanjin retorted, "What's the use of that? The Tang have 160,000 troops. If we guard the Yellow Deer Valley, even if they can't come over, we will be dragged to death there. There are still Tang troops in Danzhou, Zhuo County, and other places. If they know that reinforcements have arrived, they will gather their troops and attack us from behind. We will be attacked from all sides and trapped in the Yellow Deer Valley, unable to escape even if we want to." He Xiao thought about it and could not help but feel discouraged. He threw down the willow branch and said, "We can't avoid them, and we can't stop them either. What should we do?" Sun Wanrong stroked his beard, frowned, and pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "Xiao's idea, I think it's not impossible, but we need to be flexible." Li Jinzhong knew that Sun Wanrong was full of schemes, and hurriedly asked, "What good idea do you have?" Sun Wanrong said, "The Tang have always been arrogant and do not take us seriously. This is called arrogant soldiers. My idea is to take advantage of their disdain for us. If we use it well, we may be able to take down all the Tang troops along the way. But if we fail, the troops as bait will not return. So I need a group of soldiers who are willing to die." Sun Wanrong's gaze swept across the leaders and said coldly, "Who is willing to take on this responsibility?" Chapter 7:15. The Great Zhou's first army of 100,000 soldiers marched majestically on the road. Beside the road, in a temporary military tent, the general of the left Eagle Guard, Chao Runsher, the general of the right Golden Guard, Zhang Xuanyu, the junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, and a few other generals were discussing the military situation in front of a map on the table. Chao Runsher said, "We have just received intelligence that after the Khitan rebel army failed to attack Huan Prefecture, they fled east and attacked Ping Prefecture. There are not many soldiers in Ping Prefecture, so they did not dare to go out of the city to fight, so they defended the city to the death. The Khitans don't have enough siege equipment, so their attack on Pingzhou has been blocked. Now they are moving toward Lulong." The junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, did not know much about military affairs. He was mainly in charge of logistics and military achievements. He asked, "Where's our army now?" Zhang Xuanyu pointed at the map and said, "Our army has just arrived at Horse City. If we continue forward and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley, we will be able to reach Lulong and solve the crisis in Lulong and Pingzhou." Ma Renjie looked at the map and muttered, "So that's how it is. To the east of Lulong is a vast ocean. The Khitan rebel army will not escape in that direction. We must prevent them from escaping to the west again." Chao Runsher smiled slightly and said, "What Ma Xiaoqing said is correct. Therefore, I intend to dispatch an 800-li fast horse to urgently transfer troops from Danzhou, Xianzhou, Guishan, and Jizhou to the direction of Shiqing. Together with our army, we will form a joint attack against the Khitan rebel army. We must wipe them out inside Lulong territory." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Once the Khitans are defeated, they won't be able to head east. Our army will intercept them in the west. As for our side, if they want to fight, it will be no different from hitting a rock with an egg. In that case, they will flee north into the Shi tribe's territory." Chao Runsher thought about it and said, "I think that we can send another messenger to contact King Shi and order him to send troops to defend the area around Lulong Fortress. We must not let a single Khitan soldier enter Shi clan's territory. The Shi clan is a vassal state of our dynasty. Although they often agree in public but oppose in private in front of the lion of the court, how would they dare to openly protect these rebels and traitors?" Ma Renjie clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then there's no room for error. The main force of the Khitan army can be wiped out in this battle." All the generals smiled and said nothing. To them, it was a piece of cake to use the court's 100,000 elite troops to attack the Khitans, who claimed to have 100,000 troops but were actually only 60,000 to 70,000 strong. The Yellow Deer Valley was a shortcut for the imperial court's army to reach Lulong. If they did not pass through this valley, then the imperial court's army would have to take a detour through the mountains, which would delay them for more than 10 days. This long period of time was enough for the Khitans to hear the news and flee. Therefore, having made up his mind, Chao Runsher immediately dispatched a group of cavalry to rush ahead of the main army toward the Yellow Deer Valley and occupy this strategic location. Who would have thought that there was already a Khitan troop stationed at the entrance of the Yellow Deer Valley? When the imperial court's vanguard arrived at the Yellow Deer Valley without stopping, they saw from a distance a tattered gray wolf flag fluttering on the top of the mountain. The vanguard troops could not help but be shocked. They immediately set up camp on the spot and urgently sent someone to report to the central army. Chao Runsher heard that the Khitan people had stationed troops and horses in the Yellow Deer Valley. While ordering the army to speed up, he also sent an order to the vanguard to attack the Yellow Deer Valley first, to probe the Khitan people's strength. Once Vanguard Lieutenant General Wu Qingzhao received the order, he immediately ordered Brigade Commander Ma Qiao to lead his troops in an exploratory attack. It was Ma Qiao's first time going on an expedition to war. He was very excited along the way, but when the order was issued, he became nervous for no reason. Although the entire army had a disdainful attitude toward the Khitan people, as if once the army arrived, they could annihilate the Khitan people with a snap of their fingers, but it was, after all, his first time on the battlefield. Ma Qiao was very cautious. He first did a reconnaissance of the Yellow Deer Valley and found that there was a valley road in the middle of the valley. Although it was not very narrow, it was completely within the range of the crossbows. Therefore, other than eliminating the enemy troops on both sides, it would be difficult for the army to pass through. On one side of the valley, the mountain peaks were steep, the walls were as straight as a mirror, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. On the other side, the hillside was not steep, but the number of Khitan troops guarding it had increased correspondingly. This hillside could not be considered steep. The cavalry could charge up, but unfortunately, the hillside that was not considered steep was full of loose gravel. Even walking would not be easy, let alone charging on horseback. His cavalry was completely useless here. They had to abandon their horses and fight on foot. It was Ma Qiao's first time leading troops in a battle, so he was very cautious. Following the art of war he learned from the army, he first carefully surveyed the terrain, understood the target to attack, and then began to deploy his troops. The troops under Ma Qiao's command were all cavalry. He ordered all the cavalry to dismount and hand the horses over to a small number of soldiers to watch over. He then divided the soldiers into 3 teams. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers, the second team was made up of crossbowmen, and the third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers as the main attacking force. The second team was made up of crossbowmen to assist the sword and shield bearers in battle, acting as a long-range attacking force to suppress the Khitan archers. The third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen, acting as a reserve force. If the attack was successful, the third team would enter the battle and quickly consolidate the occupied position. If the attacking force did not make any progress, then the purpose of scouting the defending force's strength had been achieved. If they first occupied the enemy's position and then were suppressed by the enemy's counterattack, then the third team would be responsible for covering the retreat of their comrades to avoid heavy casualties during the retreat. As for the other side of the steep cliff, Ma Qiao decided to ignore it for now. There was a valley in the middle, and most of the arrows shot from the opposite cliff had lost their lethality, so it was better to take one side first, and then attack the other side of the hill after they had gained a firm foothold. Ma Qiao's arrangement conformed to the rules, and everything had been arranged. He immediately ordered his men to beat the war drums and launched an attack on the hill. This hillside was not steep enough, and the Khitan people on the hill could not use rolling logs and stones to resist the Tang army, so they could only rely on bows and arrows to stop the enemy. Ma Qiao's troops were cavalry, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, no matter what kind of troops they were, all had a war bow, and there was no shortage of bows and crossbows. As the elite cavalry of the imperial army, they were also equipped with cavalry shields, sabers, long spears, and even javelins. With many kinds of troops in one body, they were completely competent for the combat tasks arranged by Ma Qiao. In the sound of the war drums, Ma Qiao gave an order, and the saber and shield bearers used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts, held the sabers in their hands, and stepped on the loose gravel that seriously hindered their movement, and approached the hillside step by step. The crossbowmen followed closely behind, using the saber and shield bearers as a barrier, ready to suppress the enemy from afar. As the reserve team, the spear bearers and crossbowmen also followed and stopped halfway up the hill, ready to decide according to the situation of the battlefield whether to attack or cover the retreat of their comrades. As soon as the two sides entered the shooting range of the other side's crossbow, sharp arrows began to shoot at each other. With a shield in one hand and a saber in the other, Ma Qiao personally led the saber and shield bearers to charge at the very front. They bent their waists and used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts. Under the cover of the crossbowmen, behind them, they approached the hilltop. The arrows on the hilltop were not concentrated and were completely suppressed by the arrows of the imperial court's troops. Although the Khitan's arrows were quite accurate, they were seriously lacking in strength. A few arrows hit Ma Qiao's shield, but with a shake of his shield, some of the arrows fell off. Ma Qiao couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't they say that the Khitan people were nomadic and hunted, and that they were most proficient with crossbows? With such weak strength, even if they hit their bodies, it would probably be very difficult to kill them. At first, Ma Qiao was worried that the Khitan people's crossbows were formidable, but now that he saw that the Khitan people's archery was only SOSO, his courage increased. He immediately ordered them to increase the speed of their attack. When they were about to charge up the hillside, the sparse arrows on the hillside stopped altogether. Ma Qiao immediately increased his speed and was the first to charge into the Khitan people's defensive line. Brandishing his saber, he began to kill. When he charged into the enemy's group, he discovered that there were only several hundred people defending the hilltop. The weapons they used were a mess of old and shabby weapons such as long sabers, manure forks, wooden sticks, and so on and so forth. Each and every one of the enemy's clothes was ragged, and their faces were emaciated. When they moved, they were limp and had almost no strength to fight back. Ma Qiao's saber technique could be considered a first-rate expert in the army. Seeing that the enemy's combat strength was not strong, he simply abandoned his cavalry and shield and brandished his saber with both hands, charging forward. His body was as swift as a tiger, and his saber was as fast as the wind. He did not tangle with the enemy, and only tried to create as much chaos as possible to create the conditions for his men to charge up the hillside. Very soon, all the saber and shield bearers had charged up the hillside. Following that, the archers also drew their sabers and joined the battle. When the reserve troops guarding halfway up the hillside saw this situation, they immediately followed their original plan and charged up the hillside. However, before they could join the battle, the Khitan soldiers on the hillside, who looked like beggars, broke down. "Stop fighting, we surrender! We surrender!" When one of them shouted surrender, all the resistance on the hillside immediately vanished. Other than a few people who wanted to escape into the dense forest, they were shot by the Zhou army's arrows. The rest of the Khitan people knelt on the ground and raised their weapons with both hands, surrendering to the Zhou army. Wu Chengzhao was a distant relative of the Wu family. He had relied on his family's connections to become a brigade commander in the army. When he received the order to attack tentatively, his heart was pounding. That was why he had ordered Ma Qiao to attack while he did not move and was prepared to escape at any time. He did not expect Ma Qiao to smoothly charge up the hillside with a brigade. When the Zhou army waved the war flag and gestured to the foot of the hill, Wu Chengzhao was dumbfounded. Then he was extremely vexed. If he had known that the Khitan people were so useless, he should have snatched this battle credit himself. With so many people watching, it was impossible for him to snatch this credit openly. He could only hope that Ma Qiao would be sensible and focus on mentioning him, the vanguard commander, in the battle report. On the hillside, Ma Qiao could not close his mouth from grinning. This was the first time he had commanded a battle, and it was the first time he had charged and participated in a battle. The moment he received the order, although he looked calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous in his heart. His heart was pounding like a drum. He felt the nervousness and fear of participating in a battle for the first time, as well as the lack of confidence in commanding an entire army alone. But when he rushed up the mountain and killed the second person, all of this uneasiness, all of this fear was thrown out of his mind. Warriors had to experience the baptism of the battlefield to mature. After this battle, Ma Qiao quickly possessed the psychological qualities that a general should have. and the battle record of killing 7 people with his own hands also made it so that the first time he killed an enemy, when blood sprayed on his face, he would immediately jump up in panic and forget to dodge, almost getting slashed by another enemy. What should I do now? Yes, I remember. Grinning foolishly for a while, Ma Qiao finally remembered some common sense that the old generals in the army had taught him. Right now, he should immediately inspect the enemy's equipment, understand the enemy's situation, and interrogate the captives about the enemy's situation, so that the commander-in-chief could use it as a reference for his next move. Wu Qingzhao waited for another half a day. After confirming that there were no ambushes on the mountain, he led his army up the mountain and occupied this commanding position. When Wu Qingzhao ascended the hillside with a smile that was difficult to describe as happy, he only had time to participate in Ma Qiao's interrogation. Through the interrogation, they quickly figured out the enemy's situation. The Khitan rebel army had a total of 67,000 people. After failing to attack Danzhou, they fled all the way to the east. When they reached the city of Pingzhou, they suffered another setback and were forced to turn to Lulong. Because of the long-distance attack, they were unable to receive supplies. Their rations and fodder had been used up, and their arrows were also about to run out. When Ma Qiao attacked the mountain, he encountered sparse counterattacks because the Khitans only had less than 5 arrows left on average. The Khitans did not know that the imperial court had sent a large army. Otherwise, they would not have only sent so few people to guard the Yellow Deer Valley. However, their main force was attacking Lulong, and the Yellow Deer Valley was the only passage behind them. They were worried that the imperial court's troops would suddenly attack from behind, so they sent a group of people to guard this place just in case. However, when the soldiers arrived, they had already sent someone back to report. The reason why they were powerless to fight and shoot arrows was very simple. They had no strength. On the mountain where they were stationed, Ma Qiao did not find a single grain of food. When Ma Qiao and his troops arrived at the foot of the mountain, they were cooking and had not had time to eat. After hearing this, Ma Qiao personally went to check their uncooked pot of rice. Inside, there were 2 rats, a wild cat, and a pot of wild vegetables. Wu Qingzhao scoffed at this. In his view, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the Khitans' pale faces and their unsteady footing, he believed that these people had long run out of food. Wu Qingzhao was very dissatisfied that Ma Qiao had snatched the first credit in the first battle. He decided to personally fight the second battle and attack the other side of the mountain. Both mountains were the Khitans' first forward positions. As long as he took the other mountain, he could mix the 2 battles into one, and the first credit would be his. As a result, Wu Qingzhao quickly reported the information he had obtained from the interrogation back to the Central Army. At the same time, he prepared to personally take the other dangerous mountain that was said to be guarded by 50 people. At this time, the ignorant Ma Qiao suggested to him that they should first summon the Khitans on the mountain to surrender. General, since the Khitans are hungry and don't have enough arrows, I'm afraid they don't have the confidence to defend that mountain, especially since we have already occupied this place. In my opinion, why don't we send someone up the mountain to summon them to surrender? If we can win without using weapons, wouldn't that be even better? After hearing this, Wu Qingzhao's expression became even more unsightly. However, if they could summon them to surrender, of course, there was no need to use force. Although there were not many enemies on that mountain, it was a strategic location. Although the Khitans were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, they still had the strength to push rocks. Just throwing rocks down from the mountain would kill many people. He couldn't let others think that he did not care about the lives of his soldiers. A fierce, cold light flashed in Wu Qingzhao's eyes. He coldly ordered, "Fine, I will send you up the mountain to persuade them to surrender. Go tell them that I will let bygones be bygones for those who surrender. Otherwise, I will attack the mountain and kill them all, not sparing even the chickens and dogs. Don't say that I did not warn you. Ma Qiao did not expect that Wu Chengzhao would actually send him up the mountain to summon the Khitans to surrender. He was the one who came up with the idea. Now that the general had given the order, Ma Qiao could only brace himself and pull a very old Khitan over to explain to him the imperial court's good intentions in recruiting them. When the Khitan heard this, he repeatedly nodded his head and agreed to go up the mountain with him to summon the Khitans to surrender. Ma Qiao then waved a white flag and climbed up the steep mountain path with the Khitan man toward the opposite mountain. Wu Chengzhao stood on the mountain with his hand on his long saber. Watching Ma Qiao's back gradually disappear on the opposite mountain, he coldly thought, the Khitans are just a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Why would they abide by the rule of not killing envoys when two armies fight? If they are willing to surrender, then so be it. If they don't, based on my order to massacre the mountain, I can chop off your dog head first. Wu Chengzhao thought to himself. An evil, cold smile curled up the corners of his lips. When he raised his head again, he saw a white flag waving at him from the opposite mountain. Chapter 7:16. Chao Renshi, Zhang Xuanyu, and Ma Renjie were urging the main army to speed up their journey when suddenly Wu Qingzhao's battle report arrived from the front. As soon as Chao Renshi saw the report, he could not help but be startled. I have underestimated this Wu Chengzhao. I did not expect him to capture the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley with only one troop. Zhang Xuanyu took the report and read it carefully. Good, he said excitedly. We should quickly advance and directly attack Li Jinzhong's path of retreat, catching him unprepared. If we can coordinate with the Lulong garrison, we won't have to wait for the troops from Danzhou, Guishan Prefecture, and the other provinces to arrive, and we can completely wipe out the rebel army. Ma Renjie stood next to him and also read the report. Could it be a trap? He asked doubtfully. That is a gorge. Your servant does not understand the art of war, but I do know that this kind of place is the easiest place to set up an ambush. Chao Renshi shook his head and said, Ma Xiaoqing, you think too highly of the Khitans. How can they understand the art of war? You see, according to the Khitans' confession, they have failed to attack Pingzhou and are now attacking Lulong. This is the same as the intelligence we received earlier. Moreover, the garrison at the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley only has 5 arrows per person. Each one of them looks malnourished. They have been out of food for many days. This is also confirmed by the vanguard. Also, Zhang Xuanyu said, I have studied the terrain of the Yellow Deer Valley. That gorge is shaped like a gourd. It is only suitable to defend the mouth of the valley. The middle section is quite wide. It is not suitable for an ambush, but the length of the gorge is more than 20 li. With such a long battle line, the Khitans only have less than 70,000 men. If they want to ambush the main army, first of all, they do not have enough men. Second, with so many people lying in ambush on both sides, they will definitely be discovered, but if they are too scattered, they will not be able to be used as an ambush. Ma Renjie did not understand the art of war. Hearing the two great generals say so, he did not say anything more. Chao Renjie immediately gave the order for the 3 armies to rush to the Yellow Deer Valley at full speed. Chao Renshi led the army to the Yellow Deer Valley and personally interrogated the surrendered soldiers. He had been in the army for many years and had fought several dangerous battles. Whether they were really hungry or not, they could not hide from his eyes. Chao Renshi saw that the Khitan soldiers were emaciated, their faces were emaciated, their calves were swollen. Their hunger was definitely not an act. Zhang Xuanyu also inspected the Khitan people on the other side of the cliff who had surrendered. The Khitan people on this side had surrendered without fighting, so they did not have many arrows in their quiver. Because the side of the mountain they were guarding was dangerous, Each person only had 3 arrows, which was even less than the arrows carried by the Khitan people on the other side of the mountain, whose formation had been broken. He sent people up the mountain to take a look. There were indeed many large rocks piled up on the edge of the cliff. Chao Runsher considered all these facts and no longer had any doubts. He hurriedly discussed with Zhang Xuanyu. By the time their vanguard arrived, the Khitan spies had already rushed back to report the news. However, there were less than 4 hours left. If the main army advanced immediately, they could suddenly appear behind the Khitans when they received the news. Even if it was slightly later, the Khitan people were not as well trained as the Zhou army. If they wanted to gather the troops attacking the 4 cities and retreat, it would take far more than 4 hours. As long as they left the Yellow Deer Valley immediately, it would be enough to catch up with them before they escaped. Moreover, if the Khitan people had already started to escape, the main force of the Zhou army would easily launch a one-sided massacre. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Without further ado, they should set off immediately. Chao Runsher decisively gave the order to gather all the cavalry and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley as fast as they could. They would closely follow the main force of the Khitan rebel army and not let them escape. The infantry would hold the rear and arrive at the critical moment when the vanguard cavalry and the Khitan people were fighting until both sides were exhausted. They would then deal the final blow. According to Chao Runsher's order, 60,000 cavalry of the 100,000-strong army charged into the valley first. Wu Qingzhao's troops were still the vanguard, 3 li away from the main cavalry, as scouts. Wu Qingzhao was also not careless. He still ordered Ma Qiao to be the vanguard, 3 li away from him, and charged into the Yellow Deer Valley. From the bottom of their hearts, Chao Runsher, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others did not see the Khitan people as a great enemy. They did not want to give up on this great achievement in the first battle. Therefore, they all went ahead with the elite cavalry. The 40,000 infantry were led by a general. At the same time, they also detained the hundreds of Khitan people who had surrendered. If there was really an ambush, these Khitan surrendered soldiers would undoubtedly be the first to die. The angry Zhou soldiers would chop them into meat paste. However, from their expressions, there was nothing unusual. These people were true death warriors. Their entire families had either died at the hands of the Zhou army, or they were fighting for a way out for their parents or their wives and children. That was why they were willing to serve as bait. These people's physiques were weak to begin with. Whether it was running around on the prairie or fighting with thousands of soldiers and horses, they were the group of people who were most likely to lose their lives. Therefore, they would rather use their own lives to fight for their clansmen's survival. Even their hunger wasn't disguised at all. When they decided to play the part of a group of poor and weak soldiers, they did not bring a grain of food. They had been guarding this place for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, they had been eating wild vegetables and small animals that they had caught. Before the Zhou army arrived, 2 of them had even starved to death. If they had not been so cruel to themselves, even if they could hide it from Ma Qiao and Wu Qingzhao, how could they hide it from Chao Runsher and Zhang Xuanyu, who had spent their entire lives on the battlefield? Ma Qiao rode his horse at the very front. As he used his sharp eyes to scan the mountains and dense forests that passed by on both sides, he welcomed the mountain wind that blew through the valley and took an intoxicated breath. His years of hard work in the army had not been in vain. Today, all his hard work was finally put to use. He did not have the opportunities of his good brother, Yang Fan, nor did he have Yang Fan's ability to be both civil and military, but he also had his own dreams. He had originally been a ruffian who lived his days in the streets, but he had been woken up by Yang Fan's scolding. From that day onwards, he wanted to live a good life, to be worthy of his brother's trust, to be worthy of his mother's nurturing. Later on, he married a wife, and now he had his own precious son. The responsibility in his heart was even heavier for his wife, for his child. He also had to make great contributions, establish a great cause, and earn a great fortune for his family. In addition, there was also honor. Every time he returned to the square in his military uniform, every time he was promoted to an officer, those childhood friends would surround him and look at him with envy, flattery, and even awe. He would feel a sincere sense of pride. His good brother, Yang Fan, had helped him point out a path, but he had to rely on himself to continue down this path. The cavalry quickly passed through the 20-li distance. Once they left the valley, it suddenly became wide and open. On the right was a large river flowing east, surging along the foot of the mountain. On the right was an undulating hill with clumps of shrubs. In front of him was a flat road. Ma Qiao had already seen the map and knew that if he followed this road straight ahead, he would reach Lulong. His spirits lifted. He forcefully kicked his horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. Wu Chengzhao led his troops and followed far behind Ma Qiao. Only when he rushed out of the valley did he let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he saw Ma Qiao in the distance, holding a large banner of the Zhou army in his hand, flapping in the wind as he galloped away, Wu Qingzhao's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to call out to Ma Qiao and charge ahead himself, but on second thought, although this place was still far from Lulong, there was no guarantee that the Khitans would not set up sentries along the way. As soon as he thought that he might have to engage in close combat, Wu Chengzhao dispelled the idea of personally going to the front line. He continued to bitterly follow behind Ma Qiao, eating dirt. He forcefully whipped his horse's buttocks, venting all his anger on the war horse. The war horse galloped forward. He had just leaped more than 10 zhang when suddenly a desolate bugle call was heard from the hilly area on the left. Wu Chengzhao looked over in astonishment. He saw large banners suddenly emerge from behind the hills. On the banners, vivid and lifelike gray wolves were waving in the wind, followed by a wave of wolf-like howls. The densely packed Khitan cavalry brandished their sabers and spears, letting out strange and terrifying howls as they pounced on them. Before the troops and horses arrived, the strange howls converged into a gust of wind that assaulted their faces. There's an ambush. Wu Chengzhao reined in his horse's reins, his legs trembling, just as he was wondering if he should escape back to the valley to find his mother or chase after Ma Qiao. An escape. A dark rain of arrows came crashing down. In an instant, Wu Chengzhao was shot into a hedgehog, and he no longer had to worry about his difficult choice. The main force of the Zhou army formed a small square formation and galloped out of the valley. The horses galloped lightly, neither too fast nor too slow. They were not scouts and did not need to be too fast. This way, they could leave the valley at a relatively fast speed. At the same time, they could allow the horses to maintain their strength so that they could quickly join the battle. However, the lightly galloping war horses quickly came to a halt. To their horror, they discovered that the mountain pass in front of them was already filled with endless Khitan cavalry. The reason why the Khitans had used their fastest speed to greet them with bows and arrows to avoid coming into contact with Wu Chengzhao's troops was that they did not want a single person to escape back to deliver a message. They had 10 to 100 times the strength of Wu Chengzhao's troops and shot tens of thousands of arrows to quickly finish off this small group of Zhou soldiers. Then they entered the valley and set up their formation. The Zhou army looked in shock at the Khitans opposite them. These Khitans had some hesitation and fear on their faces. That was because the powerful impression that the dynasty of the Central Plains had given them gave them psychological pressure. Although they had attacked more than one city, they had never fought so many of the main forces of the Zhou army. But at the same time, there was a hint of fierceness and cruelty in their eyes. It was the hatred that had accumulated from being bullied and humiliated by the Zhou people for a long time. It was also the innate wild bestiality in their blood as nomads of the grasslands. The wind, snow, and sandstorms of the desert grasslands had tempered them into rough and unyielding iron-blooded men. Yaror, when the Khitans hunted, they used their unique shouts to scare away wild beasts. When they gathered together, they formed a soul-stirring sound wave. This sound wave was amplified by the valley by several times. Following the surging sound wave, the Khitans, who were already prepared and armed with bows and arrows, took the lead to attack. The arrows covered the sky and pounced towards the Zhou army, as if they were shooting at a herd of gazelles that had been blocked by them. Then they raised their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. With an almost crazy speed, they roared, and shouted as they pounced towards the flock of sheep like fierce tigers. There was only prey in their eyes, and they completely ignored death. At the same time, billowing smoke rose from the exit of the valley. When the smoke rose, the long sabers pointed. Chapter 7:17. To the Zhou army, the Yellow Deer Valley was a nightmare. Amidst the sound of the horn, countless cavalrymen engaged in close combat in the valley. The Zhou army's slowly advancing formation became chaotic because of the halt in front of them and the battle. In this narrow position, the Khitans, who grew up on horseback, clearly had an absolute advantage. Like they were hunting countless gazelles on the grassland, they brandished their swords and cut through the Zhou army's ranks. Their weapons did not stop and only moved forward. The people behind them followed closely behind like a swarm of locusts and continued to kill the Zhou soldiers. When the smoke rose from the mountain pass, Sun Wanrong, who was lying in ambush in the middle of the mountain, saw the smoke rising in the distance. Overjoyed, he leaped up and shouted, "Attack!" It was true that it was impossible to ambush thousands of soldiers in the dense forest on the mountain, but Sun Wanrong only brought a small number of cavalrymen. The rest were infantrymen. It was easy for these infantrymen to hide in the dense forest. The valley was as wide as the belly of a gourd. It was indeed not suitable to launch a surprise attack on the Zhou army, but these herdsmen who fought against the heavens for food had their own methods. Huge cages tied up with rattan rolled down the mountain, jumped, and crashed into the cavalry at the foot of the mountain. The cages were stuffed with withered branches and leaves, and some were even doused with fuel oil. Before they were pushed down the mountain, the Khitans had ignited the cages. If the light and elastic cages were not blocked, they could roll from this side of the mountain to the foot of the opposite side. Thick smoke rose, and flames rose. The thick smoke quickly sealed off the entire valley. After thousands of burning and smoking cages were pushed into the valley, the entire valley was filled with thick smoke. It was difficult to see people beyond 5 steps. The war horses were burned by the flames and smoked by the thick smoke. They screamed in panic and trampled on the ground. The Zhou army collapsed without a fight. Immediately, countless Khitans draped in animal skins and holding hunting bows rushed to the front of the forest on both sides. They used their bows and arrows to shoot at the Zhou army, who had escaped from the smoke and fire formation, and the Zhou army, who occasionally revealed themselves in the thick smoke. At the same time, the 2,800 Khitan cavalry, lying in ambush further away, waiting solemnly for orders, also rushed out along a relatively sparse hillside. They charged towards the rear of the Zhou cavalry and intercepted them, trapping them in the valley. Although the valley was wide, 800 cavalry were enough to form 4 blocking positions. The remaining cavalry had already galloped in the opposite direction, leaving the struggling Zhou army far behind and pouncing on the Zhou infantry, who were still advancing rapidly several li away. The fire in the valley was actually not that strong. What was truly fatal was the thick smoke that lingered in the air. Such thick smoke was enough to be fatal. The Chidan people, who knew all kinds of herbs, added many poisonous or pungent herbs to the fireballs. When they burned, the smoke made people cry, their throats swollen, and it was difficult to breathe. The people were already like this, and the horses were even more unbearable. Under such circumstances, people could still try their best to remain calm, but horses could not. Even well-trained war horses were startled. They kicked and stamped, bit, and bumped into each other, causing more horses to explode. Not counting the rain of arrows from the chitons, just the number of soldiers who were trampled and injured by the startled horses was uncountable. Seeing this situation, Chow Runsher could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet in regret. Suddenly, an arrow was shot at him. The arrow knocked off his helmet, and a strand of his hair fell down. The bodyguard beside him was shocked and hurriedly used his cavalry shield to cover him. He shouted, "Great General, quickly charge back!" Chow Runsher pulled out his sword and shouted, "We can't retreat. Attack up the mountain. Only by occupying this place will we have a chance of survival. Kill!" After saying this, the old general took the lead and rushed up the hill like a madman. He had no choice but to charge. In the thick smoke, he could not see anyone other than the bodyguards beside him. So how could he carry out his command? Although in the army, other than flags, there were also drums that could convey orders, but those could only convey simple orders such as attacking, retreating, or setting up defenses. They could not convey complex orders. Most importantly, he could not even find the orchestra. Chow Runsher led his bodyguards. His hair was disheveled, and he brandished his sword as he charged forward, as if he was possessed. In fact, it was not that the Zhou army did not think of escaping the smoke formation and charging up the hill. However, the edge of the smoke was precisely where the chitons' arrows were aimed. If they charged out, they would attract an arrow. If they charged out in a group, they would attract a rain of arrows. In the chaos, a large group of people fought their own battles and could not form an effective attack. When Chow Runsher charged out of the smoke, a chiton soldier on the hill immediately raised his bow and aimed at him. Wait! Sun Wanrong, who had been a hostage in the Tang dynasty for many years, only needed one glance to recognize from Chow Runsher's armor that he was a high-ranking general. He immediately ordered, "We want this person alive. Capture him." Immediately, a few chiton soldiers rushed down the hill. Chow Runsher charged out of the smoke formation. He first took a few deep breaths and tried to open his eyes that were red and tearing from the smoke. Before he could clearly see the situation outside, a horse noose fell from midair and accurately wrapped around his body. "Come over here." The chiton soldier who grabbed the horse noose pulled hard. Chow Runsher, who had not yet gained his footing, staggered and knocked away his bodyguards and crashed into the enemy. At this moment, the junior minister of agriculture, Marenjia, was being protected by a few bodyguards. He stumbled and bumped into the crowd of horses, shouting along the way, "General Chow! Great General Chow!" The cage gradually burned out, and the smoke gradually thinned. However, the Zhou army was trampled by frightened horses, and the smoke made it difficult for them to see. How many people could still wield their sabers and fight? The saber in Ma Qiao's hand had already been chopped until there was no edge. Now, he was using a chiton-long saber that he had seized. As he charged back, he did not know how many people he had killed. His conqueror's robe was already stained with blood. There was the enemy's blood, his own blood, and the blood of his comrades on his body. The soldiers following him were getting fewer and fewer, but there was still the endless and despairing chiton cavalry in front of him. Fortunately, there were enemies and allies mixed here, so they could only fight hand to hand and not shoot arrows. Otherwise, Ma Qiao would have long been dead on the spot, and it would have been impossible for him to charge until now. As Ma Qiao led his troops forward, he faintly heard the sound of a bugle horn. He turned his head and looked again. The forest was quiet, but there was no sound. Ma Chiao thought it was his imagination, but a few soldiers also said they heard it. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the smoke signal used to notify Sun Wanrong to launch an attack surged up at the mouth of the valley. Ma Chiao knew that something was wrong at first sight, but when he led his troops back to the mouth of the valley, he was even more dumbfounded. The endless chitons were like ants rushing back to their nests before a storm. They surged majestically into the valley. When he arrived at the mouth of the valley, the chiton army was still surging into the valley. They had only casually separated a group of people to form a crushing attack and surround them. "Brigade commander, let's go!" Ma Chiao's soldiers shouted in panic. "We can't leave. Kill our way back." Ma Chiao unsheathed his saber, and a fierce gaze burst out of his eyes. The Zhou army falling into an ambush actually had little to do with him, a vanguard. However, he still blamed himself, believing that it was his negligence that caused his comrades to fall into a tight encirclement. Now that his comrades were bathed in blood, how could he retreat? Ma Chiao raised his long saber and charged into the enemy formation without hesitation. Like a fierce tiger choosing its prey to devour, he shouted repeatedly and charged forward ferociously amidst the neighing of his war horse. However, until now, the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. He did not see any of his comrades who were surrounded, but there were more and more chitons around him. "Brigade commander, let's retreat. At least someone has to report to Lulong." A soldier with a broken arm had just finished speaking when a chiton spear pierced through his heart. "Let's go." Ma Chiao, who had just snatched a horse from the enemy because his war horse had died in battle, knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting. He could only lead the remaining people, who had less than 20 people, back with hatred. The Chief Marshal Yen Bangshi and the general of the left guard. Li Duozhua led the guards and the supply troops to the north at a speed of 2 days' journey ahead of the main force. On this day, the troops arrived at Tangshan, and the army set up camp there. This was a town whose original name was Deshang Mountain. When Li Shimin conquered Korea in the east, he passed by here on his way back. His beloved concubine, Lady Chow, unfortunately died of illness. Li Shimin missed his beloved concubine and gave the mountain the surname Tang. From then on, it was called Tangshan. Li Duozhua led the elite imperial guards and was responsible for escorting the rations and the supply troops. The rations were the most important resources of the army. Those who guarded the rations were always experienced, calm, and cautious generals. From this point of view, it was not wrong to let Li Duozhua escort the rations. However, there were also factional disputes in the army. Chao, Runshi, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others were all generals who were close to the Wu family, so they were put in an important position. Although Li Duozhua was loyal to the imperial court and had never done anything disloyal, he was always indifferent to the Wu family's solicitation and was not enthusiastic. Now that the Wu family was the most powerful in the army, it was reasonable for them to reject him and let him escort the rations. Although they were only stationed for a night, and there was no enemy threat here, Li Duozhua still carefully arranged the rations. He made fire prevention arrangements in the camp and stationed the troops outside to form a defensive formation. Only then did he go to the central camp to see the chief supervisor of the army, Yen Bangshi. The two of them had just chatted for a while when a central guard rushed in to report, "Chief Supervisor, the front line has sent an urgent order." After the army had settled down, the troops of the various battalions carried out detailed arrangements under the overall arrangement of the chief steward. Although Shi Rui was a veteran general, he was very familiar with all kinds of matters related to camping and garrisoning. Yang Fan didn't know much about these matters related to marching and fighting, so he naturally entrusted them to Shi Rui. Meanwhile, Yang Fan himself followed beside Shi Rui, watching and listening at the same time. He secretly pondered over the various arrangements of the barracks and garrisoning, and he gained some understanding of them. After the camp was settled, Yang Fan invited Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and a few other subordinates to go to the riverside. The camp had to be set up in a place with water, and the location of their camp was the closest to the river. Along the way, they were covered in dust. Many soldiers had already taken off their clothes and were bathing in the river. Yang Fan and the others did not care about their status as generals and also wanted to take off their clothes and bathe to their heart's content. Unexpectedly, just as Yang Fan took off his robe and walked naked into the river, there was the sound of military drums in the distance. Shi Rui listened and exclaimed, "The drum of generals! Head steward, what happened?" Yang Fan had been in the army for a long time, so he could recognize the drum of generals. The drum of generals would sound 3 times, and if the drum stopped, it would be executed. Yang Fan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put on his robe and rushed back to his tent. Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and the others knew that something big must have happened if the drum of generals were to be called, so they hurriedly jumped into the river and washed themselves before the order was given. Yang Fan returned to his tent and put on his armor before rushing to the main tent. In the main tent, the generals were standing in great numbers. Before Yang Fan could catch his breath, Chief Supervisor Yen had already called the roll of the generals. Yen Bengshi announced in a loud voice, "I have just received news from the commander of the frontline army, General Zhang Xuanyu. Our imperial army has already engaged the Khitan rebel army and defeated the enemy in one battle." When the generals in the tent heard this, there was an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. Yen Bengshi's expression did not change. He continued in a stern voice, "However, the enemy has scattered and fled toward Yingzhou. It will not be easy to encircle and annihilate them. Great General Chao and Great General Zhang have already led their troops to attack them. Great General Zhang urgently ordered our officers and men to abandon their heavy supplies and fatigue. The 3 armies are to advance at full speed. If the frontline army pursues them to Yingzhou, but our army has not arrived, all the generals will be executed, and there will be no mention of the soldiers' merits." When the generals in the tent heard this, their hearts trembled. Yen Bengshi solemnly passed on the order. Now, this chief supervisor orders, other than General Li Duozui's troops escorting the rations to the rear, the rest of the soldiers are to immediately prepare 5 days' rations and set off immediately to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. Those who are late will be executed on the spot. Chapter 718. The Zhou Army War Armor and Marched Day and Night. As the large group of people and horses moved forward, their footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Every soldier carried 5 days' worth of rations, as well as their own pots, stoves, sleeping bags, and other equipment. In order to maintain a certain amount of horsepower to cope with special situations, the cavalry would dismount and lead the horses when they were tired after walking for a period of time. Not only could they stretch their bodies, but they could also reduce the burden on their horses. Once they set off, the horses were their capital to save their lives. So how could they not cherish them? Even so, the high-intensity march caused some soldiers to fall behind. No one cared about the soldiers who fell behind. They just let them accompany the infantry behind them. The military order had been issued. Those who did not arrive in time would be beheaded. Although, if everyone was late, General Zhang might not carry out this order. But if most of the troops arrived, then those who were late would definitely be out of luck. During the march, the officers and soldiers of the various battalions chased each other. The organization and formation were already chaotic, but this was not a problem. Their first priority was to get to Lulong. There, they could reorganize a little and find out the latest situation at the front line before deciding on their next move. At midnight, the three armies set up camp and rested for a while. The soldiers took off their sleeping bags, chewed their dry rations, drank cold water, prepared fodder, and fed their horses. After being busy for more than an hour, they finally fell asleep. At the fifth watch, the bugler was awakened by the officers and soldiers on night patrol. He rubbed his eyes and got up, then blew the bugler to wake up the sleeping soldiers. After a little reorganization, he hurried on his way again. After another day of rapid marching, there was only half a day's journey left to the Yellow Deer Valley. At this time, it was already the second watch. General Manager Yen ordered them to rest in place. They would cross the valley early tomorrow morning and arrive at Lulong before tomorrow night. Once the military order was issued, the three armies set up camp in place, arranged food and rest, and recovered their strength. They cooked in the black pot and fed the horses. When the exhausted soldiers crawled into their sleeping bags and were about to fall asleep with their swords on their waists, they suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the ground beneath them. Bad news. Even without the general's orders, the experienced veterans knew that something was wrong, because along with the trembling of the earth, the sound of galloping horses reached their ears. A large number of cavalry suddenly appeared in this place, and from the sound of the galloping horses, it was clear that they were charging. It was definitely not their men. When the soldiers crawled out of their sleeping bags while shouting, they didn't care that their clothes were disheveled or that they didn't have time to put on their armor. They just picked up the saddles and hurriedly put them on the backs of the horses. Before they could tighten the silk sashes, the rumbling of the horses' hooves began to roar in their ears. Thousands upon thousands of men and horses waved their gleaming steel blades as they pounced out from the darkness like ghosts. A flustered new recruit only saw a black shadow sweeping past him with a strong gust of wind. Then he heard the blood-curdling screams of his companions in the distance. While the terrified soldier was rejoicing that he had escaped death, another black shadow swept past him with a strong gust of wind. This time, he was not so lucky. The sharp saber cut him in half from shoulder to hip. This was a cruel massacre. The exhausted Zhou army was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Furthermore, they were completely unprepared, and at their most relaxed moment, they were attacked by the enemy cavalry. The enemy's attack was so fast that even the scouts on the periphery did not have time to send back the warning. In such a hurry, it was impossible for the Zhou army to form a defensive formation, let alone launch a powerful counterattack. Although the attacking Khitans looked disorderly and did not have a formation, they had participated in hunting since they were young and had long been trained to be elite knights. They usually formed groups of 3 and attacked at an acute angle. They cooperated with each other and cut off all obstacles to their comrades, maintaining the fastest speed of their charge. There was enough distance between each attacking triangle to ensure that after they charged into the enemy's formation, their comrades behind them did not slow down and launched a second round of attacks at the same speed. The attack unfolded on the entire Zhou army's camp. In every place, the Khitans maintained at least 5 rounds of attacks. These 5 rounds of attacks were enough to kill 1/5 of the Zhou army and cause great chaos. This ensured that when the Khitans passed through the camp turned back for a second round of attacks, the Zhou army would still not be able to form an effective counterattack. The Zhou army fell into absolute chaos. No one could give a unified command and dispatch under such circumstances. They did not have the time to figure out who the Khitans were or where they came from. They could only fight on their own. At this moment, the elite troops fully displayed their abilities. Based on their past combat and training experience, they spontaneously formed a circular formation. The soldiers on the periphery stabbed the enemy knights with their spears and used their sabers to cut off the legs of the enemy's horses in the dark. They used their lives to buy time for their comrades in the middle so that they could mount their horses as soon as possible. In such a situation, they could not even form a dense spear formation. Without the resistance of the cavalry, the entire army was destined to be annihilated. Soon, the neatly dressed cavalry charged out of the inner circle and fought with the enemy cavalry. They worked together with their infantry comrades to approach the other defensive camps that had spontaneously formed. They merged with each other and formed an even larger circle. Under the assault of the Khitan cavalry, they had been divided into camps of various sizes. If they could not meet up as soon as possible, their deaths were only a matter of time. Thanks to his never-ending combat training, after a day and night of rapid marching, Yang Fan was still able to maintain much more physical strength than his companions. However, the group he was on was formed from prefectural soldiers from various places. They did not cooperate well with each other. When he killed a few Khitan cavalry with all his might, seized a war horse, and mounted it, he could no longer find a small group of more than 10 people around him with the help of the dim starlight and scattered torches. The Khitan cavalry swept through the Zhou army camp. They did not stop to fight on the spot at all. Instead, they used their advantage of charging to repeatedly trample and charge at the Zhou army camp. Yang Fan could only mix in with the Khitan cavalry that kept charging back and forth and reaping the lives of the Zhou army. As he fought, he tried his best to save his companions. After the Khitans pierced through the Zhou army camp and returned to carry out another round of penetrating assault, they finally slowed down. They began to surround the Zhou army, who had formed a small circular formation, and began to attack. They constantly shot arrows and even threw javelins. The Zhou army, who had finally stabilized their formation, also shot arrows and crossbows outwards and used spears and daggers to block their attacks. Most of the scattered roaming cavalry, like Yang Fan, had already been annihilated by the Khitans. Yang Fan's advantage lay in his superb martial arts. In this kind of darkness and chaos, the enemy was unable to concentrate their superior forces to attack him. So he was still alive and kicking until now. In the midst of the fighting, a group of Zhou soldiers who had formed a formation to protect themselves finally discovered Yang Fan, who was wandering among the Khitan soldiers like a ghost. They immediately shouted at him, "Lieutenant Yang!" Yang Fan was exhausted from all the killing. He hurriedly glanced in that direction in the middle of the battle. With the faint light of a torch that had fallen to the ground, he clearly saw the person who had called out to him. It was his other ride, Shi Rui. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He immediately circled his horse and charged in that direction to kill. Shi Beige had hurriedly gathered a small number of defeated soldiers and used dead horses and spears to form a small barrier. He was doing his best to block the Khitans' attack. The Khitans circled their horses and ran endlessly around their small formation. From time to time, they would shoot an arrow, and from time to time, they would pull out a slender and slightly curved sharp saber and charge at their weak points of defense. More than 20 Zhou soldiers were exhausted from running for their lives inside the defensive circle. Yang Fan raised his curled steel saber and approached the camp step by step. When there was still a distance of 5 or 6 feet between them, a Khitan rider took the lead and entered the Zhou army's defensive circle. He swung his sharp saber left and right and began a massacre. Compared to infantrymen, apart from riding and shooting, the infantrymen would never be able to surpass the infantrymen in terms of maneuverability. The infantrymen would also be able to borrow the momentum of the horse's charge to slash down from a high vantage point. To infantrymen, this kind of tactic of slashing diagonally while riding a horse was an unstoppable and brutal killing method. Seeing this, Yang Fan panicked. However, there were at least 5 or 6 enemy soldiers in front of him. Some of them were wielding heavy and powerful tridents, while others were wielding heavy sabers. They couldn't be dealt with in a short period of time. The chitin rider who had charged into the Zhou army's defensive circle raised his saber and slaughtered to his heart's content. Every time his steel saber fell, a cold light would flash and reap a life. His momentum was unparalleled and unstoppable. The chitin riders behind him had already used this opening to charge over. When Shi Rui saw this, he immediately raised his spear and charged over. Stepping forward, he twisted his waist and shook his spear. Just as he was about to stab at the chitin, who was killing without restraint, another chitin rider leaped in from the opening. The handsome horse soared through the air, but before its front hooves touched the ground, the rider's shining steel saber swept past the back of Shi Rui's neck. His head, along with half of his shoulder, flew into the air. Shibijia! Yang Fan let out a loud cry, his eyes bloodshot. The steel saber in his hand fiercely slashed at the enemy in front of him. The chitin general with the heaven-supporting trident saw the Tang general's entire body leaning out from the horse, the saber in his hand slashing at him with a sharp, whistling sound. He could not help but be shocked and hastily put the steel trident horizontally. With a clang, the saber in Yang Fan's hand broke, ending its mission. The chitin general was overjoyed. He turned the trident, and with a bang, the handle swept across the shoulder of Yang Fan, who was trying hard to sit back on his horse. The trident swept him off his horse. A chitin soldier rode forward and thrust his spear at Yang Fan's lower back. The chitin general used the trident to block and shook off the spear with a clang. The sharp tip of the trident pressed tightly against Yang Fan's back. Looking at the picture of a ferocious beast on his back, he sneered and said, "This is a Tang general. Tie him up." There were only 5 Zhou soldiers left in the stronghold, huddled in a corner. All of them were injured. When several chitins leaped over the obstacles and turned around in this small circle, preparing to charge and kill them all, the 5 Zhou soldiers threw away their weapons and obediently raised their hands. However, the chitin people did not put down the sabers in their hands. They were running around everywhere. So how could they take in captives? The chitin people occupied an advantageous terrain in the Yellow Deer Valley. They waited at ease and used many deceptions to lure the enemy in. They also used fireworks to cause the Zhou army to trample on each other, causing countless casualties. As a result, they wiped out the Zhou cavalry with a very small price and immediately launched a one-sided massacre on the Zhou infantry. In the Yellow Deer Valley, the infantry could not resist at all. Annihilating them also did not consume much military strength. Now, other than Li Duozuo's troops guarding the rear of the supply hall and the infantry that was left far behind by their rapid march, the main force of the cavalry of the Zhou army did not amount to more than 30,000 people. In this kind of situation where they waited at ease and launched a surprise attack at night, even if the Zhou army was several times more than the chitin army, they would still be powerless and would definitely be defeated. Moreover, it was 60,000 against 30,000. The chitin people had the absolute advantage in military strength. When dawn broke in the east, the earth seemed to be dyed with a layer of sunlight. The ground was covered in blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. The main force of the chitin people continued to rush towards the Tang infantry that were delayed and the rear of the army's rations and supplies.